Good evening for our in-between after pre-before show. I've been scouring the bottom of the barrel for these flurfers, and I don't know, this is another one that came up. A person named, oops, wrong thing. Get back there, you. Why does this happen to me? Technical difficulties already. Right, try again. As I was saying, there's this flurfer out there that's doing. Is that showing up?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't said it properly how I like it, but that'll do for now. I forgot to check that. His name is Life Short, and it was only brought out. When was it brought out? February 6th. And I noticed in the replies. Where's the replies? That an Arwen, a Plain Truth responded. So it looks like that could be in that area. Nathan and Nathan Akeley responded. So
Jose
there's a
Menza, see that, Terry?
so it could be in that area of people. So I'll play. I don't know which bit to play because it goes for 25 minutes. So if anyone wants to pick out anything out of it straight away, I don't know whether I should play the whole lot for now, but it'll
For
give you an
bottom first
idea of
disappearance
what he's
across
on
flat
about.
surfaces or relatively flat surfaces, undisturbed by irregularity or obstruction. And I'm calling this Appendix A essentially for a concept for vision, which you can find on my channel for a more in-depth explanation. So my intent for this is to be short and to the point. So this is across a lake nearby, which on a perfectly clear day, decent weather, and it's about 410 feet across to the other side, where there'll be a piece of debris that you will see here in a minute. So I'll go ahead and play.
A lake. Cow pond.
So I'm lowering my iPhone from about a 2-foot height down to just where the water ripples, and that's just when the casing on the iPhone just barely touches the water. Right there. So the camera is inverted. It ends up being about a ½ inch above
Why would
the
you film
water.
like that?
This is zoomed in. You can see the white piece of debris by the bench to the lower left of the bench, across the way. So you'll see there it's gone, and I haven't even touched the water yet. There, I've touched the water, and it's back again. So I decided to put some measurements to this, which we'll discuss in a minute. I also want you to note that piece of white debris right there in the center of the frame that is very nearby, around 15 feet away, and how that close that gets to the horizon as we lower our phone down.
Goodness me.
So these are some still shots from what I just showed. So again, distance is 410 feet, and that near field debris is the red arrow in the left picture there in the low aspect of the frame. And then as I at about a 2-foot observer height, and then at about a 0.5 inch observer height, you can see how high in the field that piece of debris got near the purple mirror inflection point or horizon line of this image. So again, keep in mind that if this is, let's say it's 10 to 15 feet away, and the distance between myself and the debris on the other side is 410 feet, that I am cramming 400 feet of information between the red tip of that arrow and the purple horizon line, which is a lot of information. And so what ends up happening is that your horizon shortens along the lower field, and whatever is there disappears into the essentially a gap that's formed. So to illustrate this a little bit more, you can find this explanation on the lecture version I guess I did with Jeranism on his channel about angular resolution and so forth, but I just wanted to reiterate it here because I think it's important. So again, this is just a typical photo with a iPhone camera about 6 feet off the water, and I am basically looking at a cresting wave, which you can see in the zoomed out photo. You don't even need to be zoomed in. You can see the little white dot that the arrow is pointing to in the middle of the frame. And then zoomed in, you can see it a little bit better. But how far is that cresting wave, do you think? So when you analyze this, you find that it's essentially about a half mile away.
Now, when I first seen this, I thought, what is he using for the calculations? And where's he getting his measurements from? That completely... It's just a lot of information there to think, I think, to dumbfound the flat earthers that are watching this. So I couldn't make any heads or tails of it.
He's dumbfounded me, that's for sure.
And but wait, there's more.
Oh no.
I looked at this, I listened to what he said, and I'm thinking, what are you trying to work out? I can't.
Psychological warfare, Terry.
I think, Terry, he's trying to show that the where all of the information, as he puts it, gets all squashed together, that it becomes somewhat impossible to make out. Now, if I'm understanding what he's trying to show here, he's trying to show that you can work out a distance by just, in essence, dividing the sections of the picture up, but I don't think it quite works like that. It doesn't work like that.
Away. You can find a more in-depth discussion on how these numbers all work out and why it's only about a half mile away. On, again, that...
You don't need an in-depth discussion to how the numbers work. It's just, even just writing it out in a way that's understandable. You don't need to explain it. I can't read. I was watching this full screen, so I was able to read it, but...
a concept for vision, or the discussion with Jeranism. But each halving of a frame puts twice the amount of information in the next halving. So you can look at the 50% numbers on the side. You can look at the amount of information that I'm cramming into each subsection. And again, the proof of this you can find when I analyze the hallway footage. And you find that in, again, the lower 1/4 of the image, I have 9 feet, and then it goes 18 feet, 36 feet, 72 feet, and it doubles each time. And by the time you get to the arrow point, it's only about a half mile, which means that if I'm a 6-foot observer and I see 3 miles, then I'm cramming 2.5 miles between the very top black line and the purple line horizon, which is quite a lot of information to be crammed in such a small space.
Do you think him and Phuket Word are related?
So I'm not going to go through this in too much detail. I want this to be short. Just remember that as you lower your eye height, you're cramming more and more information into a smaller space, and it gets lost. So, but it remains 50% of your vision. So the floor is still 50%, even though you're not seeing as far along the floor. So what happens to that information in the distance? It disappears essentially into this what I'll term, I guess, a horizon gap. And again, more information on this you can find on my channel or with the discussion with Jeranism. Same thing here. Again, at different heights you can see how I'm compressing different information. So when I'm 8 foot tall, the ceiling is getting compressed, and as I get down to 1 foot tall, or 0 feet, or essentially half a centimeter off, the floor is getting compressed. And this is just an aspect of how our vision works. It has nothing to do with curvature.
Well,
Isn't this just
So these
angular
spacings,
and-
again, just to reiterate, they are spacings along regular intervals that were measured, and you can see how that information changes as I
He's
alter
just
my
showing
height
basics of how
to them.
perspective
More and more
works.
information
Yes,
gets compressed into
I
smaller
understand the
Oh,
spaces.
basics.
That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's using things
Okay.
that are disappearing.
Oh
mean,
yeah, he will show
Do
that.
that with something big like a mountain.
But the bit that he's explaining to do with the disappearing is very blended into what he's saying.
Far out.
Like on the lake, which is to
We're
do
gonna
with
have
that,
to show.
which is to do with atmospheric lensing at that distance, especially because you're that low. So I that was the first bit I noticed straight away on the lake thing. So I almost debunked it at the beginning, but I watched the rest of it. So
You know what's funny?
And
He's
this is
talking about a
just taking-
vanishing line, but he's staying zoomed out. If you zoom in, you're gonna see. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. It all comes right back.
It all comes right back. I mean, he's zoomed right out. It's like, and I'm filming with an iPhone. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? Far out. It's
Well,
great.
it's a precision iPhone, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was like, all right then. Well, I retract my last statement
Yeah.
it's too late. We already heard it.
then. Oh man. All right.
taking them
Terry,
away
carry
from the
on.
photos to analyze them. And then putting kind of a side-on view, which again doesn't really exist, but just allows you to kind of conceptualize things a little bit easier. And some more math on how the floor tiles work.
Math, more math. There you go.
The spacing along the lights and
There you
how
go.
all the mathematics.
There you go, math guy. Try to figure that one out. I got no idea. It's just lines with numbers.
He's baffling with bullshit. That's what it just looks like to me.
Well, just to jump in, I know who this twit is that is saying all this bollocks, right? You're working with a flat floor and a flat ceiling, trying to explain perspective of the globe. How the hell are you going to do that when you've got limited distance? You twat.
Yeah, and he's just using the pixels in the photo to determine the distance. You know?
But
If someone
light aberration is going to fuck that up. Sorry for swearing.
But he's talking about 3.87 miles.
But,
in this
like,
hallway.
now let's be honest and realistic for a moment. He could use the tiles on the floor
What?
as a reference point for measurement.
What? You saying he could be genuine?
Oh, sorry, hang on. And then on top of that, if he's using a flat hall with flat walls and a flat ceiling, don't we get in trouble all of the time for assuming it's a globe and doing all of our calculations assuming that it's a globe? What's he doing by using a hallway? Is he not using something to model his idea and or premise
That's right.
that assumes that
Presupposition.
it's flat?
That's right. He's affirming the consequent.
Is that your necessary antecedent there,
He's
sir?
begging the question. It's a reification. Ah. Sorry, I just had a Nathan Oakley.
Hmm.
Oh, he's using it in feet too, so I've got no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, why do they? Please correct me if I'm wrong here, Blue. Now I know that you're in that lovely place called America,
Uh-huh.
but don't a good proportion of, shall we call them, scientifically minded individuals use that wonderful metric type conversion called meters and the like?
Well,
We
it is
do
easier
sometimes.
it is easier to understand.
Yes. I like meters myself.
Like I'm not trying to be what would it be, measurement discriminative or anything like that, but
Your maths is racist, man.
your math is racist. I don't But for the scientific approach, meters work so much nicer because to convert it from meters to kilometers is so much nicer than converting inches to feet and then feet to yards and yards to miles, and it just becomes somewhat of a cluster of a conversion system.
Actually, I wanted to ask that. So it's what? How many feet in a yard?
3.
Right. How many yard in a mile?
17 something.
Yeah, 17 something. Yeah.
By tens, hundreds, thousands.
You don't ask me. I wouldn't have a clue.
Hence why a good portion, I won't say all, but a good portion of your scientific and mathematic community that are using particularly distance measurements, they'll use centimeters or a derivative thereof up to kilometers, because it works so much nicer with the base 10 system that we use for counting.
Well, there you go. 1760 yards is one mile. Fred said.
1760.
Yep.
Yeah. I said 17 something. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I understand, but wow.
I convert yards to feet and then convert feet to miles. That's how I do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear about the Mars?
And don't blame us either. God damn it, we got it from the king.
Yeah.
So the Mars Climate Orbiter crashed into the surface of Mars because the ground-based computer software was producing output in non-SI units.
Yeah.
So the mission just crashed into the surface because it wouldn't work.
More rubbish.
Mathematics works out essentially to
and sorry, it gets worse.
What?
Give us this halving phenomenon between each iteration of a frame. And this is at different heights, and again, how you see different aspects within
Stingray's
going to
love this when he sees this.
This is incredible, Terry. How long is it?
I know it's going to break his brain, but I'll have to tell him sorry before.
As the horizon along the lower field shortens, and we do not see as far along it.
You don't see as far
and
along.
What ends up happening is we form this
That's not a horizon
in our vision. If we are close to the ceiling, let's say, and it were flat, we would have a gap along the ceiling, and we wouldn't see as far along the ceiling, but we would see as further along the floor, and the vice versa.
Can you just pause? I just have to. I just have to. Okay.
I preempted it. That this was going to get paused a lot.
The definition of horizon, where the sky meets the ground. Okay? Now, I have a question. Where in that picture does he have a sky meeting the ground and creating an apparent horizon? Because I guarantee you, he can walk to the end of the hallway and there won't be another horizon beyond him.
Yeah, but that purple line depicts 3.87 miles away. That hallway ain't that long, man.
This is Gleam, correct?
This is life is short.
Is he gleaming the corridor?
Just go on mute, Digital, and have an nervous breakdown.
This is ridiculous.
It's a flat Earth twat. Don't worry about it.
But he's not a flat Earth twat. He's a Mac Earth twat, which is worse. It's any position he wants, and he can have
it. It's Gleam. Life is short. This is life is short.
Stewie said is the moon at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, he was a gleam in his daddy's eye that should have been shot in the toilet.
Rough.
Great video, Blue Marble. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Huey.
Where's Huey? Where are you hiding, Huey?
Yeah, it's all fucked up,
Huey's
isn't
in
it?
Discord.
Oh, you're over in Discord. You coming in here into the normal room, or are you going to hide out there?
Oh, how do I do that?
Aren't you got a key to the special room?
Maybe not.
I'll give it to you now.
I'd know about it if I had it, I suppose.
It's called Oz Squad. I gave you the special key.
Did you? Yeah.
You got to scroll down and find it now.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
To Oz Squad.
Oz Globe.
Oz Squad.
Oz
One
Squad,
above
yeah.
the chin
See that.
waggers. Yeah, click on there.
Yeah,
and
the,
then click
the
Zoom
last Zoom link I put in.
Okay, I got you.
And mute yourself in Discord when you come in.
All right.
Okie doke. See you soon.
To the floor than we are to the ceiling. And my point with this is that we are always, when we are outdoors, closer to the floor than we are to the ceiling. So as I lower myself in this perspective here, and I have a light visible across.
What if you were closer to the ceiling and not the floor?
Then all of this would be upside down.
Yeah.
But the moment you zoom in, this destroys all your calculations. Yet you haven't moved your position. So I mean, this is all just ridiculous.
And that must be a pretty flat and level floor for a building.
Well, yeah, not bad.
Across about 400 feet or so, or 500 feet of distance along a hallway. You can see that the light is visible at first, and then as I lower myself, how perspective changes, and how at a certain point the light is no longer visible. And these are just everyday examples. So if we change our, if we go from a hallway in.
Okay, who did that?
He's
Not
gonna
me.
mute in Discord.
Not me.
Not me. And don't tell Huey he hasn't got an avatar. You'll get paranoid.
Is that strike one?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Somebody.
Oh,
That's Huey.
It's not me.
jeez.
That's Huey. Mute yourself in Discord, Huey.
Yeah, he is.
He has.
Yeah, muted and deafened now. Yeah. And put some clothes
Oh,
on.
it's because it must be going through you, Terry. That's what it was.
Well, usually people can do that in
Yeah,
Discord.
but your mic's open in Discord.
Yeah, I've got my mic open in Discord. But usually people can do that in
Yeah,
Discord.
sorry about that, chaps. I fixed it now.
Yeah, but not if you're in Zoom and Discord. You can only be in one or the other.
Right.
Oh, my avatar.
I'm muted. Yeah, what happened to your avatar? What did you
What
do?
did
Oh,
the
I
gallery say about that? Dark realm.
Dark.
Oh, there.
Definitely not me. I'm lurking.
If you've
You'll
got
have
if you've got the new Zoom, it doesn't help me because everyone else will see your avatar, but I won't.
Into an outdoor setting, and we just
Somebody
change
use
our
mic.
horizon distance. There's no reason why this isn't a different aspect of perspective.
If
It's
it's no
the
ship
same exact
visible,
thing.
it's actually
We're
a ship
just
there.
outdoors, and instead of looking
I
at
can't
a
see a
flashlight,
ship.
we are now looking at a cruise ship or a boat or something else going over
Oh, you
what we
can't.
believe is a physical horizon. But
How can you say there's no ship visible
You
if you
can't
don't know if
take a
there was a ship
hallway
there to start with?
Oh,
So I've got it, Terry. So if I take a picture of a car on the
Yeah,
freeway,
right.
and then I take another picture and the car's not there anymore, can I just say that it's gone over the horizon? That's
Or-
fair, isn't it? Because that's
Or
what he's doing.
it's gone round the corner.
No, no, yeah, the downwards corner.
this is ridiculous. Because that, oh, God. There's way more than the distance he was calculating with the hallway,
Yeah, I know.
and he's just gonna overlay the hallway onto this and say
Yeah, as soon
that.
as he brought up the horizon for over the ocean when he was from the hallway,
It's just
It's incredible.
it's nothing
Who is
more
this?
than an apparent position.
who's this guy?
Yeah,
Yeah, who is this?
What was his name?
Life is short.
Yeah, life is short.
And ironically, we're watching him.
Our vision, how our vision works. along
unfortunately,
flat
not
surface.
short enough for him.
You know what?
Pretty
Now
colours.
So same thing
Blue
again.
Marble, when QE said this is the only picture I need, that right there closes the deal, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Don't floors that are usually made in a factory or a shopping centre like that normally got a curved surface because of so water can flow off them in case of flooding?
So, as someone that's actually dealt with construction with large concrete slabs of two-story buildings, I'll even go as far as saying a second-story concrete slab will have curve to it for drainage and alike. Otherwise, you end up getting puddles from spills or whatever developing right in the middle. You know, the way a post-tension slabs and all of that are designed, Terry, is so that when it's done, they actually do curve up in the middle.
Yep.
You know, that's so that you can put more weight on it, and the more weight that you put on it, it becomes more stable and locks itself into place.
I've even done with a laser screed. That thing's going to be up and down a little bit. It's concrete, for God's sakes.
It's the same with games pitches, right? Football pitches, they deliberately have a crown for drainage.
Again, I'm in here in a Walmart, and then no light is visible. I'm along the floor, so there's no reason to believe why this aspect of vision would change if I were to remove the walls and the ceiling of this Walmart and extend this floor for miles and miles, and I were just to stand up. It would be the same exact phenomenon, but just occur further and further away. There's no reason to believe that this is curvature. So I just do that here. I remove the walls and the ceiling. I'm still on the floor, and then I extend my floor, let's say, to become some crops or something like that. It doesn't matter. And now I'm just looking at a tractor going off into the distance, and it disappears as well. So here's the footage with some more exact measurements, and this is just later in the day. And so you can see kind of what occurs along this flat surface.
You missed the beginning,
and I'm calling it
Darryl.
flat because by globe standards, this is a flat surface. Essentially no bulge is apparent across 400 feet. But yet we have an issue here. So please watch.
That's like 100.
Okay, here we are at the lake. It's a nice clear night. Perfectly still waters. I'll put the coordinates on Google for where exactly I am across this lake and the distance of the light height, the distance of the light height, and the iPhone height. Bye.
It's not a lake.
So here we are. We're taking it at 2.5 inches just to be in the middle of the light. Here's the setup.
What is that setup?
And there, I'm just barely touching the ground, touching the water. You can see the ripples just starting as the iPhone case just touches the water. There's no immersion of the camera or anything under the water.
Where's your theodolite measurement?
Here it is, zoomed in a still shot.
It's like looking across a highway.
Missing now.
Yeah. Curvature.
Slow motion. You can see the autofocusing occurring, and I stopped it here so you can see kind of that there appears to be
terrible vision.
Basically a hard line on this.
So I can tell from this video that he's been to the school of how to make things blurry run by Travis.
Slow motion of the other times that I went up and down. So these were the distances. So again, 0.1 to 0.2. I basically sat there for about 2 or 3 minutes and allowed the positioning system to identify where I was before I pinpointed each point, and that's very accurate for at least where I was. So could it be a few feet off one way or another? Sure, but roughly it's about 400 feet at least. Again, you can see the measurement of my iPhone case to the center of the camera, and it is about half an inch.
What does that
And you
have to
can
do
see
with anything?
that I took the 2.5 inches for
Hi,
the
Carl.
height of the light, which was being generous. I didn't do the top of the light, which the whole light disappears, but I'm just going to do the middle of the light.
Hang
And
on,
so some
did he
still
say
shots
part
again.
of the light
As I'm
disappeared?
about 1.5 feet off the water, you can still clearly see the light.
Yes, he did.
And you can see a little bit of reflection on the water with the light, but the light is still visible. And then as I am 0.5 inches off, there is clearly no light visible whatsoever. And then in the bottom of I just took some still shots of how that, when it was
Hang on, he just
autofocusing,
debunked himself.
and you can see the halo and how that halo definitely appears to be.
In what way?
Well, he's just proved that there's a curve to that light body. Well,
He said at 0.5 of an inch, so half an inch, he couldn't see the light. He said it himself.
Mm-hmm.
After showing that this lake, duck pond, or cow pond, as Bluey
Cow
said,
pond.
even it's got a curve to it.
It will.
But the thing is that he's trying to explain why the little object is disappearing the lower his observation height is.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's that bulgy thing in the middle.
No, that's not going by what he thinks. He thinks it's something completely different.
So
Yeah, but I don't care what he thinks.
Store, to a lake, to a field, to an ocean, and it's all just the same.
Sheeple.
Because the vanishing point of the camera doesn't change either. You know what I mean? Come on.
Sheeple, remember, he's got a moist bulge in the middle of that.
Dude.
Oh dear.
Don't say
What,
that
am I
word.
wrong?
It reminds me of the damn picture that Brian posted.
Am I wrong, though?
Demonic? You're definitely not wrong.
Oh, man, I tell you.
I'm just wrong for having said it.
This is painful.
That's
this
right.
is painful.
Oh, you're wrong. We just haven't figured out why yet.
Yeah, our math doesn't work for that, so we can't work it out yet.
What?
Or we don't understand it. We're not too sure.
So
You can't work out the math.
You do it in the
math of a
store,
moist
right?
bulge.
You do it in the store. You zoom in. You see the wall. You do it in the field. You zoom in. You see the tractor. You do it in the ocean. You zoom in. You see the ocean. I mean, if the camera hasn't changed? What's going to be the difference? You know, the field of view is not changing. Doesn't matter what's in the distance if you can't.
Sheeple, you just said that you only did it with the field and the tractor once. So you did change the field.
You got me. You got me.
You're outstanding in your field.
Outstanding in your field. There
So it
you
wasn't
go.
a field of view, it was a view of a field.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cut
It
off.
was a field of view of a field.
First.
Yeah, now we just need Kevin Costner
So
to
what
see
should we be seeing?
the baseball team walk out of the cornfield now.
Now, how can you state what should we be seeing when we see what we see? So how could we should be seeing something that we're seeing?
It's just ridiculous.
If we were
What are
to
we
be
seeing?
living on a globe, if this phenomenon right here is because this water is curved, and curved water is what obstructs our vision of things beyond a horizon, a physical horizon, then what should we be seeing? Well, the short answer is that we should be seeing.
There you go, Blue. There's some more maths for you.
He makes it look important, doesn't he? A whole
Yeah,
bunch
it
of
does.
nonsense.
He's got the height, got the drop.
He's got the color palette out. He's
Yeah,
beautiful.
Got some nice round circles. It's got a cos.
With an arbitrary radius. No defined distances.
That person's pretty tall, though. Don't know how to...
And an how come his triangulation equation is so massive? There should only be... See that square in the right-hand circle? You see that he's tried an equation? And why is there a root symbol in there?
Oh, Rick.
Blue, were you here the other day for Gonna Do?
Yeah, I was.
I'm still scarred. I'm still scarred.
I have not recovered from that yet.
I know, and then Terry gives us this guy. I'm just saying. Oh.
If you like it, I'll find more of them.
Yeah, I got an observation after this one, Terry. It'll be a bit more.
Okay.
Well, it's the fact that he's bamboozled you with his Watson because he's trying to discombobulate your equilibrium.
It was the purple line, Davros. It took me 3.87 miles down the corridor.
So like a 300-foot corridor took you 3 and a bit miles. Nice.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's all, you know, it's all just relative, because all you got to do is, here's the trick: you use that mathematics as an overlay over anything you like, with parallel lines and things. You right there. Just check out the comment section. They're all believing him.
But it's interesting though that there are certain flat earthers that say your mass and all that means bollocks, yet he's using it.
It's only bollocks when it proves them wrong, mate. If it doesn't fit their narrative, then it's bollocks. You know that.
You mean their naivety?
Yeah,
Yeah, but wait, his maths gets better.
Oh, I hope so.
I mean, better as in worse.
Yeah, I hope so.
Seeing this
Hasn't come
entire
to that
light,
bit yet.
there should be no loss. And so the drop essentially should be about 0.004 feet, or about 0.048 inches, or which comes out to about 1.22 millimeters. And if you know how big a millimeter is, that's extremely small. And we are definitely
a millimeter.
far more than 1.22 millimeters with that light above the water. Furthermore, my horizon distance should be about 1,314 feet, which is well beyond the 400 feet that we were at. So by all accounts, we should be seeing this entire light the whole time. So if we go to some Earth curve calculators, you can see, again, by their mock-ups that there should be nothing hidden in this situation. It should be completely visible with a globe with an R radius of 3959 miles. Or something else occurs in our vision to cause this effect. Once again, just confirmation that the bulge height is extremely small in this situation, and that the hidden height is nothing. So in this situation, this curve calculator says 0.3 millimeters.
So there is a hidden value.
Yeah. So Demonic, can I just because I know that you're good at this stuff.
Yeah.
Now he showed quite convincingly that his camera was touching the water level. So not going under it, but just touching the surface of the water. Yeah? So that would say then to me that his height above the water level was not an inch like he says. Now, I'm holding my phone in my hand right now, and it would be lucky if it was an inch off the ground. Absolutely lucky. Probably closer to 15 centimeters. So, like 2/3 of an inch, maybe.
Oh, did he? Hang on. Here's my question. So was he holding it with the bottom of his phone in the water, or the top of his phone in the water?
Yeah. So then I go on to my next statement, which would be height above the ground is the bit that changes how much you can see. So if you're right down on zero height above the ground, or the flat surface that you're on, as it would be at the time, or appear to be, this bulge height that he has here becomes somewhat more apparent, which creates more of a hidden area, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because he's so, and this is the other thing I was going to mention, was he's forgotten about the levels of that water. Okay, so that water doesn't act the same as the ground. Okay, there's other forces in play that he has no idea of, right? But what you're saying is correct. Okay, so whether he's turned his phone sideways, upside down, or whatever, he's still So at minimum, he's an inch and a quarter. But if he's got the full length of the phone, he's got at least, I don't know, yeah, what, 3 or 4 inches? So is he being genuine? I don't know, because has he got a video of the phone being put in the water? No.
So if I was just personally, if I was doing that, obviously he's got the camera itself on, so it's a full. Was it a full picture all the way across, the picture that he was showing? Because that says to me that he's got his phone in sideways. You know what I mean?
But
So
even then, because if it's an iPhone, the camera's in the corner.
At one side, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm getting at.
But
Oh
like
no,
I said,
thanks, Terry. So right there, the way he's got it is sideways, where you've got it right now, Terry. He's got the phone sideways, but there he's got it up and down. Now that could be up and down with the camera facing to the top or the camera facing to the bottom. So he's done a combination of both, which I find quite disingenuous, because if you're going to do a recording like this, you need to do the whole lot in the same
aspect ratio.
Yeah, aspect ratio, or same perspective of the phone as it would be.
The question is, did he measure the height of the bank on one side and the height of the bank on the other? Or did he just put his little stick there with his measuring thingy and his light? Not measure it.
We measured it off the height of the water.
Oh, fuck's sake. And he did this at dusk when you don't know the gravitational pull on the water on either side.
Well, he said that he put the phone in the water, right? And so the idea that there wouldn't have been a little bit of visible water coming around the lens, or reflection of the water onto the lens, which would tell me that it's like right here when he says it's almost touching, and says he says it's just gone into the water now. If that was at the bottom of the camera, you'd think the water would be there. So I'm pretty sure it's if he's holding the phone, looking at
he's got it in portrait mode, and the camera's at the top of the camera.
Yeah, the camera will be on the top right hand side. Yeah, it's like an iPhone 8 or something like that.
Yeah, the other shot that he does.
Cypher.
What's happening?
We're just analyzing the derp.
So same shit, different day.
Yeah. Funny you say that, actually.
Sorry for that.
Same overlay, different shot.
That's okay. I was just trying to get.
It's almost the same day, different shit, I should say.
Yeah, well,
that's a bit groundhoggy.
That focus shot there, though, it's so comparable to Travis's. So.
Whose derp are we?
He's just touching the water there, but he's done this. He's done this other shot earlier in the day. That one.
So life is short. It's called Life is Short. So yeah.
If life's so short, why do they continue on, derping this stuff? If it's so short, why would you bother, going, hey, Earth is flat. Believe me.
All right, let's get through it, Terry.
Yeah, I know, it's 20 odd minutes of this
situation.
Don't worry, I had to sit through it.
So another curve calculator. And again, notice that all of them model this as if you are looking down across a bulge, and that's why things disappears, because you're either leaning backwards and looking across a bulge in front of you, or your eyes are tilted down and the object is tilting away from you. That's how this is modeled. This is not how this works. So again, under no situation should we see this kind of obstruction.
But we do.
Some more earth curve calculators, again, 0 millimeters, 0 feet, 0.00 feet. One of them gave
What?
0.237 inches. So one of them gave at least a 0.23 quarter of an inch, but that doesn't matter. Again, we were 2.5 inches off the water.
Look at this distance to the
and
object.
So there was no refraction. You could not really say that this wasn't a refraction phenomenon. If you were to go back and look here at these conditions, this is across 400 feet. It's crystal clear. The water is not moving whatsoever.
So he
And
said
the
it's
temperature
400
is
feet
roughly
at
the same between the water and the
0.070.
outside air. It was a fairly warm night. So
What a snake.
I'm not too concerned that refraction would play almost any role in this whatsoever. So being generous and negating the loss of our 0.5 inch observer height and granting 2.5 inches of drop basically as the midpoint of the flashlight, not the top even. What should the radius of Earth be if we're going to assume that bottom-up obstruction is always caused by curvature? So in other words, if I'm losing 2.5 inches across 400 feet, what kind of radius would that purport to, right? What kind of globe should I be standing on if bottom-up disappearance is caused by physical obstruction? So
That's
when you
easy.
do the math for this using trigonometry,
3,959
where our
miles, you idiot.
theta angle comes out to 0.0175 degrees, which is again close to 1 arc minute, and our height of about of 2.5 inches of drop, then you end up with 870 miles of R. So R is 870 miles in this case, which is well below the 3,959 miles that is purported to be. You can use an alternative method using the 8-inch drop approximation for the first mile versus our 2.5-inch drop over our 410 feet. You can just analyze the ratios between the two and you get to something about 4 times greater curve rate because our obstruction is just too much. And so, or it's about 1/4 the R basically. So as approximation again, but you get something where 990 miles. So we can just kind of, you can average some of these methods together, and you can say that roughly we should be standing on a globe that's about a radius of 900 miles. We're just going to use it as an approximation. So our new Earth circumference is 5,654 miles versus the expected 24,800 miles that they say it is. So Earth is now 1/4 the size it should be, and it ends up being smaller than the Moon, using the rationale that this is a physical curvature phenomenon. So you can believe that, or you can believe something else is responsible for this bottom up first, or this bottom first disappearance phenomenon. So is information loss an everyday aspect of our visual horizons? Is it why is this occurring? Is it secondary to tangible surfaces? In other words, to our proximity to a tangible surface limits the amount of information that we're being allowed to process. So I just want you to focus on that. It may not be that the bottom of the objects disappear from being too small to see, but rather that the ground can only extend so far when we are close to it. We can only see so far along the ground. It's not so much the object itself or the bottom.
Again, the ground's not supposed to stop when you're on a flat Earth. You're not supposed to have a horizon, dumb ass.
Sorry, you're using drop when he should be using hidden?
Yep.
He is, yeah.
I'm tired of these idiots going around saying, oh, it should be this and it should be this, and you don't do your math correctly. Like, this is getting to the point of ridiculous. These grasping at straws for, any sort of evidence they can get a hold of. This is like, yeah, they don't do the numbers properly. So how can you expect to be taken seriously when you're not doing your numbers properly, mate? Come on. We're not supposed to have a horizon with a flat Earth, full stop.
It wouldn't be there at all.
No, like they keep saying, oh, we can see too far for what, it's like, hang on, actually we can't see far enough if the Earth was flat. I should be able to see New Zealand from Town Beach at Port Macquarie. I can't. It just isn't a thing because it's blocked by the curve of the Earth. And actually, there's one. I'm going to find the bits and pieces. But have you guys heard of the Kansas is flatter than a pancake paper that was put out?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I've actually. I think is it Professor Dave does a really good explanation of that one.
Yep. Well, the guy that wrote it actually has come out and said that it is a parody. And there's a guy that I've been dealing with. Sheeple knows who he is. Guy we've been dealing with over in Gem Panda server, Jin BCR. Used this paper, the Kansas is flatter than a pancake paper, as a proof of flat Earth the other day, and actually cited it. I instantly turned around because I'd heard Craig FTFE got an email from the guy that wrote that paper. The guy that wrote the paper said it's a parody.
Right, I just did a calculation. Okay, right. If he had that camera 1 inch off the deck over 0.4. I'll put it as 0.4 of a mile because I don't know his measurements exact, right? An inch is meant to be missing. So if he said an inch, he's meant to be missing an inch.
But when they say Kansas is flat, they mean level, really, right? They mean the elevation is the same or very similar.
Yeah.
So the actual paper does a direct proportional correlation between a pancake with all of its dips, rises, bubbles that have popped and all of that in comparison to the state of Kansas, including all of its pockmarks, mountains, hills, and or everything else. And when you scale it, and this is the important thing, when it's scaled proportionally, Kansas is flatter than a pancake in proportion to a pancake's size and its dips because of the burst bubbles and all of that in a pancake.
Yep.
That's sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, look, I didn't mean to. I was going to bring this up a bit later, but it seems to have presented its perfect opportunity here. Now, FTFE actually got an email from the author of that paper. And I'd like to read it out to you guys if I could. So it begins. Give me a second.
Well, we'll watch the rest of this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll read this out later.
Then we can discuss all the other things that people want to bring up.
Do your numbers properly. Yep, go ahead. Sorry, yep.
Of the boat itself getting too small. It's the fact that you can't see that far along the ground, but it still occupies 50% of your vision. So why do we see in perspective? Is it a property of distant light propagation toward the observer near tangible surfaces? Is it the observer's ability to discern horizon distance based on that incoming information? The diffraction limit of the ground being met prior to the object itself? Some combination of the above? None of the above? I don't know. It does seem that there's an absolute to our horizon, and it seems consistent with around an arc minute of distance secondary to observer height all the way to around 25 miles. If you want more information on that, you can look at all the videos on my channel where we go into that into a little bit more detail. But there's multiple other reasons as well that what it could be. But it does not seem to be a physical curvature phenomenon. That it does not seem to be. So, you may ask, why do we see in perspective in the first place? Why do we even see this way? That's something that I've been trying to ask as well. Why do we see the world the way we do? Is it the diffraction limit of the ground met and the object has no other option from there but to sink into the observer's horizon gap, kind of similar to what I described, as a discrepancy between the upper and lower visual fields? Is it something else? And I've been taking, some doing a lot of reading, especially with Steinmetz. And can you extrapolate a little bit with what he's saying? Not about vision or anything else, but what he has to say about dielectric and magnetic fields. And I just found one of his pictures of the electric field of a conductor very interesting to me, and how closely it matched to the transversal and orthogonal lines that we see in perspective. And so it's complete conjecture, I'll totally admit. I just found it very interesting, so you can take from it what you will. So again, are we looking down the barrel of a conductor possibly? Is it the phenomenon of a property of light itself as the information propagates towards us? And it's we can only see so far because it's kind of like a damping signal.
I swear he has
damping
sight
signal
words.
is where the signal is getting damped so that you can't pick up on as much information. I don't know.
Does signal damping cause the vanishing point?
These excuses never
So all
end.
these
He
again
just
are
said off
are we potentially on more of a Mercator projection than an AE one? This kind of simulation theory. It's hard to tell. I don't know the answers to any of these things. I don't know that anyone knows. So I'll leave it kind of to that. So
He doesn't know
is this
that
going to remain a
nobody-
mystery, an unsolved mystery while we're here on Earth? And I would say that it may be, and that's okay with me. I would hope that everyone, analyzes kind of where they're at in this world and sees it for the beauty it is, the unsolved mystery it is, and know that maybe there are things in this world that we're not supposed to know. And I think I'm perfectly okay with that, and I think it's exciting. And so I am happy to know that I am a created being. I pray that you are happy with that as well, and that we all take advantage of everything while we're here to the utmost.
Yeah.
I like how he cherry picked his two Bible quotes. One's from the King James version and one's from another one.
And mystery is unsolved by definition. You don't need to say it's an unsolved mystery. That's stupid. I hate that.
And just a little something to read from Mr. Walter Bislin. Flat earthers may object that I do not implement the right kind of perspective, but no flat earther is able to give me a precise mathematical description of perspective.
Maybe we should
That
just
way
do that for them.
Yeah,
Maybe
but he
we should
could then
define it for
implement
them.
the code, but none of them have given him a mathematical model to work with.
Oh, well, we're always having to do their homework for them, so let's do that.
Okay, this guy couldn't find the answer. I searched, why do we see things in perspective? The size of an object while seeing it through the eyes depends on the visual angle and not the real size of the object. If the object is near to the eyes, the visual angle will be higher, and when the far away from the angle will be smaller. According to that, the size will differ. The size is proportional to the visual angle. There's your answer. Far away. Far.
All far away.
I was thinking my
me
cat's
invoke the
attacking
Grover.
my desk.
Yeah, he slid off into magnetic festa territory at the end there, didn't he?
What's that?
He slid off into magnetic festa territory.
Oh, yeah, it seemed like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was he saying? Something about a conductor? Fuck's sake. It's a mystery. Nobody knows. I don't know, therefore nobody knows.
Yeah, who knows why you haven't got an avatar? That's a mystery.
Oh, you said
Can
you wouldn't
I-
bring that up. You wouldn't let it
Can I just address something out in the chat for a second?
Are you talking about Annie Wilkes?
Yeah. Annie Wilkes, if you want to drop links for people to look at, that's fine. You can't make them go and look at it. And Terry can't play that because it's actually straight from Channel 9. There is no way this side of an Ice Cube's chance in hell that Terry is going to play anything from Channel 9. because it's going to be an instant copyright strike for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially since it's from a particular show that used to be on Sunday nights with George Negus in it, I can guarantee you that he would get copyright struck on it.
Terry, did you get my video in the side chat of Zoom?
Sorry, I was AFK.
I said, did you get?
Yeah, I seen a
my...
link.
Yeah, you seen it? Sweet.
Okay, play with no sound. Okay. No sound. Is it?
Yep.
Doesn't need sound.
No, it doesn't need sound. It's very self-explanatory.
Well, have you already perused this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Well,
all
you
good.
can do the commentary then while I go and make a coffee. There, so you guys can see what we're looking at. There you go. Press play.
Yep. All good.
There you go.
All right. So what this is going to show you is from a place called Otaki on the North Island of New Zealand, across the water that divides the two islands, known as the Cook Strait, to a mountain range. This is Mount Tapu'ue Uenuku. And its height is 2,885 meters tall. The distance is 183.6 kilometers, or 114 miles. The curve calculator tells us that with refraction, 2,110 meters should be hidden, and with standard refraction, geometric, 2,470 meters should be hidden. So 415 meters should be visible, and this is a flat earther saying that because of the distance, we shouldn't see it.
Should see all of that on a flat Earth.
Exactly.
As far as I'm aware, every last bit of it.
Not only that, is that the waters across the islands, as you'll see coming up, actually end, and then the mountain range begins. But due to the height of the other mountains, as you see here, only the highest mountain peaks are seen, and there's only one.
It is a nice picture, though.
Not to mention, there's an apparent earthquake going on.
Yeah. So the height of the observer in this case, if you want to do the calculations yourself, is 3 meters.
Did you shoot this?
No, I would never shoot such footage like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, get a tripod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did in the wind or something. But you can see here it shoots across the water into the top of the South Island. But see, the funny thing is here, he does all the work for you. You almost think he's a globe earther, but in fact he's a flat earther claiming that this is the proof.
Oh, that's why he doesn't know what a tripod is. He's a flat earther. Debbie put a video in Jem's Discord.
Yes, the Ibiza one.
The island of Ibiza.
Yeah.
Mediterranean. I can't remember the distance.
Yeah, it was
so Peter, your tripod wouldn't get any of these vibrations and wobbling effects, would it?
Once you've finished sharing this one, Terry, I'll set up the video so that we can show everyone what I recently just did with my tripod.
So I asked Debbie, I said, can you see the beaches in this observation? I didn't even look at it. I said, I bet you can't. And the thing is, Ibiza's famous for its beaches. That's one of the reasons a lot of people go there.
Yeah, exactly.
This may actually be worse than Travis.
Oh, look, he's got a tripod, just not using it.
Oh, thank you.
It's just decoration.
That was
What?
good to see.
What the?
He puts it on it now.
What the?
Yeah.
It- There it is. I got a tripod, I just don't use it.
What's the actual?
Couldn't
What
figure
the?
out how to mount the camera on it.
That is brilliant.
Of course, Debbie just started yelling at me for saying that.
Yeah,
So
yeah. She yelled at me too. But she yells at you and calls you sir at the same time. So it's quite.
She said, "It's not my observation. Ask the woman that shot it, not me."
Yeah, I know. I said
I
observer
think,
height
I
matters.
think
No, it
this,
doesn't.
I think this image here shows this whole video without showing any more. We don't need any more.
Oh my God.
Just see if he puts it on the tripod. I'm pretty sure he puts it on the tripod. We see the idea that, you know, when you ask a flat earther, they say, "Whoa, that's a big number. The peak shouldn't be seen at all."
I've seen a seagull.
They just say it shouldn't be seen at all. Obviously, this is sped up. You know.
Yeah, and the bottom obstruction shouldn't be seen at all either, should it?
No.
And it's like Huey said before, though.
I'm getting dizzy.
It's like Huey said before.
Look
Where's the
away.
beach?
Yeah.
Where's the sand? Where's that bit of it?
Yeah. And
Well,
where's
you
the
should be
mountain
able to see
range?
that, shouldn't you?
Well, I see
Yeah.
some atmospheric refraction when you zoomed in a little bit on the other one.
Especially Ibiza. I mean, that's surrounded by beaches. That's why people go there, and they're missing in that observation.
Funny that.
Ooh,
Is that Australia?
And so there's the mountain range, and you can see where the peak was showing before. All of that mountain range is gone. He quickly gets away from that, but all of that mountain range is gone. And the water ends, so it's not water just rising up. And when asking the flat earthers, they ran for the hills. Chemo told me that it was weather.
This is on the west coast, isn't it, by the look of it?
It's the bottom of the west coast of
Yeah.
North Island,
I
looking
figured,
across to the top of the
I
south.
deduced that myself because the sun was setting.
Oh, look at you.
So if it's here's a really important question.
Oh, dude, don't do that.
If it's a flat Earth and he's facing west at the moment,
Oh, that's Mount
What?
Kosciuszko.
well, I was going to say, why can't he see Australia?
Yeah, that's Mount Kosciuszko.
It's gotta be.
Well, it's because he's looking south, my friend.
Well, he was looking at the sun before, which is setting in the west.
That's a good question, Pete.
You saw the sun before as the sun was setting. So why couldn't you see Australia, or at least the say Victoria, Tasmania type area, as you would expect to see from the North Island of New Zealand, looking west on a flat Earth?
Yeah, 3 meters observer height. Exactly. Where's Australia?
Where's
Well,
Australia?
actually, if I look out over my ocean directly south-southeast, I should be able to see New Zealand.
Yep.
Exactly.
Sheeple and I should be able to stand on the shore of any of our beaches and get a telescope and wave at each other.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I said to you the other day.
Signaling.
Like I said to you the other day, Cypher. Why can't I go to Wilson's Prom and stand up on the top of the mountain there and see Tasmania?
Yep.
It's only 200k away. I
Yep.
can see 200k with the naked eye. Why can't I see Tasmania? It's a huge landmass.
Mm-hmm. Would you like me to tell you why you can't, Pete?
Because the Earth's flat. I mean, no.
Because there's a big chunk of Earth sitting in the way. It's called the
No,
curvature of it.
No, there's no Earth in the way. It's all water.
That's right.
He's done
Yeah.
he's
It's
done
wet,
the
it's
calculation for
wet
us.
Earth.
Wet Earth.
See, apparently on a flat Earth, 2,453 meters should be hidden for some reason.
Funny that.
So yeah, I don't know really why, because he's an avid flat earther. So I don't know what he was thinking.
I'll do
And
this
I think he was
quickly, Terry.
excited. I think he was excited. That's why he was shaking a lot, because he thought, "I got them. I got them. This
Yeah,
is
that
it."
wouldn't.
Disconnects it from the tripod. This is it. This
The
is it.
adrenaline. He's like, oh yeah, you might be right on that. Yeah.
But yeah,
Ooh.
All right, so I got myself a new tripod, didn't I? So here's 887 pictures that I put together in a short video.
go. Beautiful.
You can see one satellite and 4 planes, just so you know, if you got good eyes.
What about his other video, Sheeple? Square, straight, level, everywhere.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Don't worry about that.
Notice it's turning the opposite direction to Alan's one.
Hmm.
No, it's turning in the right direction.
It's turning the correct direction. That's
Correct
right.
direction. Yeah.
The same way as my clock turns.
Yeah.
I think Blue would have something to say.
Does that
about
mean clock should be turning the other way in the northern hemisphere?
Oh, that could be a.
Blue's going to ask what you've done with the stars.
I've changed them. I deleted the North Pole. I mean, what was it, Polaris? I photoshopped out Polaris, and then I made the whole lot turn backwards, and made all the star constellations different.
And what I like, Pete, is how you left the power lines there so that you had a point of reference to be able to measure what was happening. That was
unfortunately, because I'm too lazy to go anywhere, and that's right out, literally in my driveway at the front of my house, facing south. And as you could see, I actually got the center of the camera lined up with the center of the celestial pole, so I did quite well there, I thought. I was going to try and find a place where the power lines weren't in it, but then I thought, well, no, bugger it, the power lines can stay there, and it can give a point of reference and show that I haven't manipulated anything or anything like that. It is just what it is. I'm not turning the camera. I'm not doing anything like that. The stars behind the power lines are the ones that are seen to be moving.
That's strange. That can't happen on a flat Earth. What's the deal with that? Real-time CGI? Did you go and edit each one of those as you took them? It's the only way to do it.
Well, it took about 2.5 hours to take all the pictures.
Yep.
With the help of rocket scientists and the advice from Stingray. So Stingray told me to use DaVinci, so I downloaded DaVinci, and then rocket scientists helped me to work out how to turn it into an MP3. MP and MP4 format, so that I can. So it was a video.
Yep.
And it probably took about, I don't know, 15 minutes to render.
So basically, it didn't take you very long to get that evidence.
Oh, maybe 3 hours all up.
That's not not very much effort involved in it either.
No, Aaron, it was my video.
No, it's a good one.
Yeah, DaVinci's really good, isn't it?
Oh, look, I was struggling at first, Huey, I'll be honest. It's not as intuitive as I may have hoped, but I realise it's a program that's used by somewhat professional individuals. But now that I've started getting my head around it, it is really good. Like the way that you can change your frame rate and everything, it's quite.
You can't beat the price either, eh?
Well, it is the best price.
Yep, that's as good as it gets.
Aaron,
there is a professional version, but you won't need that unless you're doing some cinematic production. For everyday use, it's fine.
Oh, so you're saying JM Truth would download it?
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
I mean, the professional version.
I don't think even he needs a professional version.
I would strongly disagree with you on that point.
Aaron, it's a Canon 1200D. and I had my smaller lens, my 18 to 55 lens on.
We got another video. I'm sorry, I've been doing some editing and
That's all right.
working out over on the Peanut Gallery, reading things just to make sure people behaved.
Dr. Bob's back
I
in
heard
there.
that JM Truth produced a zombie video. Is that right? A zombie movie?
That's correct.
Have you seen it?
I mean, you can call it a video. I mean, you can't really. I mean, what would you call that?
A mistake.
You can't hear half of it. Half of the audio is missing, and then all of a sudden there's this one point where they're looking at a map on a signboard, and then all of a sudden the audio cuts in, and you're like, oh, okay, cool.
Where can you see this thing?
I think it's on his homepage for his production company.
Yeah, on his actual production. On his production. So it's what is it? What's his first name?
Joshua Michael.
Joshua Michael Production Limited webpage or whatever it is.
I might give it a look for a laugh. If it's not too long? How long is it?
So it's not long. It's only like probably 20 minutes or something.
I've got an Isaac, but I don't really want to play the one about the virus thing. I don't think that's relevant. But there is another one he just done recently 2 days ago, because that's the last one I've got. And it's Americans versus Australians on gun control.
Oh, that's somewhat humorous.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a change of pace, but let's see what normal Australians think of this gun thing.
You haven't gone to Australia, have you?
No. Oh. Why do I need to? I'm in America. You guys have the right to bear arms there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Under license, so it doesn't fall into the hands of nutcases and you have all of these high school.
Also, you have gun control.
Yes.
That's terrible. I don't want to live there.
Good evening. All Australians tonight share the horror of the Port Arthur massacre. 35 people are dead, 18 are injured. Police have now named the mass murderer. He is 28-year-old Martin Bryant, a local man believed to be intellectually handicapped.
The Port Arthur massacre in April 1996 was one of the bloodiest days in Australia's recent history. A man walked into a historical site with lots of tourists around and took many lives. It was a shocking time for the entire country, one that I can't remember, but looking back on news reports now, I can only imagine how full-on of an experience and the terror that was instilled in the community at that particular point in our history. Martin Bryant pleaded guilty to the attack and was given 35 life sentences and 135 years without parole. Many people question his role in this whole thing, but I'm not going to talk about that now. That is something for a completely different topic. But what did happen after that was the government responded swiftly. The Australian government, alongside the states and territories of Australia, decided that the best move at this point, with the lead of then Prime Minister John Howard, was to do something unthinkable at the time, and that is basically ban guns. Now, not actually ban guns. You could still get guns, but basically ban guns. In this buyback scheme, it was a lot harder to get guns, it was a lot harder to keep guns, and the Australian government said, right, we're going to give you some cash for all your guns because they're now illegal. The government bought back some 700,000 guns from the Australian public during that period. That meant there was a lot of guns off the street. There were still guns on the street, but there was a lot more gone. In layman's terms, in Australia right now, you can get a handgun, you can get a rifle, but it is very, very hard. You have to be on a property, or you have to be doing some hunting, or you have to have a specific license, you have to be part of a gun club, all these type of things. It makes it very difficult for you or I to go down to the store and say, hey, can I get a gun? And then in a few weeks they go, yeah, sure, no worries, you haven't committed any massive crimes, you can have a gun. Now that's very different in other countries, namely America. We all know the conversation in America about guns is a very divisive topic. Some people are dead against guns, some people absolutely love them. Me, personally, I love them. I know that's weird, probably coming from me, you probably think, oh, this bloke's never shot a gun. When I go around the country doing tours, I often go to shooting galleries and try out different weapons. They have these policies where, you know, you can come in without a license and you can shoot. I really, really enjoy that. And if it was possible for me to become a licensed shooter, I would. I haven't done that yet. Maybe it's something I will do in the future. The reason I like it is because it's loud, it's fun, and I get to practice my targets. That's basically it. I sit on the fence with this. Should guns be legal? Yes. Should they be easy to get? Not really. Should crazy people get them? No. How do we stop that? Probably licensing. Because in America right now, the gun problem is massive. Guns are absolutely everywhere. It's easy to get guns. Much easier than Australia. There were 434 mass shootings in 2019 that fit the criteria of this article where this was written. An average of 1.9 mass shootings a day. 1,643 victims were injured and 517 people died for a total of 2,160. Some of these shootings weren't mass shootings, they were gang related, so it's hard to sort of weigh those up, but it is a lot. But also at the same time, in London, there are more knife killings than there are gun killings in New York. So maybe just people are fucking crazy. So is there an answer here? I don't know. The big thing with America is a lot of people have guns. Guns massively outweigh the population of America. They are fucking everywhere. I'm looking forward to going over there because I will be doing some shooting. I'll go to some shooting ranges and thoroughly enjoying myself. But it is a concern, I guess. You worry about people walking around with guns and all this type of shit. You see photos and videos of people walking around with rifles. If you saw that in my hometown, you'd be like, holy fuck, what the fuck is this prick doing? And we must remember one of the things that all of these shootings, mass shootings or gang shootings or whatever, one of the things that all these have in common is either anger or mental illness. That's something we really need to weigh up. But also, America's population is fucking huge. The state of California, 40 million people, twice the size of Australia's population. Australia is the same size as America, geographically speaking, but California has more people than Australia. More guns. Now, why am I making this video? Well, I'll tell you. I saw this video on the Facebook and it pissed me the fuck off, all right?
You haven't gone to Australia, have you?
No. Why do I need to? I'm in America.
Because it's the highest living standard in the world. It's America times 10.
You guys have the right to bear arms there? Yeah.
Under license. So it doesn't fall into the hands of nutcases and you have all of these high school
Also, you have gun control.
Yes.
That's terrible. I don't want to live there.
This lady was talking mad shit about Australia. And I won't stand for it.
Where are you guys from?
Australia.
Nice, okay.
Now make America great again.
Okay.
Yeah, don't throw him out. Don't throw him out. Okay. You're more prosperous today than what you were yesterday.
I agree with that.
Fair point.
I've got a question for you. Can you tell me what the Australian Prime Minister is?
Nope. Because you know what? As an American, I honestly do not care about any other part of the world.
Suck a fat dick, sure. You don't know who our Prime Minister is, nor do we. Nor do we care. The last one was a dickhead, this one's a dickhead, they're all fucking dickheads. Australia is the most beautiful and wonderful location on the planet. When it's not on fire, or you're getting eaten by a crocodile. Other than that, it's fucking marvellous. You should check it out, love. Also, two things, get a fucking haircut and sort out that intro on this video. It's fucking shit.
Yeah, but you haven't gone to Australia, have you?
No. Why do I need to? I'm in America.
Because it's the highest living standard in the world.
Maybe not the world, but it's extremely close. There's beaches, there's amazing picturesque locations, there's really hot guys. Hello.
You guys have the right to bear arms there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Under license. So it doesn't fall into the hands of nutcases and you have all of these high school
Also, you have gun control.
Yes.
That's terrible. I don't want to live there.
We don't have guns like Americans.
You guys have guns.
Yeah, we do, but they're controlled.
Is that good?
Absolutely it is.
Why does my right to self-defense need to be controlled?
Why are you judging a country on the right to bear arms? There's a lot of other things going on when you go somewhere. I mean, let's look at it like this. The right to bear arms, having the license, all that type of stuff. For you to drive a car, a killing machine, much like a gun, to get your license in Australia behind that car, you have to do your learners, right? Your learners you have to have for a year or something. You have to do 120 hours behind the car. Then you have to go to your red piece for a year, then green piece for 2 years, and then finally they will trust you with a car, a killing machine. But to get a gun, you just want that? Come on, there has to be some fucking testing or some licensing, surely. It's a thing you can point at people and put them out. Dead. Gone.
Because we don't have nutcases.
Am I a nutcase?
No, but there's others out there that are.
So why do I have to have a license to protect myself against a nutcase?
Because in case it falls into the hands of wrong people.
Well, she isn't wrong there. Maybe it is a good thing for some people to carry guns because in America recently, of course. In Texas, there was a mass shooting, or at least an attempt, and a dude saw the mass shooting that was about to happen. He pulled out a pistol and shot the bloke in the head, and everyone cheered and loved him. Don't do mass shootings in Texas. Hot tip.
We're going to go. We're going to concert. Great catching up.
Right, don't ever become citizens, guys. We don't need you here.
Fucking righto, mate. Calm down.
So this is a good example of how people like to come over to this country and then try to tell us that...
You approached them. What are you talking about? It's okay to disagree. You're having a conversation, love.
Oh, I'm going to come and visit America. I love seeing everything here, that capitalism...
Capitalism? We're talking about guns. What are you... What? You're not very good at this arguing.
And then they want to tell you that the best place to live is Australia or some other different country. And this is the problem with immigration. People who want to come into this country illegally, even legally, if you look at demographics and if you look at immigration and where they're coming from, they come and they vote Democrat to take away your rights that are here in America in the first place.
Yeah, Australians tend to go there. They tend to come home too. 35 kilos heavier, but they come home. Let me wrap this up. Should people have guns? If they want, all right? Should everyone have guns? Fucking no, alright? Should there be proper licensing for firearms? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I going to America in August and I'm thoroughly looking forward to going to the shooting ranges over there? Abso-fucking-lutely as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't really know the answer to this topic at all because there's so many different variables, there's so many people's arguments, point of views. I'd love to know your point of view. Please let me know in the comments section below. I want to know Australians' opinions, Americans' opinions, British opinions, from everyone, every corner of the world. Let me know what you think about the American gun issue, and did Australia do the right thing? Is it not comparable? Let me know in the comments section below. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East, me dick stinks, and I'll see you all very soon. Toodaloo, au revoir. Bye. Here's a threat.
I'd just like to say something about that one, Terry.
Yeah, you can say whatever you like within reason.
I'm glad you added that last bit. So when little Johnny Howard, and I can say that because he's half an inch shorter than me, or my term of endearment for him, Johnny Flakjacket, and you'll understand when I tell this story. When he travelled around the country from area to area, the majority of that was the country regions when he introduced this buyback scheme for the weapons of all types and description within the new parameters of the weapons control laws. Me and my father, being avid shooters, actually went to one of the rally/presentation speeches that he gave at the country areas. Now, we went there more for the information rather than to be part of the demonstration and or rally that was going on, because he was answering the questions, the Q&A from the crowd and the audience, and all of that type of stuff. However, in my personal belief, he made one major mistake as far as our Prime Minister should have gone when he was doing this. But in saying that, I understand why. He turned up to the rally, the demonstration, the presentation that he was giving, wearing a three-piece suit with a flak jacket underneath. He was wearing a bulletproof vest for a remove the weapons from the country rally. Considering this all occurred literally within weeks of the Port Arthur shootings, and considering on top of that he was taking against the will of a lot of people weapons that, you know, they cherished and they owned and used regularly from the people of the country areas. I understand why he was wearing a flat jacket. Don't get me wrong. But it wasn't a very well thought out plan, because he's there wearing a flat jacket to a rally out in the middle of the country where predominantly the audience members were either hunt or game hunters and or shooters, whereas they wouldn't be aiming for his chest. If they were going to shoot him, they're not going to be aiming for his chest. And I'd just like to say that, you know, there was no point in him wearing that. It
No.
was just ridiculous.
If you're a person that lives out in the West and you grew up with a rifle, you're good at target shooting, you could shoot something between the eyes at 300 meters away, and if you're wearing a vest, you're not going to be targeting the chest.
No, and the thing is he was there trying to sell it to all these people, so it was almost a double-edged sword, because he was there saying, look, it's going to be okay, we're not taking everything, we're just taking these ones that can be used in a dangerous manner. There'll be exceptions, there'll be other things, you know, so he was really laying it all out. And the crowd themselves were quite receptive, you know. Predominantly, some of them were kicking up a stink about the weapons they were losing, but, you know, predominantly the crowd was quite happy with the answers and responses he was giving. But I'm only a short bloke, but he's shorter than I am, and you could see the vest underneath his three-piece suit.
Yeah, right.
It stuck out like the proverbial dog's, you know what's, you know it. And I just found that, and like it's something my father pointed out to me. He goes, you know, this man's up here trying to sell this thing to everyone, and he doesn't even trust his own people enough to stand up there in the open. You know, nothing happened, so it shows that he could have completely trusted the audience. You know, but he didn't trust the audience enough to even go there and speak to them openly and honestly about why he's doing
Here's
it.
a threat.
And
I'm
what
going to
the plan
infect
is.
you with the corona.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, that's my piece. Don't get me wrong. I totally agree to a point what happened. I think there was mistakes made with the way it was handled. But long, you know, in the long run, it worked out quite well. However, it only took weapons from the honest people. And that's the biggest problem, I think.
Is it possible that he had to wear that jacket because of some insurance requirement?
I think the local constabulary made him wear it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it is also possible that it was a requirement.
No.
No? Okay.
No. Because otherwise our 3 weeks earlier he was down on a local beach in his bathers swimming.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, so it was just a knee-jerk reaction to one, the shooting, and that he was going around taking weapons off everyone.
If it was a requirement, he'd always wear it, right? And it was only the one time. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
And with that point too, Pete, I used to do archery quite a bit with a good PSC Stinger X compound bow, and not to toot my own horn, but I could still hit a bullseye from 50 meters away, slightly downhill, or like behind a hill. So I mean, that's all it would have taken.
Yeah.
And you can still quite freely get, you know, compound, and it's a completely different thing to a gun. A compound, or, you know, a recurve bow, or we're not allowed crossbows here in New South Wales, and I'm not too sure. I think there's a couple of states you can, maybe Queensland. Anyone know that? Anyone know where you can get a crossbow here? Legally?
I was going to say you can buy it from Wish, but I don't think it's legal.
So yeah, that's, you know, a rifle type gun, but you can still quite freely get yourself a ready to shoot compound bow and all the trimmings that go along with that.
And just to clarify, Australia hasn't lost its weapons.
No, that's right.
I've in my gun safe, I've got a 9-shot magazine fed magazine fed single shot bolt action 22 long. So that's the smallest one I've got. I've got a 410 side by side. I've got a 410 and 22 side by side. I've got a 3220 lever action, single shot shotgun. So we still have weapons. The majority of the weapons that were removed were things like semi-automatic and weapons that could be changed into semi-automatic or fully automatic.
Modified. Yeah, yep. That was actually a big thing about
So,
that whole thing.
Yes. So, pump action shotguns, because how quickly you can get rounds out of the chamber as it would be. They were the ones that were removed.
Yep.
You know, the legalities of everything is that, yes, there is now, you have to go and sit a test. Once you've completed, which is a 3-day course, or it's three 1-hour lessons. Then you sit the test, you pass the test, then you go and apply to the police. Once you've applied to the police, they'll do a background check on you, including any mental health issues that you may have had or do have. And then the leading firearms officer in the area will make a decision if you get a license or not, and what particular license you're allowed to. The follow-up after that is things like, if you purchase weapons, they have to be kept in a safe location. The police quite often come and will check your security of your device that you've got them locked up in. So this illusion that Australians don't have weapons, no, it's not right. We still have guns. And like Isaac said, it's an involved thing to go and get them, but it's really not it's not hard. And you can, if you basically worked out you wanted to go shooting in a month's time, you could get your license in that month and purchase, or, work it all out that way. So it's not that out of the...
There's a lot of feral shooters out in Queensland. Pig shooting, deer hunting, and all that type of thing. Even the slingshot, ball bearing slingshot, that's legal in Queensland.
The Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think Queensland might be. I think Queensland might also be able to get crossbows as well. But Queensland is crazy.
Bob Senior in the YouTube chat just said that crossbows are okay in Queensland, illegal everywhere else. Slingshots are also illegal.
Yep.
That's all right. I make glove guns, not slingshots.
And you were right when you pointed out that it's not impossible to get them. It's just highly illegal. And if you get caught with it, you're going to cop a massive penalty for it.
Embol, carrying concealed anywhere, carrying in the public, you can't, unless the only time that you can carry in public is if you've got for example, a security guard or a officer that's got a carry permit. And when they carry, they're meant to have it displayed, unless of course they're a police officer undercover or something like that. When quite often will be in a vest set up.
A holster that you can physically see. Yep.
Even down in Victoria, I think air rifles, I'm still of the belief that you can get an air rifle license as a junior. And that's very uninvolved, but it has to be with the consent and knowledge of the parents.
Yeah, Victoria's actually pretty good with their, regulations on weapons and things like that. I believe you can't even get a sharp samurai sword down there, or even a blunt one.
In Victoria?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can.
Th-
You can.
you
It's
can?
there's ways around it. They've got to be blunt though. They can't be sharp.
See, whereas here I can go to a Chinese forge and order a what they call a shinken, sharp katana, one that would take your head off. Not a problem. Can have it displayed. I can actually take it from my home in its carrying case or whatever to training. I can train with it at the martial arts dojo, and then I can put it back in its case and bring it home again. But if it's, if I get pulled over, I have to actually show the police that I have a training hall to be using my katana in.
Most of the guns that I was just Googling all the pictures, were all either rifles or and a few shotguns.
Yeah, so like I said, Terry, the high proportion of them were high-powered semi-automatic weapons. There was quite a few pump-action shotguns, but we're talking, and when I say high power, we're talking 5.56 or 7.62 style weapons. There was a lot of weapons from RSLs and stuff like that had to be made safe, which classified as inoct, and they changed the regulations with that so that there was no way that had to be done in such a way that there was no way that it could be undone. So we're talking about filling the barrels full of steel.
Yeah, they corked them.
Yeah.
Yep.
The firing pins had to be removed and filled so that a firing pin couldn't be put back into it. The action could work, however, it had to be set up in a way that it couldn't actually take a round.
And I think one of the things with shotguns too, Pete, was they actually really looked hard at the magazine-fed shotguns that you click back with the pump, and yeah, they were outright banned basically.
That's a fully auto rifle that man's holding there.
It's an AR style. But you see, the thing is you can. A lot of those AR style weapons are semi-automatic, and
tactical shotguns,
and they were set up in such a way that all you had to do, if you knew what you were doing, was add a piece of metal in one place, and it would become fully automatic.
Yes, indeed.
And this was where the issue lay with a lot of the semi-automatic weapons, was that they believed that was the case, or the people making the laws believed that this was the case for any semi-automatic weapons. Now, my father actually had a semi-automatic 22. Yes, a 22 can kill you. I'm not going to argue this point. I've done it a few times. But the way that was designed, there was no way to make it fully automatic. It just could not be done. We used it for shooting the fox whenever the fox came up around the chicken house on the farm, because a single shot from a 22, even nicely aimed onto its head, you've got probably about a 70% chance that it's just going to bounce off its head. It will make the fox very mad unless you're very close. And you don't get close to a fox that's stalking a chicken house. You're normally shooting about 100, 200 meters away. And at that range, a 22 long will literally bounce off a fox. And if you happen to hit it through its body, it will run off. It will lick itself until it heals, and it will come back. So there should have been more concessions made, I believe, and there should have been some weapons that were put on that list that shouldn't have been. But that's just my personal opinion. I won't.
Well, since you brought up the AR-15, I saw a video, and I'm trying to find it now, but there was a video where a guy actually reloaded an AR-15 and kept firing it until he got to the point where I think the gas cylinder the gas cylinder, I think it was, that cooled down the barrel stopped working. He actually fired it to the point that it overheated and jammed the mechanisms.
So the gas cylinder, what happens when you fire a round down the barrel? Once the round gets to a certain place, the expanding gases goes into the gas cylinder and then recocks the weapon.
Gotcha.
So it's the expanding gases that go into that gas piston and recock the weapon. Look, I've watched people fire weapons until they're literally glowing. It is really not good for them. But you can do it. Sorry, it can be done. But we're talking thousands of rounds.
Oh, well, that was a bit of a break from Flat Earth crap. Back to Flat Earth crap.
Oh, shit.
Bugger.
Well, I was waiting for the Americans to come in, and then we could have a bit of a debate on all this, but we didn't really get very far.
Blue went quiet.
Yeah, Blue went quiet. Bob out in the peanut gallery. He was carrying on. I know it's a contentious issue between America and Australia because we're different cultures and things. But imagine what America would be like if it didn't have that law or didn't have that thing written in the Constitution of bear arms thing.
Go on, Blue. Blue, I know you want to say something.
What would things be like? Would things be the same as what they are now, or do you think they'd be in a way similar to how we've gone and we've actually changed laws, or there would have been laws a long time ago because of more people but then you got things going back to the Wild West days, people had guns walking around and things like that. So is it in the culture? Is it the lifestyle? The Constitution thing with the bear arms thing?
I think the Constitution has a lot to do with it. I mean, it has everything to do with it, really. You can argue all day and all night about what that was, what the founding fathers really meant by keeping bear arms and where the comma is, and all the rest of that.
And also the meaning of it in the wording, because the way that things were written back then, not just in that document, but in other documents that government officials wrote, the wording of things is a lot different to what we would word it now. So when they wrote the Constitution to bear arms, it wasn't written in the same context as what we think it means in today's meanings, because that was only for a militia or a group of people to be able to stand up, grab your pitchforks, your baseball bats, or whatever you had back then, and go and overthrow the local authority of a government or whatever it was.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what it says. In order to maintain a well-armed militia, comma.
Yeah, comma.
That's the problem, the comma.
And the other thing is, Terry, that I think that needs to be touched on with that though, is when the Constitution was written, what type of weapons did they have as far as guns? They were muskets.
Yeah.
They would pour the powder down the thing. They would shove some cotton down it. Then they'd tamp it. Then they'd drop a bearing. Then they'd drop a bit more cotton behind it. You're looking at probably 30 seconds between each shot at it for a good person.
Yeah, a really good guy could do three rounds a minute.
Yeah.
So in that time, I could ride up on my horse with you with a pitchfork or a sword or something and attack you quicker than reloading my rifle.
It gives you a good chance to escape too, Terry. Like your first shot over their heads, because we do that type of stuff, don't we? The warning shot over their heads. Then they've got the 30-second interlude between the next ball coming towards them.
And that's why a bayonet was thrown on the end of them to help.
Well,
we can't shoot you, we'll stab you.
Yeah. Well, that 30 seconds, they can make the choice. Now, do I run at them or do I run away from them? You know?
Have you guys seen the Jim Jeffries stand-up where he talks about gun control?
No.
It's pretty fun. It's on Netflix, or if you Google it, just look Jim Jeffries gun control. I think he's from... I don't want to guess wrong because I'll get killed if I guess wrong. Where's he from? He has the right accent.
He's from Australia. He's from Sydney.
If I guessed wrong, I was going to get shot. So
yeah, I guarantee you, basically,
don't get shot. Don't get no pun intended.
Yeah,
they don't have guns.
Yeah,
Don't
he's
worry
Australian.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
They may
fact
throw
that,
shit at you though.
yeah, but he lives in America and he understands you people, right?
You people.
You people.
You
people.
You people.
See,
Somebody
I knew I'd get a rise.
You people.
So you mean our brothers?
Well, I don't know. Do they want to be classified as convicts?
Oh well, some of them were just the same as Australia.
I know, I understand this, but it's the way he spoke about the gun control, and he made his premise at the start of that bit that he goes, there's a 50-50 divide in this audience. I know right now, 50% of you don't like guns. The other 50% will turn around and say, I love my fucking guns, right? Don't take my guns. Now, what he turned around and said, but of the entire thing, 10% of you are like, oh, I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to shoot him. You can't do that, though. And then when he gets into his spiel, he talks about the bit where he's in London, where I think basically the best weapon you can have is a knife, right? But even if he had a gun, he was naked in his bed with his girlfriend. Burglar came in the window and then threatened him and his girlfriend, right? So I don't know how many people wear their holster naked while they're sleeping.
Not very American if you do.
Yeah, but I think that was a very good analogy that in a country like in London, where knife violence is higher, right? Same thing here. Most violent crimes are done with a sharp implement.
Mm-hmm.
But how he stated it was, so there are some states in the US where you do have to lock up your guns. But how safe is that? That, oh, I need it for protection. But the bloke comes in the door, says, hand over your money. And you have to go, hang on a minute, mate. And you walk over to your safe and you go to remember the combination. You yell out to your wife, what, your mother's birthday? And you're doing the combination. You wait there, mate. Hang on. But then, of course, you've got to go to the other cabinet to get your firing pin.
Can't be under a combination. Just so you know, has to be a key.
No, but this was what made the joke. Okay, that he had to spend time to open the safe, right? But then you'd have to get the weapon. Then you'd have to put you may have to put the stock back on that gun. You may have to put the firing mechanism back in that gun. Then you may have to load that gun. By then, you're dead.
That's why you have a dog as well.
Well,
you can't. It's easier to go hunting with a dog and a gun.
But the other comment he made, which I thought was brilliant, is like, how many people are actually trying to kill you that you need 10 guns? If you need it for protection, what are you protecting yourself from? Who are you afraid of? Who is it that's coming to kill you?
And I think this, although, and the way the laws are written in Australia now, this is where, like Isaac said before, one of the criteria would be a farmer. Now, my father literally used to sleep 2 foot away from the gun safe. The key was out of sight but within reach from his bedside. So as soon as he sat up, he could reach the hidden key within a few seconds. The only time those guns came out of the safe was if we were going to shoot rabbits or if we were shooting the fox, pretty much. And occasionally when we were going down to start the water pump right down the back paddock to as a nice way to convince snakes that biting me wasn't a good idea. They don't like 410 shot going in their general direction, and they seem to wriggle away quite quickly. But you know, like by the time the dog barked at night time, Dad would know the dog's bark was different when she got woken up by the fox. And I think the longest it ever took Dad to go out to take up a site down at the chook shed was probably about 5 minutes. You know, and by that stage you'd walk out and here's Dad standing on the back doorstep taking a sight picture of the chook shed, generally in his Grundies.
I don't think it matters what you're wearing when you're trying to stop someone from invading you.
Yeah, but I'm realistically, I think home invasion's not really the thing where you're, especially at night, where a weapon is going to be useful anyway. Because, like you said, if you get woken up and they're already in the house, it's too late.
And how do you know it's them and not one of your family if it's dark?
It's Grummy's pajamas.
Could be one of the kids sneaking
Grundies,
back in after a party.
Grundies, undies.
Oh, Grunnies.
Grundies.
Grundies.
Underwear.
Gentlemen's underwear.
Grundies.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's underwear. Yeah.
Understood.
We like vernaculars.
Yeah,
actually,
another great word.
Pro tip, people are a lot less willing to challenge someone that's naked. Little life hack there.
Except for the guy with the gun.
Well, I have been in the position when my parents, so I lived in a lovely little country area, which happened to be I was surrounded by probably about 200 potato farms. And at that time of year, you would end up getting the potato pickers to come in and pick potatoes after the harvesters had gone through. I would have been about 21, 22-ish.
So about the same height you are now, right? Pun.
Yeah, anywho, we had a large shed that had Dad's vintage cars in it. I'm lying there one night at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and the dog started doing its low growl that something was going on with a couple of barks, and I woke up hearing her. I'm home alone, about 30k from the nearest town. So I went and grabbed the 410 and grabbed the rock salt rounds that we had prepared for such occurrences as when stray dogs had been getting into the rubbish and stuff, and walked out the front door just in time to see the shed door closing, and it was a big roller door, so it wasn't like a sideways roller door. It wasn't up and down. There was no way an animal would close a door. I would have been about 30 or 40 metres away from the shed, and I just yelled out, whoever just went in that shed, turn your ass around and get out of the shed now. I've already called the police. They're on the way. It was just dead silent. It was a double barrel 410. The first round went straight up into the air. Within half a second, the shed door flew open and he went running up the driveway. Never to be seen again, you know.
Not surprising.
Now, in that set of circumstances, yes, I was shitting myself. I had the shotgun the 410 in my hand. I wasn't that worried. I was fairly certain he wasn't going to come and challenge me because he would have been just a potato picker. But there was no way that I wanted to go through Dad's vintage cars and knock one off either. The cops eventually turned up. I told them what happened, and they ended up doing a patrol for the next half hour and picked him up about 2 days later. You know, so win-win. Everyone was happy.
Oh, so you're still game enough to wander around and to probably do some more stealing, but didn't think that anyone was going to be looking for him.
I think he shit himself when he heard the shotgun go off, Terry.
Yeah, but 2 days later, he was still found wandering around.
No, he was found at the caravan park where all the potato pickers were camped out.
Oh, okay. Well, did you able to give a description, were you, or was it too dark?
He got found with other goods.
Oh, okay.
Was he naked?
That's proof that you guys are upside down.
That's right.
You guys pick potatoes. We have to dig ours up out of the ground.
Oh, but we use harvesters to pull them out of the ground, and then people go along and pick up the ones that didn't get picked up and put in the hopper.
Yeah.
Jeez, Blue.
I'm just saying.
Look, you ruined Blue's perfectly good.
That worked for me. I was about to agree with Blue.
Yeah, and then you ruined it, Davros.
I was agreeing with him.
Yeah, but
look, I was saying about not challenging a naked person. There's a show on Netflix called Marco Polo. Has anyone seen it? A naked woman kills 3 guys.
We talking about naked or naked?
Naked. Or naked.
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 Well, they're different.
Oh, okay.
Okay, skinned. Skinned.
Naked means you don't have any clothes on.
Yeah.
Naked means you don't have any clothes on and you're up to something.
I like naked.
I was wondering what the difference was.
Yeah, me too.
Killing 3 guys up to something. She killed them all, 3 of them that came after her. Yeah, she took her clothes off and killed them.
So she was naked.
She was naked.
That's naked. Yeah.
No, she got naked. No, she got naked.
Yep, we got that.
Got naked.
Yep.
Naked on the dick.
You're out on the dick. Yeah.
I had a go.
Oh, don't start the dick.
The dick. It's too late, Terry. The dick's already out again.
Look. Where's Wally's here? Where's Wally's going to straighten you out?
Thank God for Wally.
Where's Wally?
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Today we're going to have a look at a little channel called Woke. He thinks he's so woke. Anyway, I always like to have a look around the comments of these little channels to see who's who in this particular zoo. And look, there we go, we've got a comment by Derek Duvet. Well, that's got to be a feather in your cap, Woke. Oh, and look at this, he wants this to go viral. Well, let's see what we can do for him. Hey, we might all just pay him a visit and see what we can do. Might just all drop by and say hello.
Glass of water.
The bench is level.
Level.
Oh, Woke, my friend, that is sheer genius. Measuring the top edges of the glass and not the water. No one would have thought of doing that. I mean, no one would do that.
No matter the quantity, it is always level, guys.
There was any water or not.
Here's your proof.
This guy.
Stop yelling gravity at me.
Oh, is he another?
Gravity's not real.
Water's
How
flat.
many
water
Aussies?
is.
Oh my god.
And I can prove it to you this easily. There it is. Look at that.
That's
It's
curved.
perfect.
That looks like curved water to me.
That's more level than the bath is.
Oh, so your bath's not level, mate. You should sack your builder, whoever put that in.
Doesn't matter.
The only thing is, it's floating because of buoyancy, which is related to gravity.
And be level. It does not conform to the outside of a ball. You've never seen that ever in your whole
Waste of
life,
water.
other than what NASA
Yeah,
is
we're on
showing.
water restrictions here.
Oh, it's not just NASA, mate. What about what those Kiwis are showing us? Those electron rockets. Yep, that is definitely New
rocket
Zealand
labs,
down
yeah.
there. And
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can see New Zealand.
Hello, beautiful.
yep, that is definitely New Zealand down there, and that's definitely water conforming to the outside of the globe. You're not going to dish your Kiwi cousins over across the ditch, are you? Okay, enough of this mucking around in the small water. Wolfie, I told you, mate. Look, enough of this mucking around in the small water. Let's skip to the main event. Where is your final big body of water?
Please wake up, guys. It's really this obvious.
Oh, Princess Street. Compliments of Wolfie, I take it. I hope you got a better deal on the licensing fee than I got.
You already know water's level.
Level and flat are two different things, mate.
Levels are flat and don't curve, ever. If you measure one side of a lake's level and you went over to another side of it and it's level, the whole way across is level because all water's level.
Agreed.
It's impossible for it to curve.
Sure, you can go down to the water and it's level, and you can go all the way across the other side and the water is still level. You can even measure the water all the way across. It'll be level all the way over. But I tell you what, with those levels, mate, they are not coplanar. And look, we measured them. Well, are you going to show me your flat proof or not?
It's impossible for it to curve.
It's impossible.
That's why you've never seen it do it, because it doesn't.
When are you going to show me this flat proof? All I'm seeing is globe signs here. Look, you amaze me, mate. You showed us footage from one of the premier provider of globe proof videos in the world, and you're trying to claim these show flatness. Tell him he's dreaming.
Go and actually look and observe and watch what's repeatable right in front of you.
Oh, I might go and have a look and see what other adventures he's been having on his channel. Oh, crikey, you're not going to believe this. Woke is a Yowie hunter, looking for the entrance to the inner earth. All right, well, you do you, mate, and I'll just back away slowly. Oh, and next time I do a bushwalk around here, I'll be sure to take some of these with me so I can toss them over my shoulder and yell, look, there's a Yowie over there, mate. But before we go, explain to Woke how an auto level can be used to show curvature. Look, an auto level is something many people, tradies, builders, and all these guys are very familiar with. And Woke, I'm sure you can borrow one for the weekend, so I suggest you do that and try this yourself. So to finish off nicely, I'll play Ruhif's video on how to use an auto level to show curvature and how it can be measured, not just observed. Look, I'll skip the calibration part, but it is very important to do it if you intend to replicate this part of the test. So the link is in the description as always. Now, here is Ruhif proving the curvature with an auto level. And guys, go and sub to Ruhif. He always has the best smackdown videos, and I think he's got Tolan's in his sights again, so that's going to be great.
All right, but how can we use the auto level to show curvature? All right, we do reciprocal shots. Okay, so this is what it would look like on a flat plane. We set up our auto level, do a long shot over to some point in the distance. We then go to where that shot landed and shoot back towards our first location. On a flat plane and a perfectly level auto level, those should coincide. So you should point straight back down the lens of your auto level from the first shot on a flat plane. However, on a globe, when you set up your auto level to do the first shot, you will reach some point over here. You'll then go over to that point and shoot back towards your first shot. But on a globe, there is obviously some drop due to curvature. So what will happen is that you will overshoot your target. You will aim high, or the crosshairs will be higher than your first shot. And it will be equal to double the drop for each shot. All right, so what I tried to do today is go over to North Head in Sydney and point back roughly to Harry's house. So here's my coordinates here, and here I was at the corner of this little viewing platform. There is another viewing platform just over here, which is a couple of meters lower, which will come in handy when you see the footage later. But pointing back towards the west, towards Harry's place. All right, and here we are. So this is a little video showing what I saw on the way back. So, here's a little close-up. So auto level said that level was around about here, so just below this red roof line and around about this front bumper of the car. So I had to drive quite quickly to try and get around to there before these cars moved. I failed. That car had already moved. So here is a rough approximation. but I also had the roof line to work against as well. And I tried my best to underestimate or shoot my level, because that is generous to the flat earth. All right, so there I am. So I'm roughly in line with that roof line as well as the front bumper of the car. So I am where I shot to from North Head. All right, but let's work out some predictions for what we should see when we point the auto level back towards the first shot. All right, so remember that the auto level actually points down. It's not perfectly calibrated and points down by 0.0055 degrees. Over that distance of around about 5 kilometers, that comes out to be 0.47 meters. And obviously over both shots, you need to double that to 0.94 meters. So on a flat earth, we should see the crosshairs about 1 meter below the first shot, and that's composed entirely of the error in the calibration. However, on a globe, there is 1.61 meters of refracted drop, which you can get from the Metabunk curve calculator. So over both shots, forwards and backwards, you need to double that to 3.22 meters, and then incorporate the same error that the auto level has of 0.94 meters, bringing us down to about 2.3 meters above the crosshairs. Above the first shot. That's where the crosshairs should be. All right, so let's have a look at the actual video.
Yeah, and it really helps that
It looks pretty good, doesn't it? So there's the lower observation deck, and there's the higher one where I took the first shot from. So here is the first shot location, just above the railing. Here is some guy here standing here just for scale, and here are the crosshairs. So again, on a flat earth, the prediction was that the crosshairs would be 0.9 meters below the first shot, so somewhere down here. And on a globe, the crosshairs should be 2.3 meters above the first shot, somewhere up near where the crosshairs actually are. The end.
Well, if you liked what we did here, how about you give me a click, a like, a subscribe, and I'll finish off with that promised little bit of the laser and conspiracy cats. This was for his celebration a couple of months ago, but I'm sure he won't mind it if we show it. It's pretty amazing. So I sends my data and my experiment to Conspiracy Cats just to do a peer review, and what does he do? Oh, not enough data points. Reject the outliers. Grade it on a normal curve. Come on, use the right Q test. Man, this guy. Now take that, would you?
How close is he to that lighter?
Oh, this could get ugly.
Now see, he goes, do you see? Do you see?
This Conspiracy Cats is going to get him
Man,
back.
do you see, mate? Do you see? Goodness me. Take that.
There's nothing wrong with that laser there. That one seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
have
think
that.
it's a 1.5
How do
or
you
a
like
3
them
megawatt
apples?
laser.
Conflict in the globe side.
That was a good one.
Oh, but perspective. You're not taking in perspective.
Yep. It didn't help that he was aiming at a cliff and not actual water as well. I actually know that part of Sydney. I used to live near there. And yeah, that's it's not a great place to be taking observations like that. It's very rocky and yeah, not very good to set things up. Funnily enough, he didn't go to one of the headlands and film one of the ships disappearing like Ranty loves to do to prove the globe. But yeah, there's plenty of spaces around there he could have done better observations from. I think there's a reason he picked that particular spot, honestly. I don't, it's got nothing to do with, trying to fudge numbers or, whatever the flirts usually do. But it does.
Oh, I'm just replying to somebody in the peanut gallery. Oh, did I spell concentrating wrong? We're still talking about guns. Look, we've gone past that, Phil.
Yeah.
No, I'm picking on Aaron Armstrong. Being a non-scheduled show, I don't know what else I've got for you.
Well, with that segue, we can bring up that Kansas thing. It's been in my craw all week.
What do you
So
got?
the Kansas is flatter than a pancake paper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So all this week we've been arguing with Jin BCR over in Gen Panda's server.
Jin CBR1.
Jin CBR1, that's him. And Jin brought that paper up and said, "Oh, this is a paper that proves flat Earth because it says Kansas is flatter than a pancake." Now, FTFE actually got an email from the author of that paper, and I've actually I had him forward me a copy of that, and I'd like to read it if you guys don't mind. And long story short, Jin...
Have you got a screenshot or anything of it?
I've got the...
Just say welcome back, Carl. You must have got some power back.
Yeah, we've got a topic today, Carl.
I'll bring it up.
No name.
Did everyone go quiet? No, we're waiting for you to come in, no.
Really quiet. We're hunting wabbits.
Duck season.
Be
Duck season.
very quiet.
Wabbit season. Supposed to say duck. I don't know. I forget which way it goes. I know it goes one of those ways, and then you say shoot or something.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I say it's duck season. Fire!
Duck season, fire! And he always ended up with his beak either off or around the other side of his head.
Yeah, his beak just spins around.
Before you start that, Cypher, I just want to say that's dedication to you out there. Carl's got no power, but he's working off a laptop with 1 hour battery left to continue watching.
Get the wind up. Start pedaling.
Get on the bike and start pedaling, Carl. Charge your battery up again.
That is dedication to the show.
What's No Name doing working at this time
Respect.
of night? 2:30 in the morning. Do a night shift.
We woke him up.
Oh, sorry.
No, he shouldn't have his headphones in. That's the problem. All right, Cypher. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
yeah,
you're
the professor's here. He's probably he'd probably be home by now. He should be.
He's in the chat.
And in fact, I'm actually going to find the original article too, because I think it'd be interesting to have a look at that.
Bob reckons he was too busy to join us.
Oh, Bob's doing another video, guarantee it.
Yeah,
well, I've got one of his videos here that I was going to.
Oh, if you want to do that, give me.
No, you do this while I do my thing. You do that.
All right.
You take over the show for a minute. I'll be right.
Woohoo!
Jesse, you have to excuse me. I got a jet. It's like past midnight. I got this job thing in the morning.
That job thing.
That sounds like a global problem. The fact that it's midnight, time zones and stuff.
And
imagine
work.
That.
Yeah, work's a four-letter word,
All right, then.
Harry, thanks for having me, gentlemen. It was a pleasure. Have a good night. Cheers.
I'm glad you're able to make it now. Sometimes Rocket Scientist.
Well, I can make the pre-show because it's earlier, not your actual show because that starts at like 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot later. Yeah, I'll keep doing the pre-show earlier in our afternoon. That way, some people can join, which makes.
I appreciate that.
Okay then.
Yeah. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers,
See you,
mate.
mate.
See you, mate.
See ya.
See, we've got a real actual rocket scientist, but he's never actually explained if he knows about rockets or not. I'll have to ask him next time.
He's a physicist.
He works.
He will He will tell you on everything from your atomic scale to how it is that things get into orbit, and he will tell you to shut up because you're wrong, because he can.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so who have got the original paper that they wrote? This is a complete parody. You can see here by Mark Fonstad, William Pugach, and Brandon Vogt. Department of Geography, Texas State University, San Marcos, Texas. Department of Geography, Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona. In this report, we apply basic scientific techniques to answer the question, is Kansas as flat as a pancake? While driving across the American Midwest, it is common to hear travelers remark, this state is as flat as a pancake. To the authors, this adage seems to quantitatively capture some characteristic of a topographic geodetic survey. The obvious question, how flat is a pancake, spurned our analytical interest, and we set out to find the flatness of both a pancake and one particular state, Kansas. Technical approach to pancakes and Kansas. And already like anyone sort of rational, I would hope, is starting to like giggle into their coffee and go, this is good.
Technical approach to pancakes.
A technical approach to pancakes and Kansas, mind you. Bearing the acquisition of either a Kansas-sized pancake or a pancake-sized Kansas, mathematical techniques are needed to do a proper comparison. Some readers may find the comparing of a pancake in Kansas to be analogous to the comparing of apples and oranges. We refer those readers to a 1995 publication by NASA's Scott Sanford, who used spectrographic
Well, hi
techniques
everyone,
to do a
and greetings from
comparison.
Northern.
Sorry.
Bloody hell, Terry!
Yeah, that's all right. Bob can interrupt. So, who use spectrographic techniques to do a comparison of apples and oranges. One common method of quantifying flatness in geodesy is the flattening ratio. The length of an ellipses or arc's semi-major axis, I have to go up a little bit to see underneath the box, axis is compared with its measured semi-minor axis B using the formula for flattening F equals, in parentheses, A minus B divided by A. A perfectly flat surface will have a flattening f of 1, whereas an ellipsoid with equal axis lengths will have no flattening and f will equal 0. For example, the Earth is slightly flattened at the poles due to the Earth's rotation, making its semi-major axis slightly longer than its semi-minor axis, giving a global. Now remember that when Jin BCRF has claimed that this thing says that this proves the Earth is flat, he must have missed the word global there massively, because this is about the state of Kansas, not the globe, in the first place.
Okay, this is about Jin, right? He lives in Japan. He's got the best place to make these observations. Go and see if he can see North Koreans' hills. If you can't see them, it's not flat.
So, I mean, right there, I mean, that's the first sort of point where you have to go, well, Jin, you can't really use this. And I argued this point with him for about 3 days now. I said, I contacted FTFE for the email that I'm about to read out, and I'll do that now because I don't think we need to go any further with this. I mean, it's obviously what it is. And these emails. So this is the email that Mark Fonstad sent FTFE. And this was, I'm not too sure when this was, but FTFE was going to do a debate with someone on that very paper. So, dear FTFE, it has been relayed to me that you'll be debating a flat Earth advocate soon. If you are not, but know of the person who is, perhaps you might relay to me who that is. If that is you participating in such a debate, or just for general information, perhaps there is no such upcoming debate, I thought I should convey a couple of thoughts to you. That is because my name is Mark Fonstad. It was my parody article, Kansas is Flatter Than a Pancake, that sometimes is used as evidence for a flat Earth advocacy position. While I myself do not engage in debates with flat Earth advocates, I don't find such debates useful, and I worry about seeming to give standing to such a position through the discourse of debate. I would not want my own views to be misused. First, there is no evidence whatsoever for a flat Earth. Instead, there is now over 2,000 years of observations and reasoned arguments in favor of our modern three-dimensional view of Earth. I should also add that no flat Earth advocate has specifically asked me whether or not my paper gives support to the notion to a flat Earth. Perhaps they fear, rightly, that I would say, no, it does not. Second, the digital data I use to measure the topography of Kansas from the United States Geological Survey had sea level as its base elevation, its datum. As such, there is no information in that data describing the large area shape of the Earth at all, and in fact did use the word global. As such, there is no information in that data describing the large shape area of the Earth. Another way to think of that data set is the topography of the Earth that remains once all of the large area shape of the Earth has been removed. I'll let that sink in. I'll say it again. Another way to think of that data set is the topography of the Earth that remains once all of the large area shape of the Earth has been removed, the rest of the globe.
You cut out, Cypher.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
You're good.
Okay.
You're good here.
Yep. As such, there is not one point of data in my study that says anything at all about the overall shape of the Earth. Well, there is actually. He does say the word global in there. So there we go. Third, the paper I published, as well as the journal it is published in, were devoted to parody. That means a joke. That's a Saturday Night Live sketch. That's what NASA Blackside Area 69 is. It's a parody. It's a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously. The fact that the paper is being used in a serious way, I find simultaneously pitiable, ridiculous, and hilarious. Fourth, the idea that a two-day effort parody science article containing no information about the Earth's large area shape would be used as evidence to support the notion of a flat Earth to be the quintessential example of confirmation bias. Its users are so desperate to confirm their own view of the world that they misrepresent both published research as well as the views of that researcher's authors. Whether such misrepresentation is deliberate or instead the product of delusion or peer pressure, I cannot say. At the very heart of science is the notion of self-critique, that I allow my own ideas to be cast down should counter evidence or reasoned argument refute those ideas. Clearly, that notion of self-critique is not being practiced by advocates of a flat Earth view. Sincerely, Mark Fonstad, Department of Geography, University of Oregon.
Very
So
nice.
yes, it is a complete parody. It shouldn't be taken seriously, and I just wanted to put that out for people to hear because this thing is not real. You can't use it as evidence of a flat Earth, and that's just yeah.
I saw a video, and I cannot remember who it was, but they did a comparison of the Earth to a pancake, as in globally. They did not just a state, but they did the whole world.
Yep. And it would be, I would say, based on the same sort of parody that they were aiming for with that.
Well, they actually did the math and everything like that went with it. Once again, they did it to scale. And even with Mount Everest, the pancake still won. You know, the thing's laughable. Like the whole thing behind it all is the individuals that are prepared to argue these points don't realize that they're very, very little in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, tiny. We're not much bigger. If we were to think of the universe, we would barely register as an atom in that size of the universe, honestly, if we, scaling things up here. And when I brought this up to Jin BCR over on GemPanda's server, he adamantly insisted. I passed him on the email address so he could contact Mark Fonstad himself. His response was to turn around and tell me, I've decided that I'm not going to do that because I don't need to talk to him because the state of Kansas has actually said that they're extremely proud of that paper and that's how they like it, basically. He has no need to research or, cite, actually make sure the source is credible. So anything that he says from now on, I've actually lowered him right down on volume so I don't have to hear any of his ridiculous dribble anymore. And that's my rant.
Who's that?
Jin BCR1.
Oh, yeah.
BBR1. Like the motorbike.
I've heard of the guy. I haven't heard him. Scottish Chris was talking about him the other day.
Oh yes, yep.
Yeah, well. Yeah,
He's
I mean, yeah, I've known Jim for a long time.
Japan, which is rather unfortunate.
Yeah.
Jin has this very authoritative way of talking, and he'll say things like, "Let me be clear," and things like that, asserting authority through, a firm voice and things like that, as to reinforce his point is fact, and it just doesn't work that way.
And what's wrong with that?
Jam it, Pete. You can sit on this sideways.
Oh, I just find it ridiculous, though. You know, if they actually go through the motions of citing something like this, they need to be at least prepared to look at both sides. You know, they need to be able to look and do the analysis where the information comes from, and do the comparative studies and all the making sure the math works.
But yeah, I had that email that Craig had sent within hours of Jin dribbling this. I had to wait until the next day when I saw him again on Jam Panda's server, and I gave him the details. And I said, look, man, that thing that you cited the other day, it's not actually, it's a parody. It's like a Saturday Night Live skit. It's not real. Oh, no, that's not right. Oh, the state of Kansas is so proud of that, and rah, rah, rah. I'm like, dude, the state of Kansas were only proud of that because it was, a parody article, and that's, people have a sense of humor outside of flat earth circles, it seems. Like, the fact that someone could joke about this sort of thing doesn't register with them.
No, there's been no movement or change since I've known the panel. A couple of the panel members have been trickling into gems, and they just got the same arguments. The same, happy to sit with the same rhetoric and the same fully debunked stuff, because they haven't got outside of their panel. They're all just passing back the same information. Yeah. And it's really sad, but there's this level of desperation and defiance that's making them a lot more agitated and angrier, and they're actually snapping and mocking and
this
doing
Black Swan thing has started tearing the flat Earth community apart, and we're just sitting back going, "Oh, this is hilarious."
Yeah, but every single time they post something about the Black Swan, I linked the video. Someone made a GIF of a few of your screenshot.
Can someone just roughly go over this Black Swan thing?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm a little bit ignorant on that. What's that all about?
So basically, there's
why don't you let Blue Marble do it if he's still
there?
Actually,
yeah. I was thinking about the same thing. I was thinking about that, Huey. Blue, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I'll let you take it.
Well, let me see if I can pull something up. Hang on a second. Because I've got that. Yeah, just give me a minute.
The whole thing has to do with those oil, the turbines of Riley.
You watch Blue's latest video. I mean, there really isn't any more you need to know about it.
No, that's right. Yeah.
All there, but let Blue just...
lays it out succinctly.
Yeah, I wanted to get that. I'll tell you what, just give me one second. I think I can. You guys go ahead and talk. Let me find the right reference
blah,
here.
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I won't go into what it is, but just when the topic's brought up, I provide Blue's links, and they say they're going to watch them and they're going to look at them, and then they act like they haven't got them, so I send them directly by personal message, and then I took a screenshot of that message in case they delete it and say they never got it, but I'm just waiting for that lie. They say, you never sent me anything. I say, well then, unless you deleted this message, it's in your inbox.
Well, it goes like this: the Black Swan theory, or the theory of black swans, is just a metaphor. It describes an event that comes as a surprise It has a major effect, and it's often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. It's a term that's based on an ancient saying that presumed black swans did not exist, and a saying that became reinterpreted to teach a different lesson after black swans were actually discovered in the wild. Now, that's a definition of what the black swan is. In other words, if you start with the premise that all swans are white, and that's pretty much the way it was in Europe, and hundreds of years ago, all swans are white. Well, later on, someone goes to some other part of the world and they find black swans.
In Western Australia, they found them.
Yeah, down here.
Yeah. You find black swans. It completely destroys the argument that all swans are white. And flat earthers, well, mainly Quantum Eraser, has taken that concept, and this one highly refracted photograph that came up from that BMLSB 69 guy of those oil rigs, where there may be a horizon behind the oil rigs, to say that it's impossible to have this on a curved surface, on a spherical Earth. You can't possibly have a 10-mile or 11-mile or 12-mile horizon behind an oil platform that's only 9 miles away if the Earth is a sphere. And he's wrongly interpreted everything in the entire argument. He says that's proof, they're conclusive proof that the Earth has to be a sphere. Well, not at all. It's not even the right argument to be using. First of all, it's not surprising to see a horizon that under highly refracted conditions extended many, many miles. I mean, in rare cases, you may see it go 100 miles. It's not a surprise at all. Secondly, it doesn't really have any effect on the argument one way or the other. We still have got issues here. And you don't have to rationalize it whatsoever. We can explain it all simply with refraction. We know how that works, So that's been the whole argument, though, that somehow or the other, that one refracted, distorted, screwed up video proves the Earth is flat. Well, no, it doesn't. In fact, the unrefracted video that we uncovered and showed everybody proves exactly the opposite. It's going to be kind of an embarrassment when they have to go through that. Tomorrow, I'm going to turn out another video, because if the Earth were truly flat, there is no way to have a horizon that is not beyond every object. It has to be, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's their black swan. Okay. And we got thousands of those pictures.
Nathan Thompson was in there yesterday trying to defend it, and I asked him, I said, look, you've got two pictures here. You've got your black swan shot, which is full of blur and distortion, and then you've got this other picture, which is nice and clear, and everything's nice and straight. And I asked Nathan, I said, which of those two pictures do you think is more consistent with reality? And he wouldn't answer the fucking question.
No, they can't. They can't.
And then you got QE saying of the black swan shot, this is the only picture I need. Yeah, of course it is, because that's the one that's the one that supports your argument. But the clear shot, where there's little to no distortion, doesn't.
The one with the swimming oil platform.
The dirty, blurry, distorted one. You can't determine anything from that.
No.
I'm not even sure that what they're seeing back there is the horizon. And the reason I say I'm not sure is the simple fact that you can take that guy's own video. He made two observations. He made one at 35 feet when he's up on top of the hill, and then a second one when he's down where he says he's at 1 foot elevation. And the strange thing is, the bottom 15 feet or so of the support legs on that on that furthest platform disappear when you get down to 1 foot. Now, what the hell took that away?
You can't have it both ways. And in that picture, I can identify lines, at least 3 of them, that could be the horizon.
Yeah, me too. I did. I identified one of them, and I could pick out several more if I wanted to.
Are you saying it disappeared because of the 7/6R?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, so you've heard that from Ranty and Nathan a lot.
Yeah.
7/6R, 7/6R. Yeah, that's what made it. So when he went from 35 feet to his 3 feet, because it's 3 feet, that's the 7/6R calculation of that 15 feet from his 32 feet. That calculation works out exactly to how much. If you drop that far, that's how much you lose.
Pretty much.
Yeah, if you did some spicy mathematics, that fancy physics stuff. But it's that because he dropped twice as what he
Yeah,
so
something obscures the platform as he goes down. That's clear, and I mean I proved that. I overlaid the two screenshots, and it's quite obvious that quite a bit of the bottom of that the furthest platform is being obscured by something. But the video is so damn distorted. There's so much refraction and what have you in it. Plus, who knows what the hell Huey did with all of the coloration and stuff. I don't know how he did all of that or what he did to it. When you look at the raw video, you can't really see that back line that shows up in his manipulated picture. But I don't know. I know you can't make any sense out of it, but I know the other thing too. I know you cannot argue that if you ever see a horizon in front of an object, that cannot happen on a flat Earth. It's impossible. And there's no way to explain it.
It's actually now being referred to as the Black Swan War amongst flat earthers. I saw it referred to earlier this morning.
Good.
like trying to ask Hollywood earlier today, where's the mountain? So to the left of that picture, where's the land? Oh, it's part of the silhouette. What? I didn't know silhouettes went sideways.
Holy crap.
No, first he said the mountain is just silhouetting. How do you know it's not? And then you asked him, well, where's the rest of the land? It's part of the silhouette. It's like, oh.
Did I ask on
the land is not the mountain, which is the water, which is not anything.
All the land to the left and to the right of it has somehow moved in front of the mountain and it part of the silhouette, according to that guy.
And he's like, do you see it every day?
Hollywood or something.
Do you see it every day?
All my witnesses here. All my witnesses are here. Blue, casual, and people. The moment I said, where is the land to the left? And he goes, it's part of the silhouette.
Yeah.
Well, here's a problem Huey's got with his Black Swan argument, and you'll see this tomorrow when I put this video out. But he falls back to Modus Tollens argument, which that's the one that says if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay, that's a standard logical argument. But what Huey did was say, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's P, okay, the geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles from an observer at a 1 foot elevation. That's Q. Okay, if P, then Q. Then he switches it to the apparent horizon, right? Now that's not Q. I'm sorry, that's not Q anymore. That's R. We've added another damn variable in it. So he just blew his entire argument right there. The apparent horizon is more than 9 miles from a 1 foot observer. Therefore, the Earth's not a sphere. He's got two problems here. Number one, it's a false equivalence between the geometric and the apparent horizon. We don't see a geometric horizon. We see an apparent horizon. That's his first failure. And his second is, even if we pretended those horizons were the same, it would only suggest that the damn radius is wrong, not that the Earth is not spherical.
Actually, Blue, there's a question I have about that, about this geometric and apparent horizon. What do they mean when they're saying a geometric horizon?
Hang on. I've got a picture. I'll get you a picture.
That is strictly the calculated value, or the calculated distance to a horizon. That's all. If we use nothing but geometry.
Gotcha.
If we assume a perfectly spherical Earth, and we use nothing but geometry, we come up with a calculated
Yep.
geometric distance to that horizon.
Yep.
That is something you can never ever see unless we don't have an atmosphere on the Earth. As long as you're looking through an atmosphere, there is going to be refraction to some degree. So what you see is an apparent horizon.
So the higher you go, the more the horizon you see.
Of course. Yeah. Which
that's a fundamental failure in their argument.
And straight out the gate, as we said earlier,
but John, bear in mind, John, as well, regardless of how high you go, you're still only going to see the apparent horizon, not the geometric horizon.
No, that's right.
You still got to take refraction into account.
This is a little picture that they do not like.
Oh yes, this one. Yeah, this is a good one.
Far out.
Yeah, so this gives the reason why it appears to be flat. Because if you took that egg ring, placed it say that egg ring had a radius. Well, so from the center to the edge of 3.1 miles, right? Now you times that by 3.1416, get your circumference, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you see all around you, right? And if you plonk that on a ball that's the same size as the planet, or relatively the same, you're gonna see that it touches all the sides. So yeah, there's a bulge in the middle of it, but the bulge is that negligible that you see the horizon.
You're in the middle of that.
Yep, in the middle of that ring.
You don't see a bulge. You're in the middle of the ring. There is no damn bulge. Everything drops away from every other point on the surface of a sphere.
I was getting there. I just had to mute because my son come running in going, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." That's what the bit on the other side says, showing the cone, right? And it shows you in the center point, right? But it also explains how, unless you're up around 80 miles, it's very hard to see the curve from the surface. I mean, yeah, you can, but it's that minimal, right? But to see the physical curve, the actual physical curve with your eyes, you have to be up. ISS high, basically.
There isn't a camera on the ISS that actually it's pointed right down at the ground, isn't it? There's not one at either end that sort of follows their path around in orbit.
Yeah, there is. There's cameras. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, there's cameras all over the ISS, all over it.
Yeah, they shoot backwards across it. They shoot.
Yeah, there's one points left, 1 points right, 1 points down.
Gotcha.
Because they can do a video of them going over the horizon, creating a sunrise.
Hang on.
Or the other way around.
Hang on. 1 point's left and 1 point's down.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The one that points to the right burnt out the other week.
Yeah,
and they've decided not to replace it at this time.
I've never been able to actually.
I never knew that, Peter. Thank you.
The only one I've ever been able to connect to is the one that points down, and there's another one, but it doesn't show the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, the one that points down is usually the live broadcast camera.
Yeah.
But the other ones, you can find the videos of. If you look up ISS sunset and ISS sunrise, that will be the left and right cameras that took those shots.
Yep, righto. I'll do that.
But safer if you want to see a really awesome orbit, then search ISS full orbit 4K, and it's NASA footage given to a producer. He puts music with it, and it is incredible.
And it's about 93 minutes.
Yeah, it is beautiful. And one shot shows the ISS like arm and everything. Somewhat, I don't know what it is, some part of the paneling or whatever. And then there's another version of it with nothing in the way of it. The whole screen is just a moving image of the Earth. It's beautiful.
So if you put that egg rig on a flat plane, they're saying you only can see so far. Why is that?
Oh no! See, that's where their argument falls down.
Yeah.
Right. I've been trying to find a photo of this sort of egg rigging example on a flat map.
Yeah.
But it would negate having the ring.
That's right.
Yeah, the fact that there's any drop or significant drop or 2.4 kilometers drop, that's a problem. You know,
it's impossible for them to solve. They cannot solve it.
All of a sudden, you only can see so far that it stops. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous.
When it goes against them, it's satanic math.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where you want to, like, you know how they keep now they're bringing up the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon. Okay. I can make this a little bit bigger, right? But see where that line first intersects the black line? That's the apparent horizon. The geometric is the dot.
That's really small.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to zoom in for our users out there in the gallery.
Yeah, I'm trying. Got it zoomed as much as I can.
Harder.
Yeah. So the green line is already intersecting the solid black line before the dot.
Which is the apparent.
So that's the difference.
They're not trying to show
between
that.
the geometric.
No, they're not trying to show that there. No.
No. But this is. I'm just using this to give the example of the geometric.
That's strictly geometric.
Yeah, but that dot is the geometric horizon point. That dot.
That is the geometric horizon point for a 3,959 mile radius. Yes.
Yep. Exactly.
What refraction does is change the effective radius.
Of course, yeah. No, that's
that
just, I wasn't sure on. Yep. I just wasn't sure.
That moves the dot. Yeah. You can tell. Also, it's obvious that if that curve flattens out, then that dot moves to the right.
Yeah.
So when you say
the horizon moves, right.
Sorry, when you say it changes the effective radius, do you mean that it changes the observable kind of radius, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. That's what that's the effect of it. The effect of refraction would be the same as if you changed the radius of the Earth.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
I had the number the other day.
But yeah, this actually shows you that this image below is just a representation of that radius of 6,371 miles, right? And shows you how the hidden, right? And as Blue said, if you move that dot to the right, and then if you move that visible line, the one that's going zenith off the curve, you move that further around. You increase the hidden and you drop the visible as it goes around that curve. And
gotcha. Yep.
That's where they're missing because as you look at the thing further away, that horizon point actually gets further to the right because you're trying to view further. But where the apparentness of that horizon is what is messing them up because they're getting their apparent and their geometric mixed.
Yeah. And that also makes sense, as to how they on that. Yeah.
The geometric horizon is a hard fixed number based on the known radius of the Earth, period. The apparent horizon, taking into account the effect of refraction, has the simple effect of flattening that curve out. In other words, increasing the radius of the Earth. And the more you flatten it out, the further that tangent line moves to the right. The further that dot moves, the tangent rises up, so to speak. And so you see further. But the point is, you can never see the geometric horizon simply because we have an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Now there would be an unusual atmospheric circumstance, because refraction can actually go the opposite direction. It could be a negative value too. If the coefficient of refraction goes negative, you can find or becomes zero, then your apparent horizon and geometric horizon will be right on top of each other.
Okay,
And
yep,
in some very, very rare cases where the refraction is negative, the horizon can actually be closer to you. The apparent horizon could be closer than the geometric horizon. That's possible, and it does happen from time to time, but not very often. It's really really unusual.
Would that sort of thing happen in really cold temperatures, Blue?
Yeah, it does.
Yep, I think I've seen something like that before, actually.
Yeah.
Where it looked like you could reach out and touch the horizon. Honestly, it was amazing.
Yeah.
It's where the Bisland calculator comes in, more advanced features, right? And you
Yeah,
can adjust
yeah.
things.
They all go, oh, we use Metabunk, we use Metabunk. Yeah, Metabunk's cool for a quick fix, but if you want all those parameters, like their angle of attack, which is just the angular size difference at that distance, because you can put the size of the object and it'll tell you the angular size.
Yeah.
Right. But
And it also
I tried to explain it that if you keep saying this angle of attack, man, you're gonna have to start learning what a line of chords is.
I think that's more a like a buzz phrase for them. Angle of attack makes it sound,
But it means nothing.
Well,
no, I know, yeah.
When the coefficient of refraction becomes unity, the light is actually matching the curvature of the light is actually matching the curvature of the Earth's surface. So in theory, you should be able to see your own ass, But
yeah, gotcha.
In practice and in reality, there are loads of documented cases of ships being able to see each other over distances of 80 miles, particularly up in the cold regions, Arctic regions. That's been documented time and time again.
Yeah, I was reading about one of those the other night, actually.
Yeah.
They met up, there were a couple of ships roughly 80 miles apart from each other. They met up about 2.5 months later, compared their logs, and figured out that they were actually seeing each other.
Yeah.
One said they were upside down.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's possible.
But see, the Metabunk. Sorry.
What these guys lose track of is, there's a lot of different effects that go on. What they're seeing in that video, that refracted video, their black swan video, is just simple refraction. That's all. Call it looming.
Like this one.
But there's no miraging. No, it's nothing like that at all. That's a mirage.
No, there's just image distortion.
That's a friggin' mirage. There's no miraging going on in that black swan video at all. That's just simple looming. That's all. Nothing more than that. But there's more to it than that too. It's being stretched a bit. You can see that the that the proportion the boom's all screwed up. The helipad is much higher than it should be.
And it's even happening to the one on the right hand side.
Yeah, it's happening to both of them. Yeah. But the further back the further away you go, the worse it becomes.
Exactly.
It's just clear evidence of a really shitty day to be making video. Is all about what you can say for it.
So guys, can I just ask you a question? Can you smell something? Because it smells a bit like roasted black swan, don't you think? I'm sure I could.
What you're smelling is the barbecue, deep fried barbecue type style bone.
Yeah, I'm sure I could smell it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
We were thinking what we should do with them, whether we should, say a prayer or bury them or what. So we haven't quite buried them yet. That's all you're smelling.
Oh hell no.
The swan was delicious,
keep roasting it and eat the thing.
As much as we thought it was bullshit, we cleaned it up. It turned out it was a white swan covered in oil. And then
we should ask Perth. We should ask Western Australia what they do with their black swans.
But I just find it funny because on the Metabunk calculator it says not accurate for observations of water very close to the horizon unless the temperature and vertical temperature gradient are accurate.
Yeah.
So it warns you, you know, and I love
Yeah.
that how it's all the bases are covered. You know?
It says don't use it over water, basically.
Well, basically saying if it's over water, it's not accurate. That's why Blue took it into the account the I think it's called the coefficient, refraction coefficient, and you know, I'm not going to pretend to understand all those things that you adjusted, but you know, those based on what the video itself provided. So by providing all that information to Blue, you dug your own grave. You know, that's what I thought when I watched the video. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I like about Business Calculator. You can actually go in there and put in a temperature gradient, or if you know what the refractive index is, you can stick that in, and you can manipulate it. It's I don't know how to do that in Metabug. Mick has got his setups just to assume 76R. That's it.
Yeah, well, I've seen the moon come up, on a cold winter's morning, and there's no refraction at all. It's nice, crisp, and clean. It's just touching the horizon. You see the beautiful, crisp, clean outline of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And you sort of wonder, like the moon, probably on a flat Earth would be 12,000 miles away, and you sort of think
Three.
the only can.
Well,
is the generally accepted or yelled out number for the sun and moon.
They say you can only see so far, but the moon's sitting just on the horizon on a cold, crisp, clear morning.
Yeah. Yeah, now you're talking about celestial refraction.
Yeah.
And when the bottom of the moon is sitting right on the horizon under normal conditions, the actual position of the moon is already all the way down below the horizon.
Yeah.
Same thing for the sun. And astronomers know that. And they don't look at stars that are sitting, less than 20 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah, it's all that 8-minute thing, isn't it, Blue?
Yeah. Yep.
So we're having a swan feast, are we?
Yeah, we'll cook the rest of the. We'll finish cooking the swan tomorrow.
I'm on to dessert.
Nice.
As we were trying to explain to a certain chemo earlier today about our non-religious belief system.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Yes. We don't have a deity. We don't have a religious guideline to work to. We do not have a doctrine that we work to. So how are we religious? In what way?
And then he tried to use the argument. Oh, you have faith in everything that everybody tells you.
I love
so
it.
That's that argument. So I basically just turned it around to him and said, well, hang on a minute. At some point, somebody told you that the Earth is flat, and he says, oh no. So I said, well, when did you discover that the Earth is flat? Well, when I realised that gravity wasn't a force. So then somebody must have told you at some point gravity wasn't a force. Oh no, I worked it out for myself because I tested it.
Yeah.
And then the question came out, so how did you test it? So after a while of going back to and forth, he then had to answer the question. So he was cornered. So he started going on about different things. You could drop things and measure this and measure that. Its density, buoyancy, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden he started reciting Riley's experiment. But then he suddenly changed his mind. Instead of an egg, it was a potato. It was so clear that he didn't test it at all. He just made himself look like a prat, honestly. Just absolutely cornered.
He has quite the talent for doing that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just suddenly, changed it from egg, because he said the word egg, and then he changed his mind quickly. He said, oh, we could use a potato. So and what he described was Riley's experiment with the salt and the water and all the rest of it, the whole thing.
Well, here's the Modus Tollens argument that they've got to contend with now, or will have to contend with when I get done with them tomorrow. If the Earth is flat, P, then the horizon can never, ever, ever be in front of any object, Q. Okay? In that clear image of those oil platforms, the horizon is clearly in front of both the oil platforms. That's Q again. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. P, and it can never be. So I want to see how they answer this one. That's their own damn argument, and I'm going to shove it so far up QE's ass, he's going to need a backhoe to find it.
Isn't a swan a sort of goose? Is it a goose?
No, the goose is the flirt.
No, it's a different animal.
No, different animal. Yeah.
No, that's a gander.
It's like goose.
Hang on. Goose is more closely related to a duck than a swan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Swans are obnoxious bastards.
Yeah.
Those things
Swans
will
can fly. Also, swans can fly, but not
Swans are
the
rough.
same
I
kind of
keep
distance
telling
as
you,
the geese
I
can.
see a duck.
I thought I could go
Quack,
out
quack.
and film some swans once I was driving along, and I put out, I was like, yeah, let's film the swans, thinking how wonderful they are depicted in cartoons. And then when I went to these swans, and the male swan was like, get away. And I was like, I'm just filming. No.
There's a video on
Back to
YouTube.
the car.
Video on YouTube.
funny.
Swans gone wild. Go have a look.
They're
nasty.
They quick, man. Oh.
They'll
sheeple, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are. They'll cover a 10, 20 meter distance in a split second.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But from the water to the land, I was like, whoa.
Yep.
I thought I had some
I've
time.
I've been attacked by a swan. They can be flipping vicious, I tell you. They
Oh,
really
yeah.
can be.
I've had it happen too.
It was my own stupid fault. I was like 12 or 13 years old, and we weren't throwing stones at the swans, but quite near them to scare them. And it was the babies. So I think either dad or mum decided she'd had enough, or he had had enough, and went straight for it. So went for me in particular. My own fault. Deserved every bit of it.
Just remember these two words: avian dinosaur. Just remember that.
I used to.
Yeah, well, that's where chickens come from. Yeah, exactly.
I used to travel with actually my boss was from England, and we would go to Sweden 3 or 4 times a year. And we would come back through southern England, go through Gatwick, and he had in-laws that lived down there.
Gatwick, yeah.
So we'd spend the night at some little B&B place that he liked. It was really, really nice. But they had a little pond out there, and they had a big old damn swan, big white bastard. And I made the mistake of getting too close to that son of a bitch one time. That thing chased me for a quarter of a mile, squawking and making all kinds of racket, flapping its damn wings. Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, they can be very intimidating.
I used to live in a place in Sydney called Newtown, and there was a park there. Sydney Park had some fairly large bodies of water there, and they had swans there. And you would, if you were walking through the park, you'd check the pond to make sure that the swans were at the other end. Otherwise, you would just go the other way. You wouldn't go through the park. You'd go all the way around, because those things protected a good half-kilometer radius of those ponds. And it's not a very big park. It's probably a kilometre square, maybe, park.
Oh crap! They get all puffed up and start flapping their wings and screaming at you. God, scary. And they're big.
Yeah. Sheeple, just changing the subject. Sheeple, can I just ask you a question about your avatar? Is that water finding its level, is it? Your avatar there? Yeah, clearly. Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, you posted this earlier in the Discord. I thought that is a beautiful picture. I clicked on the original. It was huge. It's just like, this is even more beautiful.
Yeah.
I like
Water
the other
finding
one
its level there.
of the leaf with all the other balls of dew on
Yeah,
it.
it's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful.
I got that one
Yeah.
too. I might switch between them. But yeah, no, I'm still the blind sheep on YouTube there.
That was when we had Hollywood in, and he kept saying flat water, flat water, flat water, flat water, flat water. So I thought, right, okay, see if I can find some non-flat water.
There's something not quite right about that guy.
How many times did I have to say, forget about the water? What about what
couldn't,
it's
could he?
hiding?
Yeah.
I don't care if the water's flat in the image, because the field of view's not wide enough to see any curve, you dummy.
Oh, he was being willfully ignorant. He just obviously couldn't, because it's going to destroy his flat Earth kind of vision that he had. But I don't know. But like I said, somebody was saying that he wasn't, but I'm pretty sure that he was very new to flat Earth, because he was just ranting stuff and calling everybody retards for absolutely no apparent reason.
He runs in with both
And
feet,
shouting.
doesn't he? He really does.
Yeah, he just jumped in, literally just jumped straight in, didn't he? With you're a fucking idiots, you're retards, and all the rest of it. Yada 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 yada, shouting and screaming.
I
Okay,
forgot to send it to
chill.
Demonic.
And I thought I got bad tempered, but wow.
Demonic, check your DM on Discord.
Well, what now? What?
I sent you the Hollywood picture.
Oh, the snowflake.
Oh, Davros, you know that one, the first image you showed with the cone and what have you on the sphere?
Yeah, would you like a copy?
Yeah, could you send me that? DM that to me in Discord, please.
Yeah, for sure, my friend.
Not
a problem.
Actually, I wanted to bring something up about that too. Becky Kay in Australia, funnily enough, over in Gem Pandas the other day said, "Oh, Australia's one of the flattest places on the planet."
Oh, I've heard that.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
Look at it from the side. It's really not. Really, really, really not.
What's that great big rock called? Uluru?
Ayers
Rock?
Uluru, yeah.
Mm.
No, you know.
We're not allowed
Flat,
to call
is it?
Ayers Rock anymore. It's Uluru, yeah.
Uluru, yeah, Uluru. Yeah, that's what it said.
Yeah. Well, we've got the great dividing range that goes all the way from North Australia down to Victoria. Yeah, why can't you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should. Sheeple and I have been trying to wave at each other with telescopes on the beaches, and we can't see each other.
Weird, that. Totally weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah, but it's this density refraction,
of course.
Atmospheric density perspective.
Droppity,
yeah.
Yeah.
That obviously.
Vicky from Australia came into the chat saying, "Look, Revelation 21:16." And she's like, "The city lies four square, and its length is as great as." She missed the city part.
Yeah, don't care.
Don't
care.
It goes into like the 12,000 stadia. Its length, breadth, and height are equal. She's like, "This is talking about a flat Earth." And then you read the 15th verse, and it says,
Sorry.
measure the city, its gates, and its walls." Like,
Casual, check your DM and see the order at Retro sent stuff to.
I've just seen it, yeah.
So it's Dim. I don't know. Gravity, you fucking retard. And then a picture of the globe with the egg ring on it. It's brilliant.
Actually, Lake Air's below sea level, so I don't know how that can be flat.
Yeah, it is. What's it? Not like 9 meters or something below sea level?
Yeah.
Dav, don't forget to issue that to all the squirrels in the Mos Eisley chat text.
Which one? Dim?
All of them. All those pictures.
Oh,
Chuck them into Mos Eisley.
Bloody hell. You're gonna have to create a room for me.
Yeah, we can do that.
It's fun. Like,
sorry, Vish.
No, you're gonna have to create a demonic deadly memes, because it's amazing. I find most of these on Imager or on Phil Blacker's Facebook group, the the Plain Truth documentary.
God, hasn't that spawned some?
Oh, it's brilliant. But I even where do I find some of them on Instagram, some of them on Twitter. They're everywhere.
Sorry to hear that, Pip. All the best. If you guys read the side chat.
Okay, I'm back now. Have me dinner.
Oh, well, Pip, hope everything works out all right, hon.
Yeah, I hope he gets better soon, Pip.
Must be some good morphine if it gave him angina.
Yeah, he's taking a reaction to it.
Yeah, most likely. Probably relaxed his muscle too much, and then it went, no.
I'm hopping out, guys.
Okay,
no
Blue.
worries, Blue.
Okay,
Right,
Blue.
man.
Thanks
Look
for the
forward
lesson,
to
as usual.
seeing the video tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got to get up and finish it up and get it out by the middle of the day, probably.
All right then. Awesome.
So,
Thanks
see you
for
guys later.
everything. Bye,
See you,
Blue.
mate.
See you, Blue.
Yeah, man.
Bye, Blue.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
You
think
back
my
too? You back?
avatar for
You
today
back too,
is...
Peter?
Yeah, I just got back.
Yeah.
I've been listening, but I just had a thought, Terry.
Is that good news or the bad news?
Well, no, it's an interesting bit of a diversion. However, it's on the flat Earth topic, and in particular about what Sheeples and Demonic were talking about. These, shall we call them, religious flat earthers. So the ones that try and use quotes out of the Bible to prove flat Earth. Romans 13, 1-12 says, "Obey the government, for God is the one who has put you there. There is no government anywhere that God has not placed in power." So those refuse to obey the law of the land are refusing to obey God, and punishment will be followed. Now, not only does that statement clearly say, do what your government says, and what your government tells you is God's word because God put them there, it also states you must obey the law of the land. Now, isn't gravity the law of gravitation?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. How far can we go with this? You see what I'm saying? All of these...
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Peter,
all of these laws of physics are laws. They are laws that have been put down that our natural Earth follow. Now, they are laws of the land.
More to the
and
point,
refusing to follow is disobeying God.
Well,
Well,
that's not.
you could
those
argue-
laws weren't made by the government either. If you want to,
Yeah, you could exactly. You could argue, Peter, that really natural laws, like the ones you're actually mentioning, can't really be seen as laws of the land, because what they're actually stating is laws of land. In other words, the laws of the land, the people that made the laws, is exactly what they said. Because they hold on, because the people that put them there made those laws. Just I'm only arguing from their perspective. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what I believe.
You're arguing from the perspective of someone that's been in politics, and I totally get what you're saying.
No,
right?
I'm
arguing.
not, no.
I'm arguing with the same disingenuous argument that a flat earther argues. That clearly states in the Bible that they're laws of the land. I stand on land, and the land makes gravity. Therefore, gravity is the law of the land.
Peter, it's an equivocation, you see.
Yeah.
The laws of nature are descriptive laws. There's no lawgiver. Nobody put it there. Then you've got prescriptive laws, just like the speed limit on the road. That has a lawgiver. Two different things.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think the law of the land more refers to the law of the government of the land that you are either inhabiting or visiting.
I totally agree. That's what it's referring to.
Just descriptions of the way things are. There's no lawgiver. Creationists use that equivocation. To be a law, there must be a lawgiver.
More importantly, if you don't want to give me the law of the land bit, it still says you have to obey the government.
Yeah, I'd actually like to make a point on. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Also, in the New Testament, Christ said, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's.
Mhm. And if we really wanted to be as disingenuous as them, what you could then turn around and do is say, well, guess what? NASA's a branch of NASA's a government agency. If they're following,
you could take that line. yeah.
So therefore, it is law. Therefore, not by obeying your government's law, by extension of NASA, is against the Bible.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I was just trying to find a way to really screw with Nathan Thompson's head.
Yeah. Well, you could take that line that that Cypher's just described. You could take that line. Yeah, because they're saying get exactly as Huey just said. Given to Caesar. Oh, bloody hell, what is it, Huey?
Render unto Caesar, which is Caesar's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Which kind of follows on the which kind of follows on the what you actually just said. So you could take that line, but I think trying to use that the law of the land is somehow the laws of nature. I'm not sure whether that's a strong enough argument. If I'm honest, Peter, but I hear what you're saying. I get where you're coming, the angle you're coming from, and it's a good idea.
A law is a law.
You have to make the distinction though between prescriptive and descriptive laws. Laws of nature.
Yes. Well, this is typical of flat Earth that misquote everything they see and hear.
I like this bit though. In 13:5, therefore it is necessary to submit to the authorities not only because of possible punishment but also as a matter of conscience.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lovely passage, and if you read through it, for any of the religious flat earthers, it's a big middle finger right up in the middle of all of their beliefs.
It really is.
You know, it goes against everything that they have to believe in a flat Earth, and
I
God
hear what you're saying,
at the same time. It's
Christ also said, "Slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones."
It's just fanatical. That's all it is.
Also,
isn't the slaves obey your masters? Isn't that in the Old Testament, Huey?
No,
don't think that was in the New Testament, is it?
It's
was it new? Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
But Christ said, "Slaves, obey your masters, even the cruel ones."
And if you beat your slave and they survive, you can get away with it.
That's Old Testament. That's Exodus 22, I think. That if you beat your slaves and they don't die within
3 days.
3 days, then you haven't done anything wrong. So you can beat them into an inch of their lives, and that's okay. But that is Old Testament.
If they survive it, yeah. What's the one about wearing two different types of fibers next to each other, and that's a no-no?
That's Old Testament as well.
Old Testament,
and the Quran.
And the prohibition on shellfish.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Christians that don't believe in like the flood or creationism. It's all been misquoted. It's turned into a fanatical.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about people like Nathan Thompson, I'd actually like to point out another one of his little gaffes.
I think you probably find hard to actually find a Christian that doesn't believe in creationism. To be fair,
I'm a Christian. I don't believe in creationism.
It's funny that two fibers thing is both in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, which are both the ones that speak about slavery.
That's the one.
You can beat both your slave or your wife to within an inch of their life, and if they do not die within 3 days, you have committed no crime.
And that's the thing. Every time I see something from Deuteronomy, that's what it sticks in my mind, because I'm like, that's a really weird name.
But this is what I hate, right?
Deuteronomy means second law.
Yeah, which is the secondary laws upon the commandments.
Gotcha.
What I hate is when they go.
I just put that in my video that I was recording of Sky. I just said Deuteronomy is the second law right before I stopped recording.
What's interesting is when they go, but it's all New Testament that tells us all that. No, but you're using Genesis, for God's sake.
Oh, for God's sake, yeah.
Yeah, for God's sake. It is. They use Genesis for God's sake.
I was just filming the Southern Cross. That's beautiful.
Yeah, but they use it as the premise for their creation founding and how it was, and then they used parts from Revelations in the New Testament about the pillars of the earth and the four corners and all that sort of stuff. But the circle of the earth, hang on, has it got four corners or is it a circle? And is it on pillars or is it hung there with nothing? Because that's one people likes to use.
Yes.
It's hung on the nothing.
Like a lot of the religious
Look
texts
out,
are
kids.
extremely
Granddad's here.
Dad!
Granddad.
Dad!
Granddad.
Yeah, that's Job 26:7.
Oh, you got to be jobing me.
Alan, I did it.
Alan.
You did it.
I did it.
He did it.
887 shots.
It's pretty cool too.
Very cool.
It's very cool.
Well done.
Do you want a quick look? It's all because of you. Let me.
It's all because of you. It really is, Alan. Alan.
Hang on.
Oh, just whack my mic. Sorry about that.
I've even rendered it into a video.
Ooh, well done.
So through the help of Stingray and
a rocket scientist.
The rocket scientist.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I wasn't around yesterday, but you know, I have more important shit to do.
Well, and that's fair enough.
Like ensure that my grandson got out of hospital correctly.
Well, I was just about to say, you're not really sorry, are you?
No, of course I'm not.
Well,
and they came round and we had fish and chips for tea, and then I got to give him a feed. So,
Peter, quick question: did you thank the universe?
I didn't have to. God came down and patted me on the back.
No, I said the universe because God didn't create the universe. He only created the local system, right?
Oh,
because,
okay.
Yeah, so because some of those things that you'll see in that night sky won't be in our galaxy.
The heavens don't include.
So, can you see the screen, Alan?
Of course, I can see the screen.
All right. So it's only 36 seconds long, but here we go. You get
the wrong way.
No,
they're
it's
going the right way.
It's going the same way as the clock.
Thank you, Alan. You're outnumbered here.
Same way as the clock. Is your clock wrong?
No, my wristwatch goes that way.
Look at how they have that sort of that uppity. What?
Hey,
Where
you'll
are they
notice.
going?
You'll notice, Alan, right in the middle there is right in the middle of the stars turning.
Well done, because that's the biggest problem I have is actually getting it pointed in exactly the right direction for the.
So
how did you end up getting the shots, Pete? Did you get the remote?
No. Because I'm a MacGyver at heart. What I did was I got two hair ties and a bolt. I put the hair ties through the bolt, and then I used the bolt on the button and the hair ties around the camera to hold the button down.
Ah, yes, gotcha.
And I did that and walked away and came back when it stopped going click, click, click.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you'll be proud of me, Alan. In the last 24 hours, I've made myself up a remote button now, and I did exactly like you said. I two switches, one for the focus, and one for the shutter.
Yeah.
And I've got my remote battery set up. I've got two lithium 18650s in a holder that plugs into my my battery, my DC battery adapter. So I've gone from 850 milliamp hours to roughly about 3000 milliamp hours.
So 3 amp hours in there, that'll always do it.
So that's a few hours worth of pictures to go.
Yeah, that'll fill your 64. That'll fill your 64 gig card.
Yeah, I hope so. So it's other than it being a bit hazy tonight and a little bit of smoke floating around, I might give it another go later on tonight. So
yeah, the ones I did the other day,
I haven't rendered it out yet because, like I said, I was. Oh no! Sorry. I actually managed to do one Wednesday into Thursday morning.
Yeah, but the new tripod made a huge difference, though.
Yeah, it always does.
Well, any tripod would make a difference, wouldn't it?
No.
No.
Some tripods are actually so crap, they are worse than not having a tripod.
Oh, so that's my old tripod.
Ah, that makes.
Yeah, my old tripod was one of those cheap, nasty
matchsticks.
$5 specials that you get from the traveling shop.
The $2 shop.
Yeah, well, no. So where you buy your emergency buddy travel type crap, like for your airport luggage and shit.
Oh yeah.
So,
one of them super duper lightweight ones.
That's the one, Alan.
It's all right for a point and shoot flat camera, but nothing with a lens on it.
Yeah.
Probably not even for a point and shoot flat. No, those tripods are potentially stable if you've got nothing on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about it. But if the wind blows or you look at them the wrong way, they'll wobble.
Yeah, even with nothing on. Because the problem is if you want a good lightweight travel tripod, you've got to spend $400 or $500 in Australia. Because the problem is you still need a tripod that's got decently sized tubes and everything else. You just need it to be made out of super lightweight carbon fibre and unobtainium.
Yep.
I've got a Libeck tripod. It's super sturdy and it has a fluid head. But that's a video camera tripod.
Oh, that sounds almost like the one I picked up for $15.
Yeah, it's video. Actually, I like video tripods. They're good because they're usually really sturdy.
Yeah, they're sturdy and they're butter smooth. You can pan until it's really smooth.
Yeah, the tripod I've got's got an okay pan tilt head, but it's not, unfortunately, not fluid damped because it's. I remember right. I think my dad paid 50 or 60 quid for it. But my dad bought it in the early 1970s.
I paid $200 for mine. It's rock steady and butter smooth.
Yeah. I think to buy the equivalent today, you'd probably be spending at least $400 or $500 in Australia.
You get a Manfrotto for that. That's a good tripod.
Yeah, we get Yeah, I've been looking at Manfrotto tripods to replace the one that I've got just because I fancied something. Not because there's anything wrong with the one I've got, just because I fancied something new.
Have a look at a Libeck. That's what I have. Libec. That's a good tripod, and they're quite a bit cheaper than a Manfrotto.
Yeah, I mean.
See, now I'm looking at my tripod, trying to figure out what brand it is. Here we go.
It will usually say
I-53. Yeah, Inca I-53 high performance tripod. It's got knobs that I can undo it, and it has one of those bag things we were talking about the other night, Alan, that I can screw something heavy onto it to weigh it down. But it's also got I can raise the bar in the center of it up to whatever height I want, so I can put it at eye level and then undo the knob on the side. And it's on a, what do you call it, a gimbal, round ball in the center.
It's a ball head.
Yeah, ball head. Yeah,
I was like, yeah.
It
I mean, ball heads are nice, and ball heads are a cheap ball head, in my opinion, can be better than a cheap pan tilt head, simply because they're harder to get wrong.
Yes. Yeah, this one's got a level on it as well. And the only gripe I have with it, it doesn't have a handle on it. But I mean, when I
No,
thought
that's
about it,
because
you
it's
don't
a
really need
ball
one.
head.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing that if you get a pan and tilt head, unless it's a good quality fluid video one.
Yep.
Very or a good quality bomber for camera. The cheap ones tend to be made from polycarbonate, and they have a hinged platform that is polycarbonate, and by the time you put a decently weighed camera on it, it sags.
Yep.
So you can't actually set the thing up level because every time you try to move it, the whole top of the head sags ever so slightly. So the fact that a ball head is so much simpler to do means that a cheap ball head is very often much better than a cheap pan tilt head.
I took the moon picture that I sent you that you can zoom right into the craters with that and a Nikon D3200, and it's as good a setup as you could hope for with better quality with the equipment price that I've got.
Yeah, I tend to find I buy an awful lot of my gear secondhand, and
when it comes to flat earthers.
Oop. Perry's waiting to play a video. He's giving us a hint. It's like, shut up, you two.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll stop talking about cameras.
Go on, play. Go on.
My tripod is a Valbon.
You probably should have a go at me then, Alan, by saying, "Look, you weren't concentrating on what I was talking about cameras, then, were you, Terry?"
No, I know that the camera talk can get a bit boring to people who are not hugely interested in the cameras.
Well, it is a big subject.
Yeah, and Valbon are very good tripods.
Valbon.
Yeah, I got it. When I was
Peter,
in
do you
Japan.
read your internal messages?
No. Super Striker 400 or something like that. It was depicted in the Arctic, so I was like, yeah, get that one.
Valbon was the budget gear, isn't it?
Valbon, yeah, but Valbon is the good end of the budget gear.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, Valbon is kind of like because they do a decent set of legs and they do a decent forehead. And if you're taking still, if you're not doing video, that's exactly what you need. You need a decent pair of legs. It's not hugely. They're not expensive, but they're not. But they're not
Use it
nasty.
quite well. I switch with my SLR and my video camera, and I can film video and I can film photo. I'm very happy with it. I've learned the little tweaks and the movements and the tightness of all the the adjustments so that I can move it and pan it and smoothly and everything. So,
I mean, what they tend to do is Valbon tend to go for more basic types of fittings, so you get screw locks instead of rubbish quick release locks, things like that. Well, that's actually good because it makes it work.
It's all metal and it's telescopic, so you can wind it up higher than I, stand and all the rest of it. So it's good.
But they use, they use decent quality tube, and they use decent quality fittings, even if they're not the fancy stuff. Works. Yeah, I mean, my tripod's an early 70s slick. Don't see them around so much these days, although they do still make them.
Well, God damn it! I want fish and chips now that you mention it, Alan.
Sorry, that was a lovely piece of cod. That was a lovely piece of cod I had last night.
Yeah, I can get a good fish and chips. It's a train ride away, but I can get it.
Bit early for fish and chips, isn't it?
It was just my dinner last night, not my breakfast.
Never too early.
No, I know. But Huey just said he was talking about getting some. He wanted some, but I was saying it's a bit early for fish and chips.
I thought Huey was in a completely different time zone to us.
No, he's in the UK, aren't you, Huey?
No.
Oh, okay.
You can play the video.
I live in Japan. I'm from England, but I live in Japan.
Oh, okay. No, I
you're
just
on a
assumed you're still
gym,
To
living
get
in
fish and
Cork.
chips there.
Yeah, which means you have to travel a bit to get fish and chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a British guy has a pub nearby. It's a train ride away.
Okay.
He does fish and chips, and on Wednesday night it's half price, 500
Oh,
yen.
nice.
Hell of a deal.
Oh, shame it's Friday.
All right, play.
Play.
12 a.m.
Oh,
It's good fish and chips, so I might go on Wednesday.
Play, we don't even see a video.
yeah, I know you don't, there's no video yet. I was just picking another one out. I thought I'd have time.
I thought you were going to play a Simon Dan one there for a second.
Have you, Basie, have you seen a Sawyer's Landing video from when the?
I have seen it. Yeah, it'd be good to see it again, though.
Did you
Yeah.
did you have any particular one that would have been because I've got the full version which runs for 2 hours, but I'm not going to play that.
Yeah, no, hold on. I might have one in my Discord
Didn't-
here. Hold on. I
Didn't
don't
they
know
do
how
a
long- how
site?
long it is.
Didn't they do a rocket launch today?
Yeah,
Or in the last 12
Uh,
hours?
That was Ariane's.
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah, that's what
satellite, I think. I can't remember.
That's what I'm looking for right now. Just a couple of videos.
Yeah,
I want where the landing of that was, where she's getting out.
Search Raw Space Theory.
So there's a couple of them there.
Channel was called Raw Space.
Uh,
Yeah, the Soyuz did a launch today.
Yeah, Ariane space program.
No, the one I've got, Terry,
Night
is 2 hours long. But what I could do is if we find the spot where they, from the point the parachute's open, or a few minutes before landing, but you don't see an awful lot on the landing, to be honest.
Oh.
Because the Russian camera guys weren't particularly close. You don't really see the landing very very well.
have a quick look at this one. See it coming out of the sky.
Well, hold on. I'll send you this one, Terry, and then I'll tell you what timestamp to go to, just to skip to it.
Yeah. Not really showing much, that one. Yeah, already landed.
True self, the plain truth.
Not very
Must
good.
be
They're
Alan.
hopeless, these Russians.
Yeah, well, not particularly great with the camera work. Right, so if you go look in the internal chat, if you go to that link, it's going to be the same footage essentially. It's just come from different sources. So.
I've got that one. Yeah, that one's only 6 minutes, but that's
when you've got that one loaded up, let me know, and I'll tell you where to go on the timestamp.
Oh, I've already got it loaded. It's already going.
I'll tell you where to go.
Yeah, I'm just zipping through it now just to see where it would be.
Go to about an hour or so, an hour and 2 minutes in, or so, give or take.
We've got over here. What am I
Yeah,
doing?
they're showing the capsule. You don't see a release from the space station from when it.
That's an earlier that released earlier. That'll be a separate video, Terry.
Oh, bugger.
Because they did that separately. You had the undocking.
Yeah.
Not particularly exciting, the undocking, to be fair.
I wish you could all see the sky that's right now in New Zealand. It's just picture perfect, not a cloud in the sky anywhere you look.
Yeah, I took a nice sunrise picture this morning.
Moon's about to come up over the trees in the back of my house. I'm just about to capture it.
I am now officially not a happy bunny.
Oh, why
what now, Alan?
not?
What's wrong, Alan?
I've started getting scam calls.
Oh.
Oh, I get them once.
Answer the
Fire RTC, Alan.
Answer the phone to a robot voice telling me that I have missed a call from my internet service provider.
Oh, that old chestnut, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
what's the
Steve,
first thing you do
this
when
is-
you get there? No, I don't even get that far. It's
really?
It's literally the robot. I'm still getting the robot voice.
Nah, you need to string them along, Alan.
Alan, could you ride in your wheelchair down to the local what's the name of that town over the bridge there called again? Sorry.
Hold on,
Where that that supermarket place you took me one time? Could you go in there and could you ask for 5 iTunes cards? I think they probably get them about for $100 each. I think they are ones, but don't tell them at the counter. It's for the internet, for a person that's called you to say you've got a problem with your computer or your internet.
Yeah. Okay.
And when you've done that, bring them back, and I'll talk to you when you get back.
Yeah, and this is for your 5-year virus protection program.
But don't tell them at the counter what they're for. Tell them they're for a present for your sister or your brother or somebody as a Christmas present or something.
Grandson is a good one.
Well, your grandson, yeah. Tell them they're for your
grandchild.
Yeah.
And whoever it was said yes. My name change, I think, has a little bit of point given my current slideshow.
Are you still plain truth?
Mippet said to press play.
Mippet said to press play. Did they? How long ago was that?
Right, Terry, go to about an hour in.
Yeah, but I wanted people to read this out. This is the stats from her. Christina Koch, expeditions 59, 60 and 61, flight engineer. Mission duration 328 days. She's done 6 spacewalks, 42 hours, 15 minutes total. She's done 5,248 Earth orbits. Miles travelled 139,053,992 statute miles. Wow, longest single space flight by a woman, and it's I can't read that. Is that 7th?
I was
all time on the US astronaut endurance
7th
list.
all time the US astronautic
and 50th
endurance
on the all
list.
time endurance list.
I
Wow.
started glancing at the video where she was trying to get used to gravity again after all that time, and I haven't gone all the way through it, but ooh, that would be something else.
I think that's about the closest shot they get of them coming down.
500 miles per hour.
We had O2 supply, so the pressure is different now.
Yeah, and sadly they kept losing picture as well, and then obviously going to mission control, and they kept happening.
258 square foot
Bit annoying.
drogue chute. That slows the swings down to 178 miles per hour in only about 16 seconds and begins stabilizing the capsule. Once it's jettisoned, it makes way for the 3,281-foot main parachute, which slows the Soyuz down to about 15.6 miles per hour.
That's CGI.
Yeah.
Standing by.
Calm down, Flurfs. It's animation. Calm down.
Send some animation here of that sequence.
Oh, just CGI. Look.
There you go. They just said animation. Yeah. Of course, it's CGI.
Oh, no airbags like the other one.
No.
Retros, by the look.
Yeah, they are retros. Literally, I think it's well, they get the signal about just under 2 seconds before landing, and before they fire, and literally about a second before. Yeah, retro rockets are supposed to soften the landing. They still have quite a bump, but it softens it quite a lot more.
I noticed only one parachute.
Yeah, only one parachute. Yeah.
Looked like there was 2, but one to slow it down, and then it released.
Well, I think the first one's what's called a drogue, isn't it?
Yeah, the first one's a drogue, really to sort of stabilise and start to slow it down, because the for the main shit, otherwise the aerodynamic forces would be too great. And they do have a contingency, I believe, on that one. But
So is that why they're developing that new one? It's got 3 or 4 parachutes, and it's got an actual airbag system.
Again with that, those 2 pilot chutes first, pulling out a drogue chute
That's
that
your bone.
slows the Soyuz down
So
to
only one person
178
came
miles
back?
per hour, and then makes way for the main
No,
parachute.
three. You had
orange and white
Alexia,
ones
which is a
that
Russian
you're used to
cosmonaut.
seeing.
The Italian guy, I keep forgetting his name.
To about 15.6 miles per hour.
Oh god, I've forgotten his name. And Christina.
Slows the Soyuz
I
down
think
to
they just said his
178 miles
name.
per hour.
There.
Shortly
Yeah,
afterwards,
they
we'll
always
begin
have
seeing
three in
parachutes
the
deploy.
Soyuz.
Artimano.
Yeah. Says it
Oh,
there.
Sorry, what did you say?
Parmi-
What did you say, Alan? Sorry.
Parmitano, his name.
Parmitano. Yeah. What was his
And-
first name again? I keep forgetting his name.
It doesn't say his first
They've
name.
only got the surnames on there.
Yeah. And Sirgorskov or something.
Yeah, first name Alexia, I believe.
Now 30.
That continues slowing the Soyuz down.
So Parmitano, he was the commander when he left, but he's handed over to somebody else. I'm not sure who that is. Did you pause it, Terry?
No, it's still going.
Oh.
Just in a dead patch.
Quiet.
Anyway, gentlemen, I'm going to get. Thank you for hosting, Terry.
2 harness.
Okay then.
All right. See you later.
Thanks for dropping in.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, my pleasure. Seeing you.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
This is on the main parachute. Hold the Soyuz at a 30-degree angle to the horizon until the bottom harness is severed, and the Soyuz is able to swing into a vertical position for touchdown.
Luca, that's his name, Luca.
The auto Rex put in the outside chat.
Oh, is he? Oh.
Oh, finally see it now. Oh, come on, change the feed.
Yeah,
And
he
it looks like the
switches
team
back and
in
forth
the,
every now and again.
The flight control team in Russia is seeing some video of the Soyuz making its way down. Already beneath that main parachute, that will continue slowing the Soyuz down to 15.6 miles per hour.
The time I got to see the feed, it was literally just a minute to landing by the time I saw this, but I've seen the playbacks, obviously.
17.1. Pressure 9 for number 1.
See, they're still using dial-up.
15 for.
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it? Yeah, and then you start hearing this bleeping, and there was some debate as to what it was in the chats. You know, it sounds like Morse code, but it's not. I think it's some sort of. I reckon it's some sort of tracker beacon.
Not as cloudy as predicted. It looks like a very clear view.
Can you hear that bleeping?
Yeah.
And that's constant. It's the same pattern over and over and over again. So that's what makes me think it's a tracker beacon of some sort.
And this is actually the first time that
it's
we're getting
automatically
HD video
activated.
of the landing, so it's especially fortuitous that we're getting such a clear video, despite the cloudy weather predictions. Inside the capsule there, Christina Cook, Luca Parmitano, and Alexander Skvortsov are just minutes away from
the
their
parachute. Where's the capsule?
triumphant return to Earth. That should be taking
Oh, it's there.
place around
It's definitely there.
3:12
Just see it as a little
time,
dot
so
underneath.
still another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
for them
I'm only on a small
to slow down
window. I
as they make
can't
their
see
way
that
toward the
detail.
Earth. As they get
No, it's not that
closer,
clear,
just
is it?
about, 2
Otherwise,
seconds
it wouldn't be like that. It'd just be be a massive ball of nothing material. Yeah.
6 solid propellant engines
Doesn't
on the
help
soft
that we are only
landing
seeing it
engines.
in
Slowed Soyuz down to
720p as well.
5 feet per second, or about 3.5 miles per hour.
Inaudible. 0.5, 0.3.
Yeah, the camera work's not too bad. It's just the resolution they're shooting it in.
Yeah, well, when you actually see, you don't really see much of the landing. You'll see later on. It's so unclear.
I think she just said they shot this in HD, but
ready to meet them.
Well, 720 is officially HD though, isn't it?
yeah. No, but what I'm saying is Zoom only does 720p anyway. So
yeah, absolutely.
NASA and Roscosmos.
The peanut gallery could be seeing it in better quality because they're looking at a smaller bit of the screen.
And I'm looking at the live feed, so
I've actually got it on my big screen, Alan, and it looks really good. I can actually make out the capsule underneath the parachute, and I can see the strings coming down from the parachute and everything.
Right, I'm not getting that good quality, and I've got the zoom window full
Slight correction
screen
to what I
on
said there.
my,
This video actually coming
but
from the
not
team who
but not the
arrived on the
peanut gallery
ground,
stream.
ready
I've
to
got it at
rush in to
66
meet the
inch
crew
though.
once they do touch down.
I can
Helicopters
just barely
also, of
make
course,
out the
converging
dot
on
for
the
the
landing
capsule
site
in my
to provide their support
the
personnel
live
as well.
feed from YouTube.
Oh, you can. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, you can see it on the live feed. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because I'm watching the
Black
live
dot.
feed. Ding dong. Who's that? He went out and didn't leave the door open. He kicked you out, Davros?
Oh, sorry, I had to go and watch something, and I couldn't watch it at the same time as hearing you guys talking. Because there's no deafen function on the phone.
Sounds like a you problem, buddy.
Well, no, it sounds like I just had a preview of TeamSpeak video that's being released tomorrow about a bunch of guys calling out a cyberbully and challenging him to a boxing match.
You need a laptop or something, so you got a second screen.
Well, no. Does it not sound like that? Say you call someone out for cyberbullying, and then you turn around to that person and challenge them to a boxing match with no headgear. Is that not bullying by proxy?
33 inaudible.
Hang on, the challenger to the boxing.
No, because it's a challenge. They don't have to accept
No,
the challenge.
yeah, if it's the bullying victim, because I called a bully out when I was a kid and never got bullied again at that school. No, I did, but they were afraid of me after that.
Yeah, but this is the thing. If you're saying we don't accept bullying,
Soyuz MS-13 continuing its smooth descent on a way to a 3:12
you're
a.m.
challenging
landing in
someone.
Kazakhstan.
2,800 meters. This is the current altitude.
All looking good so far as it makes its way down. Again, a great view here. The first time that we've been able to get HD
Casual,
video
you've been
from
corrected on that
landing
Morse
site.
code
These,
sound
views
thing.
coming from
That's
the team who've
that's
already
actually Morse
made
code
it
saying
to
that the Earth
where
is
we
flat.
expect the Soyuz to touch down on the ground.
Yeah, it's not saying the Earth's flat. It's giving the it's a station identification.
It's a beacon.
Oh, it's station data, right? Okay, I thought it was a tracker beacon.
Yeah, it's a station identification.
Oh, okay.
I'm fairly certain it's the repeater network that they're using.
Christina Cook's
No, I'll go with what you're saying,
record-breaking
Peter. That
space
makes
flight,
more sense, actually.
328 days in space, just about to come to an end with that.
Did they say they're in Kazakhstan? Did they say they're in Kazakhstan?
Yeah, it's where it landed. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's where it took off from as well, wasn't it?
I'm not sure where. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, yeah.
I thought their space place was Baikonur.
Yeah, Baikonur. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that brought Kosh and the other two astronauts back, wasn't it?
No, that's the one. This is the one that's bringing Luca, the Italian guy, back, Christina, the American astronaut, and the Russian cosmonaut.
Yeah, Christina Kosh.
Oh, Kosh. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Right, beg your pardon.
SAT pressure, inaudible.
Almost there. Yeah, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to say you don't see an awful lot of the actual landing itself. I'm afraid, sadly, on this particular feed.
Here
Anyway.
at Cosmodrome, we now show you video of landing in case we make fuck up.
Yeah, I think they usually one of the helicopters usually videos as well. So at some point they probably release that video of the actual landing itself with any luck. But the live feed's not that great.
Christina, yes, go ahead.
You could always skip a little bit, a few minutes, Terry. It's got a little while to go yet, I think. I thought it was just about there, but not quite. Oh,
Right.
there you go. That'll do.
You can see one
Oh,
of the
there goes the
helicopters
helicopter.
that's been sent in to meet the Soyuz. They're in that view as well.
I think that was the end of that feed.
Yeah, you can see that. I think that's it landed actually. I think by the looks of things. Sorry, you probably missed a little bit. Sorry, Terry. My bad.
No, I don't think you actually seen that.
Go back a bit.
You only see there.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, and then it kind of disappears in the haze a little bit.
See?
When it gets to when you see the land.
Goes black.
Yeah, yeah. You'll see in a sec.
Got the crane in.
You do kind of see it land, but you can hardly see anything. There you go.
See one of the helicopters that's been sent in to meet the Soyuz. They're in that view as well.
All right, yeah, we were at the right spot. Hold on. Come on, give us a live feed. Come on. Come on. There, you can hardly see anything. And then in a second, you'll see the parachute, and that's it.
Well, there's the helicopter.
Yeah, it's so hazy. Yeah, it's just landed. You can barely see anything. In the peanut gallery, it's probably a bit clearer on a big screen.
MS-13 carrying Christina Cook,
There you
Luca
go.
Parmitano, and Alexander Swartzov has touched down 3:12 a.m.
There you
Central
go.
Time, right on
See
time.
what I mean?
And now
Yeah,
after
you just see the
328
parachute
days
come
in
down
space
once it
and
lands.
139 million miles
Yeah,
for Christina Cook.
not clear at all.
And 201 days in space, 85 million miles for Luca Parmitano and Alexander Swartzov. The Expedition 61 crew is officially home. Again, that landing came right at 3:12 a.m. Central Time, 3:12 p.m. Kazakhstan time, following the deorbit burn that set it on its way at 2:18 a.m. Central Time. In space, Cook traveled 139 million miles, the equivalent of 291 round trips to the moon and back.
So Terry, if you skip to about 1:34, you'll see them coming out. We'll start bringing them out if you want to.
Excuse. Video yet? No video
So about
yet.
1:34, 1:32, 1:34,
Okay,
somewhere around
you
there.
should be getting it any time now.
That'll do. That'll do. That'll be
was
fine.
very close.
You'll see them come out in a few minutes.
Christina Cook, they had trained together. They were classmates in their astronaut class several years ago, and of course conducted a series of all-female spacewalks to set yet another mark in history, as if there weren't enough records that were being set during the course of Expedition 61, which saw a record 9 spacewalks totaling 61 hours, dead even. Very ironic for those 9 spacewalks during Expedition 62 way.
They've certainly earned a rest after all that they did in space. I'm sure they're eager to get home at this point.
Yeah, the thing that Andy, is the precision with which the Russian search and recovery forces and the support personnel execute one of these landings and subsequent recoveries. We are actually looking off beyond a series of Russian Mi-8 helicopters to some local villagers that are riding native horses in a foot of snow here in the south central steppe of Kazakhstan. You just never know, Randy.
Can't wait to get the video. It sounds like it's going to be really good.
I mean, it's just amazing. There's a bell out here, no wind, temperature in the mid-20s, and natives riding their native horses, just a little bit of a stroll on local horses on a Thursday.
Are they making
By the
any
way,
progress?
the RSA Energia personnel are in the process of beginning to gather up the cords for the main parachute that will be folded up and returned for post-flight analysis. The top hatch has now been opened, by the way, to the MS-13 spacecraft. The large orange and white parachute that you're accustomed to seeing for landings, and here at the landing site itself, during the descent of the Soyuz spacecraft, that parachute is going to be gathered up and taken back for engineers to do post-flight analysis on. It worked like a charm. Without any presence of wind here today, the Soyuz landed upright, which is the preferred orientation, although dragged on its side. There, of course, is another hatch available for the crew to be extracted. We should be seeing Alexander Skvortsov being pulled out of the Soyuz spacecraft here almost any time now. The chairs that they will be placed in with very warm blankets to cover them, those have been set up. So we'll be expecting to see the 3 crew members here before long, and now they're in the process of pulling the first crew member out, and indeed, Alexander Skvortsov, the veteran Soyuz commander with more than 500 days
you'll see them in a sec.
3 space missions, smiling broadly. A whole flank of photographers and television cameras here at the landing site. He is resting now on the edge of the Soyuz spacecraft and will be swung around and assisted down the ladder and be brought into his chair for a few minutes to get his equilibrium back, and hugs to some of the RSC and Energy personnel in the process of removing him from his Soyuz spacecraft.
I like to say they're
like
they're assisted out and assisted into the chair. They were actually carried.
At the Russian Flight Control Center. So hopefully
Yeah, I was just going to say
we will
that
be seeing it for ourselves
like
soon.
your equilibrium
we're
would be
seeing
all
a
over the
smaller
place. You
version
feel
of
like
it
you
right
want
now.
to vomit, wouldn't you? After
Yeah,
that long.
especially 328 days of space. Yeah, absolutely.
Is out of the spacecraft. He will be helped down the slide.
Yeah, and your muscles are just not going to be very used to
Of the Soyuz. He's
1G.
waving, smiling broadly, thumbs up, and he is now back on terra firma.
And we are seeing that live now, Rob. Thanks so much for keeping us informed while we waited. We got it just in time to see his smiles and thumbs up.
You'll see Christina
Very good.
shortly.
We'll hang here with you, Brandy, and provide any additional details that we might be able to do.
So Christina's got the longest female space flight record.
So I can get a better view of Christina Cook once she comes out of the Soyuz.
Alexander Skvortsov certainly looks like he's glad to be home, pumping his fist into the air, shaking hands, lots of well-wishers on hand.
I'd say it's pretty
Once
bloody
again,
cold there.
On this mission, Alexander Skvortsov racked up 201 days in space, but he's adding that to what he totaled on previous space two previous space flights now to come up with 546 days in total that he has spent in space over those 3 space flights.
And Brandy, if I might interrupt, Christina Cook, your record holder, she is out, thumbs up, and a huge smile.
Yes, we are seeing it real time. She definitely looks glad to be home. Again, 328 days that she's spent in space since her launch on March 14th.
She's back on Earth, but she's not home. We've got to correct them on that.
The planet is her home.
Yeah, okay.
Cook now is going down the slide, Brandy, and she'll be brought to her chair.
Only for show, of course, because they haven't been to space at all.
All smiles and looking like she's feeling great. Yes, we
You know what's really going. You know what's really going through her mind right now?
Cheeseburger.
Get me to a real toilet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One that doesn't suck everything out.
No, Hollywood said today that what she was wearing was just a stage prop. You know, and when challenged on it, he was like, "Oh, well, it looks like it is." I said, "Oh, did you make them, do you?" You designed them.
Christina, welcome home.
I mean, Jim chimed in and challenged him, and this side.
Oh, was I muted?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
Terry.
yeah, we didn't hear you saying anything.
I was going to say, what's the point of putting a blanket over an insulated spacesuit?
Current record holder.
Well, it's you know, it's still pretty cold there. They still feel the cold in that spacesuit. And don't forget, that's not a spacesuit. That's a flight suit. Not a spacesuit.
Seventh most of space flights accumulated by an American.
Also, it's really cold in Kazakhstan at this time of year.
Yeah, bloody freezing. That'd be minus something. Minus a lot.
Notice all the people wearing the jackets and the beanies there, Terry?
And don't forget, if you're just sitting down, you lose heat really quickly because your body's not generating any.
Yeah, exactly.
I found that out very quickly in winter time when I had to start using a wheelchair.
Sunglasses, as undoubtedly you can see, and we're awaiting the extraction of Luca Parmitano, who has spent more days in space than any other European Space Agency astronaut.
Well, she's wiping his hands.
Because you also got to remember that they've gone from a different pressure gradient inside the capsule.
Alexander Skortsov still
Yeah.
looking like he is
The amount of
pretty
moisture
good
that
and
will
happy to
come
be
out of
home.
their skin as they get into
Still giving thumbs
the
up.
heavier pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be about, I think about 7 psi, 8 psi, somewhere around there, and then straight into 17.5. Well, obviously he pressed slowly, but. Ah, vodka. Yes.
yes, vodka. I know been put in back of car for YouTube video.
Let us pretend this is coffee, but I know it is vodka. Thank you.
Very impressed and very happy to be breathing this nice cold air on this Thursday afternoon.
And there's Luca.
Doesn't smell like bacon anymore.
Well about her as well.
Is he going to go for a slippery dip ride too? Oh, gravity!
Luca Parmitano, if you're seeing him being helped down the slide, he is no stranger to Soyuz landings, of course.
Where's his chair?
And Cook and Skortsov
No, he's getting there.
a big fist bump to their teammate, number one.
There you go.
Looks like you've got 3 happy astronauts there. Glad to be back to the ground.
3 happy actonauts, you mean, lady?
Oi, stop it. Cypher.
I know, I like stirring shit.
Stop planting the seeds of doubt into the flirts, please.
I have to.
Not that you need to.
Trying to plant seeds of flirting doubt into the peanut gallery, mate. I don't know.
Yeah.
And see how quickly you get attacked.
Yeah.
Hasn't No Name gone to sleep yet?
He's doing shift work.
Big smile, just pointed at me, exclaimed,
Yeah, and there's no name said a real bath as well. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the thing I'd want. I'd want a pizza, a bath. Yeah, hot shower, a pizza, and a beer. A pizza and a beer as well.
Soaking your own garbage in a bath. No, I'd want a shower.
I wonder if he's talking to Putin.
There's President Putin to you.
While each crew member rolled up to the perimeter of the landing site. Once the crew members are finished in the medical tent, they will be driven from the medical tent.
This is Microsoft calling me. They said I have a problem with my computer. These are idiots. What do they think I am?
That's 2 calls from my ISP I've now had.
Oh, what, in the last half an hour?
Those 2 phone calls that I've had, both with the same call.
This must be scam.
We're seeing Alexander Skortsov right now on the phone. I assume probably talking to some family or friends who are watching from a distance. Although it looks crowded there at the landing site from this view. If you were able to turn the camera around, it would be just empty space all around them. So they are really in the middle of nowhere.
That will be his mother saying, "You need to come home and pick the potatoes, please. We need some more. Thank you. You've been gone for 200 days. Come back now."
They arrive at home.
And
That's not
buy a bottle of vodka on your way, please.
I'm just struck by the natives who came out to watch this landing on horseback.
Yes, use your bread
Is he
credits.
A few yards away from the totally extraordinary.
All right, don't shout.
I called my wife.
That's a
Calmly
lucky
say,
chance
"Do
for
you
them
have
getting
vodka?"
to see the welcome home.
Yeah, how would you feel that the place you're landing after being in space for 200 plus days is the same place that Borat comes from?
And is she talking to Trump? No.
Doubtful. It'd be NASA control probably.
If you are not already seeing it,
No, it's probably, well, could be family or friends, perhaps. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, this is the photo where she gives like a thumbs up or whatever.
Extracted from just a few
And
minutes
this is
ago.
the screenshot.
He's looking for some pasta and some pizza and some wine.
Yeah, but if that's his
Where's the
girlfriend,
vino?
But if that's his girlfriend, that's not the first thing he's thinking then.
yeah, exactly.
Nope. Although he'd have to get used to gravity again before. I actually think that would be one of the last things on his mind.
He's thinking second bang will be hotel door.
Putting it in the right configuration. They have a dog with them.
Well, he could just lie back and think of Italy, you know. Who knows, you know.
How can I get up?
Now again, you've been out there a number of times. Is that a first for you?
He'd be thinking about Vespa and riding around going, "Ciao."
It's remarkable. I mean,
Ciao, Bella.
There are small villages in the close proximity to this landing site, not immediately within a few feet, of course, or a few miles, but for some amazing reason, these folks know when landings are about to occur, and in this world of
Well, I just
GPS
got some
and
good
other
footage of the moon.
capabilities, they pretty much know exactly where a Soyuz spacecraft is going to land.
I would come out to see it if I were nearby as well.
Well, you can't. I haven't put it on my computer yet.
The other thing that's quite remarkable is the fact that the cold front that brought about a foot of snow to the region in the last few days, it blew through right on time, and as predicted, when we left the staging city of Karaganda earlier this morning, it was very, very gray, overcast,
Don't
and
say staging city.
to the northeast. As soon as we got airborne in the helicopters, however, we could see clear skies as far as the eye could see, and it has turned into
fresh fruit.
A gorgeous winter day.
We're seeing sorts of
They do get a bit of fresh food, but very, very little.
Chips and salsa. Do you think that's in her near future?
No question. There are enough chips, salsa on the NASA plane heading home to accommodate several Mexican restaurants back in Houston. I will tell you, no shortage of her favorite delicacy on the way home.
Everyone's still looking happy. Lots of smiles.
They're all happy. Of course, they've gone into the process of the traditional group picture. The crew very in the fresh air out here.
So are they calling a Macy's Day Parade?
Yeah.
Sounds like we
Somebody's making a
lost
phone call.
Rob Navius there, giving us the play-by-play from on the scene in Kazakhstan. But as you can see, we've still got the video, so able to see as the activities continue that they should be preparing to move the crew into the medical tent sometime pretty soon.
Yeah, I've been practicing that landing on the. Thank you. Oh man, it was beautiful. The landing. Hello, thank you. You look amazing. I'm so overwhelmed and happy right now. Oh my gosh, there's an animal. You see the doggy? Yeah, the dog came to say hi. Of course, is also you guys.
We'll probably kind of bunch up there.
Oh, it's got to see a dog for first time for ages.
My blanket train.
Wow.
Looks like that move to the medical tent is imminent, starting with Alexander Skvortsov. The landing support personnel will carry the crew members into the tent just so that they don't have to risk moving on their own when their equilibrium may still be adjusting from their reintroduction to gravity.
To what? What was that word?
Gravity.
Downity.
Gravity, was it? I don't know. Downity.
Dropity. Get it right, you guys. Bloody hell. Relative dropity.
Yeah,
Relative density dropity.
Just a little something on the gravity situation. Up in the space station, it's actually classified as microgravity. It is not 0G.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Well, it is microgravity, but they still class it as zero G.
Yeah,
They're not pulling any G's at all. Well, when they're up there floating around.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, but
yeah,
that's the to and fro of those words, right? There is microgravity because the station still gets pulled towards the planet and it has to readjust every now and then.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but the astronauts themselves are not feeling any, because I mean, like G is not an accurate measurement. If you measured it in smaller measurements of gravity, then that you could detect it. But when it comes to a G, you couldn't even detect it as 0.1.
Landing checkups they'll go through, and we also now have back online with us Rob Navius, who's there on the scene. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, Brandy. Off of wild horses, as they said in Kazakhstan, couldn't keep me away, so I'm back with you. Skvortsov is now Luka Parmitano is now and he has started the short ride being carried by Union Space Agency and Russian personnel to that medical tent. Christina Cook will follow in very short order.
Yes, we're seeing Luka Parmitano on his way now.
And Christina Cook is now being hoisted by NASA and Russian personnel.
All right, John.
Right, John.
Night, John.
See you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's off to the pub night. Have a good one, John. Don't drink too much. No, actually, sod that. Drink loads.
Back over to you, Brandy, in Mission Control in Houston, and we'll be talking to you later after we begin the trip back to Houston.
Thanks so much for all the great descriptions, Rob. We really appreciate you calling in, and please pass on our congrats and welcome homes to all three of the crew members.
Well, we will do that, Brandy, and have a good rest of the day. Another successful space station mission in the books.
Indeed. Thanks again, Rob, and we appreciate that. Your play-by-play. It's been great to have.
They didn't plan that very well. The doorway to get through is not wide enough. To walk through.
No, that's right. They'll get through. It's not. It isn't very wide, right enough. No.
And
Not with
there's
all the
Christina
people on
Cook
each
making
side.
her own way into the medical tent, still with smiles and thumbs up. All the crew members seeming like they're feeling pretty well for having spent 201 to 328 days in space. The checkups that the crew members undergo inside the medical tent do take a while, so that will be the last that we see of them for our landing coverage here today. Hopefully we'll be able to get you some video as they begin making their way home through video files coming up, but that is probably the last we'll see of them in Kazakhstan.
See all this modern
You can see
technology. You
there,
see
some of
helicopters
the-
and a spacecraft, then all of a
some of
sudden
the
you see a
nearby
man on a
residents who
horse.
have come out
Looks strange, doesn't it?
That
to
does.
see the ceremony, the welcome home.
Two men on a horse
In the snow.
in the snow.
And a great view of the
There it is.
Soyuz
It looks a bit
MS-13
burnt.
here.
Wonder why.
Still being unloaded. They'll be getting a lot of science experiments
crispy.
and
Bit crispy,
Look how
yeah. I was going to say
small
that.
that bucket
off the
is.
spacecraft. It'll be making its way
Yeah,
home
there's
alongside the
not really a lot of
astronauts.
room. You had three people inside that thing. There's not a lot of room to move.
Far out.
Yeah, they have seats inside them that are actually specially made for them, that fits around them, kind of molded around them.
Some serious helicopter. It's a serious snow machine. Far out. Look at that. I look at that and I just think, fun. That's a lot of fun.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah, the Sikorsky helicopters are always bigger.
How long is the ISS total? It's only about 53 meters or something, isn't it?
No.
The ISS, it's
About
longer than a
it's
football field.
Football field.
Is
Yeah,
it?
including the solar panels and things like that.
No,
It takes up
no, I'm
pretty much the
talking-
whole area of a football field.
No, I'm talking specifically the spaces that the astronauts would have been in like most of the time.
Oh, right, okay. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, it's a cramped
there's-
space, and that's
Well, what you talking about? Sorry, you talking about the ISS? You mean? Or
yeah, like the bits inside where the astronauts are doing the daily work where they're
yeah. Well,
sitting around
there's
and
there's
sleeping
still
on
a
it.
fair
It's not
there's
very
a fair
much.
bit of room. Because it's split up. You've got the Russian section where the Russians will
Down.
pretty much spend most of the time.
The internal
and you've got the
internal
combined-
area is the same size as inside a 747.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Plenty of space. It
Plenty
is
of space.
109 meters in length.
But
And their own
imagine
their
going
own little
from that
bedroom is
after-
their own little bedroom is not much bigger than a wardrobe really.
Yeah, well, they
could
sleep
sleep
kinda like-
upright, don't they?
Yeah.
They could sleep
Yeah.
like a bat.
Well, it depends on your perspective whether it's upright or on the side or on the front, whatever. Doesn't really
Yeah,
matter,
there's
does
no
it?
up or down in space.
No.
No.
Does anyone want to see my moon video I just took? Or one of them?
Yeah, well, the
yeah.
point I was just making is like that they've gone from that small space back to they're stepping out and there's a dude with a horse there. Imagine what like the feeling of relief after being on a pressurized fucking excuse me, swear jar, the pressurized little tin can that you're in back to that space. It'd just be such a sense of relief, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the
But,
ISS,
welcome
the air pressure on the ISS is kept about the same as Earth. But so when they go into the Soyuz to get back to Earth, that's depressed to about 7 or 8 psi, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So they're in that tiny spacecraft for quite a few hours, and they're cramped and they've got their legs up, kind of almost like in a fetal position, almost. So they've got to stay like that for quite a few hours. Yeah. So not an easy thing to do.
Okay, I know it's all overexposed, but that's all part of the video. Just watch.
Nice.
Had to wait finally to come up before the trees. I'm probably muted actually. Wind.
It's like discotheque.
Oh no, it's coming into. You can start seeing the seas a little bit more.
I called Barry. I told him to turn off some of the LEDs.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's
Yeah,
better. That's
using the
nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Amazing
it's the right
how
way
you can
up.
turn. Yeah.
No, that's upside down. What are you on about?
How'd you turn the power? Have you got one of those dimmer switches? Sheepy?
Barry. Call Barry. I said, Barry,
Barry.
turn off section 9 and 7. And
Yeah,
there we
nice.
go.
I like how they do the crop circles up there.
Yeah. His name's Andrew. It's more like the Zen garden. He uses a rake.
Yeah, he
and
uses
put-
a rake.
Oh
and
yeah,
he
yeah,
cuts
the Zen garden. Yeah,
stones.
with the rake. Yeah.
Yeah, he puts stones in particular positions that only can be in that position at that particular time for when he is taking those pictures.
There you go.
Must be a pretty
That's
big
right.
rake.
That's the mag.
Well,
We
when
should
it
have a
comes,
full moon tonight. I'll see if I can get a picture of a moon the right way up.
yeah, when it comes back around to our English friends, he has to recombobulate the doohickey to get the rocks to turn the right way.
This discombobulation is not an easy process to achieve. You know?
No, it is very difficult.
You're just a bunch of numpties.
By the way, Terry,
Yeah,
I
probably.
just dropped Simon Dan's latest video in the internal chat for you.
You mean?
I think Terry's got it. I
You
think.
mean that one?
Yep. Just in case.
Flat Earthers
Case
get
of
offended by hilarious
emergency.
advert. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I've got a few lined up. I've got a Bob 1 and 2, crushing the soul of a flat earth at density and gravity.
I think we should say Bob for Saturday.
Where's Wally? Thrive, survive, Penumbra, Conundra, whatever. And then we've got a Simon Dan flat earthers get crushed by. Why? What's Bob's got? Is Bob's got some relevance for Saturday night?
Well, because you're on about the moon and such, and it's talking about Newton. Considering it was his observations of the moon and the Earth and which got him to his law of gravitation.
Loose connection.
I was just going to say, I'm waiting for the actual connection.
But Terry, was there lightning?
Oh, did I forget to mention that there was lightning?
Well, because I looked at your...
I vote Simon Dan to be next. My personal feeling.
I'll leave it up to the peanut gallery.
Well, no, looking at tomorrow's title, the fact that it's about the moon and the sun.
Well, density and gravity.
So should we say in the should we say in the peanut gallery, say 1 for Simon Dan, 2 for Bob, or
Wally?
3 for Where's Wally? So 1 for Dan, 2 for Bob, 3 for Where's Wally? What do you guys want?
Which way are you going? You're going
1, 2, or 3.
You're going that way, are you? You're going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, one Simon Dan, 2 Bob, and 3 Where's Wally?
I'll have to move them around. There we go. That's 1.
Doesn't
that's
count.
2.
That person
That's
doesn't
3.
count. Sam Cam side, please. Yep.
Mippett's going Psy. Okay, that's 1 for
Yeah.
Psy.
That's 2 Psy.
That's a Psy.
That's 3 for Psy, 4 for Psy.
Skip James.
That casual
No
spaceman's
name.
not counted.
Yeah, no, you've got it wrong.
I don't know who this.
Everyone wants to see Simon Dan.
I don't know who this Davros is, but
Yeah, but we're Aussie. We should be watching Where's Wally. You all traders out there. Traders, trader.
Are we unofficially adopting everyone? Unofficially adopting all the traders, Terry?
Yes, I think we have to.
Yeah,
Terry.
Unofficially.
Who is this
on the side of
digital
the road.
demonic Davros guy?
Terry, there is another Aussie that you might want to watch.
There is another one.
Oh yes, there is another one.
Yeah? Who?
Gonna do.
Go where? Going where?
Oh no.
Well, oh no, Peter, throw that guy
What's he
out.
going to do next?
Seriously.
What's he going to do?
No,
Not a hell of a lot.
it might be worth $10 million to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Nah.
$10
Seems
million.
already soft opera.
As if any flirt's going to pay out any kind of money, let alone $10.
Yes,
let
yes,
alone
no,
10
no.
million.
We do get to watch them all, but it's just the order we get to watch them in.
Alright. So excluding this guy, Digital Davros, and this person, Casual Spaceman, besides them, because they're not part
Besides
of
the shills.
it. Yeah.
Right,
They're
have you seen?
They're influencing the vote, I feel. So let's remove them.
Is anybody else? Is that all right? So you got one vote for Where's Wally? Okay then.
No. It's not even a vote for Wally. It's the fact that Mippet's seen Wally already.
I'm with No Name, all of them.
Is that the link in the inside chat?
In which case,
Peter?
Yeah.
Yes.
In which case, there's been no votes
Yes,
for anybody
Terry.
else other than Simon Dan to be next.
All right,
Okay,
Dan
so,
first.
No Name's got a fact. There's at
Watch
least
them
a
all at
dozen
the same
Aussies.
time.
You sure we hadn't seen this before, Peter?
Oh, we might have. I can't remember. I can't keep track of everything. Jeez.
Oh, well, what you gonna do?
You're the
Well, we
secretary.
still
what
didn't
the hell?
remember if there was
Do your
lightning
job.
or not. I mean, come on.
I'm dyslexic and I've got my shoes on, so I can't count past 20.
Statistic.
You mean you can't count past 10?
Well, no, it's the
Oh.
fact his
I'm wearing
dyslexic
a towel.
fingers don't know how to be able to take off his
Fucking
shoes. 'cause
can't take the
Velcro's
shoes off.
The
Can't
Velcro's
take the
too
shoes.
tight.
Can't take the shoes off, so I can't get to 20.
Yeah, and he's wearing loafers.
You'll all have to speak up.
He's
I
got
can't hear you.
he's
I'm
got
wearing a towel.
moccasins on, and he can't get them off.
He can get the loafers off. He just got socks on. He's
That was back in January
What's
26th.
the
You sure we hadn't
sorcery?
seen- That's a bit old.
Oh yes, $10 million. Old hoop roof.
Yeah, go on.
Good morning, and welcome to another clickbaity titled video. Except that it's not really a clickbait title.
Why are we
I am
watching this
actually
again?
offering $10 million.
That's what I said. I thought we'd
Right,
already
so a
seen
couple
it.
of days
Because
ago, I
he's
was
just
watching
released it
Simon and
again.
Dan, like the good little
Oh,
NASA
maybe
shill that I am, and it was a response
A
video
variation.
to a guy that goes by Flat Earth.
He released it a
Millionaire,
week ago,
who's
again.
offering 200k for Globers to prove 3 things to him.
Okay.
So here's the dude showing off his house that's worth $500,000. Says his name is Tanner Stewart from Texas. And he literally spends 40 minutes in this video telling you how he paid cash for his house,
Yep.
paid cash for
Mippet
his
says
fucking
we've seen
driveway,
this too.
shows you
Yeah,
that he's
righto.
got 3 cars. Dude reckons he makes about 700 grand a month, which is a lot. You've actually got to watch the video. It's fucking hilarious. Anyway,
If
he's
you
not
make
the first
700
guy to
grand
put
a
up
month,
a decent
you'd
amount of
have
money
a
for
bigger
people to
house
try and
than
prove
that.
the globe.
Just saying.
And you'd
Hang
have
on,
brand new
hang
I'm
on.
sure you all
cars.
remember
That's
Flat Out
not his
Heroes
house.
times,
That's the
Wolfie
house he's
60
working
when he
on.
met.
That's what I thought.
Not that anyone thinks that this guy had 100k in the first place because he's a fucking stoner.
When have we come
Then
on
there's like Ray
across a
Goodwin,
disingenuous
surveyor dude
planet?
from Kansas, put up 100k to do a surveying challenge at Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. And I've had a lot of back and forth.
What was
with
the
that
point in
guy,
having a vote?
And it's probably worth a
Yeah, I
video
know.
by itself.
Peter threw a spanner in the
this
works.
sniper dude at the bottom asking for proof of Coriolis.
Rufus is
I'm sure
Australian,
there's
though.
more. But what is the problem?
Yeah,
with
argue
all
against
these
that, Casual.
challenges? And the
We'll
problem
put it
is
out.
objectivity.
Put it out there. We'll put it
So
out
when
there.
someone
It's
challenges
not the
you
point
gave
though.
Paradise
to
Your
them,
your
it
audience
is them
voted one
that's setting
for
the standard
Simon
of
Dan.
evidence,
Be
and
Hey,
named.
what it
Britain.
takes
Sorry,
to
yeah,
convince
casual.
them.
Britain. Britain.
And obviously,
gave
Flirters
Paradise to
set
Thieves.
that standard of evidence.
What do you
so
expect?
high that it's basically
That's
impossible to reach.
that's the thing. It's
Or
not a
once that challenge is
democracy.
actually met, then they move the goalposts or something.
Blame
Like
Peter.
when Sleeping
all a
Warrior
trick.
bet £1,000 that there's a solar eclipse every month.
Oh, the
Just that it happens
Gave
over
them
the
the
oceans.
illusion
Wording.
of choice.
And then someone
Casual.
comes along and explains why there isn't a solar eclipse every month, and then Anthony comes
Terry
back
told
and
me
says,
off
"Oh,
2
no,
weeks
no,
ago for calling it a
by solar
dictatorship.
eclipse, I just meant there's a shadow cast off into space somewhere." Unbelievable. Anyway,
It's a hype.
so no matter what evidence that you do provide and how thoroughly you debunk their bullshit, they will never be convinced. So how do we fix this? Right, obviously we need to
We
level
also
the playing
don't
field
set
and have both
stupid,
parties
ridiculous
on equal
money
footing.
challenges like this.
So instead of me
Do
trying
we?
to convince you, which of course will never happen because you won't let it happen, we each try to convince a neutral third party which is the best position of the two positions. And that third party has to be a professional arbitrator. So they're duty bound to treat the evidence without bias. So for example, we could hire someone from the National Academy of Distinguished Neutrals. And there's the website. We'd get a lawyer to draft the rules of the challenge, sign a contract, and then both of us would put whatever prize money that we agreed on into an escrow account. And then basically we run kind of a trial in front of this arbitrator, where I put forward my top 3 arguments for the Earth being a sphere, you put forward your top 3 arguments for the Earth being flat, and then we obviously get a chance to rebut the opposing arguments. Then the arbitrator makes a decision, and the winner takes everything. So hopefully that sounds fair. Good. All right, now I don't want to get into like a dick measuring contest with Flat Earth Millionaire, but my net worth is actually Googleable. And if this dude's making 700 grand a month, then he can easily put up at least $1 million bucks. And as you can guess from the title, I'm happy to bet anything up to 10 million Aussie dollars, which is roughly 7 mil US, into this challenge. I do actually have a minimum amount, which is about 100k US, because once you add up lawyers' fees and escrow fees, and then pay the arbitrator for a few days, it might end up costing about 20 grand or so. So there's my challenge, Flat Earth Millionaire. I believe the hashtag you used is hashtag put your money where your mouth is. And obviously this challenge is not just for Flat Earth Millionaire, it's for anyone. So flick me an email if you're interested, and please spread the word.
Well, wait. This is a Glober putting up a challenge for a Flat Earther?
Mm-hmm.
It's a Glober putting up a challenge against the Flat Earthers. So
What's funny about it?
So he has turned the whole Flat Earth Millionaire thing on his head and gone, well, come and debate me and the winner takes the lot.
That's right. And the funny thing is, Chemo came in the other day in the morning. It was like, good morning. And then he says, there is a $200,000 challenge. So, Globers, what are you going to do? And when Ruhuf put this video out, I came and said, there's a $10 million challenge. What are you going to do,
What are you
Flat
going to
Earthers?
do?
And he goes, I don't see the
Oh,
point in it.
shit.
I don't see the point in it. What's it for?
Oh, but we couldn't say that about the 200k challenge.
Exactly. It was.
That both Simon Dan and Conspiracy Cats have both been able to show evidence to win that money.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the water was dripping off Conspiracy Cat's ball. I mean, Simon Dan's ball.
You couldn't see it actually dripping off.
He didn't say that though, and he just moved the goalpost.
Yeah, that's right.
I do remember seeing Wolfie's globe with the water hanging. It was hanging on, but it was still on there, sticking to it.
On his magnetic ball.
Yeah, that one.
Even Sean.
Yeah, Sean dipped the ball in the tennis ball.
The tennis ball in the shook all the water off it, held it there, nothing dripping off it, and then put it on the blotting paper or the cloth or whatever it was, and it was still wet.
Right. Number
$10
one.
million challenge for us.
Yep, and it's been out since when? 26, and he reposted it, so middle of January, something like that.
Yeah, so it's been out for 2.5 weeks.
I'm going to have to start spamming that around the place. Yes.
Yes. You could do like a news, news broadcast, dun, 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 and put it on your next show on the black site. This just in.
Yes, we'll put that in the National Indoctrinator as well. That's I like it. On it.
Yeah, but Ruth's got it all wrong because where's the V8 powered goalposts? He seems to want fixed goalposts.
Oh,
they work on Ether Drive now, Alan. We discussed this the other day.
Oh yes, yeah, we've been developing a new Ether Drive.
Yes, casual.
Yes.
Terry, play.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Is getting annoyed, we can take it with absolute certainty that it happens all of the time. But usually, the irritation comes from us flat earth debunkers, and they make no apologies for expressing that. However, recently a flat earther took offence from an organisation and he is not happy. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Yes, D Marble is back and he is not a happy flat earther as he has taken offence to the following advert. Now, you have to give Culturel their dues here as this advert is 100% factually correct, assuming of course that the science is used to make their products. However, D Marble disagrees and he is highlighting a video made by another flat earther who, would you believe it, calls the company. Here we go, guys.
It is Flat Earth Friday and I would like to give a shout out to a man by the name of Jim.
Hang on, Flat Earth Friday is my show. What is D playing at?
Who decided that he would make a personal phone call to Culturel's marketing department to file a grievance about a recent anti-Flat Earth ad that they put out. Check this out.
Now, before we play this bit, the guy in question, Jim, is another flat earther, and he recently tracked down a guy called Michael Smith, an elderly gentleman who just so happens to have the same name as the Michael Smith that died in the Challenger disaster.
I was pulling out and I saw you. I just came by to... Are you Michael Smith?
Yeah.
Professor at university?
Retired.
Retired?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just stopped by because there's this room. Are you aware of that? There's a rumor on the internet.
It's not me.
That people are saying.
Yeah, it's not me, obviously. I mean, anybody that looks at my background, looks where I was born, it's not me. I mean, it's interesting that the Michael J. Smith that was the astronaut looks something like me when we were younger, but really not if you really look at facial recognition.
You never been a pilot, never been in the military?
Nothing like that.
Huh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I don't respond to the emails I get. I get probably an email, maybe 2 a month.
Really?
And I got one guy that's been really hounding me, and I turned it over to the FBI.
I mean, how disrespectful can you get? Not only to not think that people died in this disaster, but to then bother an elderly man off the back of some shoddy conspiracy theory with no evidence whatsoever is quite simply abhorrent. So now we know the caliber of person that we're dealing with here.
I was calling about some advertising I saw from your company. I don't know, maybe you're aware of it. It's about Flat Earth. It says Flat Earth Theory, zero science, and Culturel, all science.
Good one.
Yep, I'm familiar with it. May I have your name so I know who I'm speaking with?
This is Jim.
Oh, bless her. She knows what's coming, doesn't she?
Thanks, Jim. And just in case we get disconnected, is there a telephone number I'd be able to call you back on?
Do you have my number? Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Okay, how may I help you with the advertisement, the Flat Earth advertisement?
Well, are you actually aware of any science that says the Earth is either spherical or spinning?
Wow, straight in there with the big questions, Jim.
I mean, I did not personally create the ad. I can certainly forward any feedback, but that doesn't necessarily reflect my knowledge or beliefs as a consumer resource representative.
Very professionally stated, and of course she didn't design the advert, and she has no sway whatsoever in whether or not the advert can be pulled. It seems like Jim needs to speak to someone a little bit more higher up.
Well, maybe somebody in your company somewhere has some evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. I wouldn't know, but any feedback you have, I can certainly forward it, Jim.
Well, I want actually, if you say there's zero science, I think you should back up that claim. Otherwise, it's basically false advertising, isn't it? If you...
What a dickbag.
No, Jim, it is not.
Claim that there's zero science, and it's It's kind of crazy, you know. I've been looking into a few years, and all evidence points to flat and motionless. So.
Oh, you mean all that evidence that's brought forward by YouTubers who don't understand physics? That evidence, right?
That's why I'm calling, because on what grounds are you saying that it's a spinning sphere?
On the grounds that it is, and people have seen it with their own eyes.
I mean, if you could give some reason, if you're just going to say zero science, then I think there should be some reason given, scientific reason given. Maybe you could have something on your website or something, because, and by science, I mean something with a dependent and an independent variable, something that's testable, observable, repeatable. You know.
I thought this was Jim.
In the company's defence here, they are saying that there's zero science in the flat Earth theory, which there isn't. They're not saying anything about the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, well, I'll forward that feedback about the webpage, about your feelings on the advertisement. We by no means meant to offend, but we are always open to feedback. It's how we know exactly what you guys want to see, what you don't want to see, so I do appreciate that, Jim. It will make its way to my brand team.
What a lovely lady.
So, my question is, why are all these celebrities, actors, politicians, companies, what's the hang up? What's the big deal? What's so wrong about people believing that they don't live on a globe, that so many have to go out of their way to make a mockery of flat Earth?
It is because of all the stuff that comes with it, D-Marble. The anti-science, the correcting things which don't need to be corrected. It is a horrifically successful gateway conspiracy that leads to far more dangerous ones. That is why.
That whole idea that flat Earth has zero science, that's ridiculous. There's Michelson Morley, there's Michelson Gale, there's Sagnac, there's Aries Failure, the Bedford Level experiment. There's simply looking outside of a window when you're on a plane. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson even told you. That stuff is flat concerning Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull jump from the edge of space.
All of which has been misinterpreted by you guys, D.
And, I mean, the science actually supports flat Earth.
It really doesn't, and I'm sorry to have to tell you that.
And the marketing department should be a little more careful about this stuff because, I mean, that could be looked at as false advertising.
It absolutely cannot.
Because I don't think they really thought that through. They should probably be more careful in the future with that type of thing. But
I think they did think it through and produced a bloody funny advert.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Jim for putting that phone call in and taking these people to task about that particular advertisement. And the question at this point, and I've been asking this question for a while, why the censorship? Why continuously attack flat Earth?
Because it is an absolute load of cobblers. We have the exact same right to free speech as you do, and I'm using it to say that the flat Earth theory is balderdash.
If the idea is so ridiculous, if it's been debunked so many times, if we're just crazy, like what's the point in continuously coming after us? Why is YouTube, going out and making it harder to get flat Earth videos available,
Because you are not listening to the debunkings. You are just hand-wave dismissing them.
You go on the search, you type in flat Earth, and you're going to get a bunch of hit pieces, you're going to get a bunch of mockery.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Why? Why switch up the algorithms? Why are these companies coming after flat Earthers and trying to discredit? I think I know why, because we're kind of onto something. If we weren't a threat, there wouldn't be a need for censorship.
You keep telling yourself that, D, as long as it makes you feel better about wasting the last 5 years of your life. Right, let's finish that one here today and let's leave D Marble to his culturelle. Thank you ever so much for watching. If you enjoyed it today, then please do like and subscribe. It would be thoroughly appreciated. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for some of that fantastic guy that we all know and love to be Nathan Thompson. See you then.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I know
not looking
one flat
forward
earther.
to Nathan Thompson.
I know
Alan,
one flat earther that would have to agree with that advert.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is? Do you remember who that is? What did Riley say in Blue's video? There is
Oh,
no
it's no
science for the
for
flat
flat
earth.
Earth.
There you go. So I think you should put that in front of Riley and say, do you agree with this, Riley? Do you agree with this, Sleeping Warrior? He's got to say yes, because he said it.
Is that the birth of a new meme? Davros, can we turn that
Yeah,
on?
we can
Davros,
take
Davros,
care of
get
that
onto
tomorrow. Tomorrow.
What I do,
Because
what I do
found-
wonder is, how much scientific proof is there that these probiotics actually do anything for you anyway?
Well, probably not, but it's irrelevant.
Well, it's the fact that
No,
they solidify your shit.
There is some, yes, there probably is more science in probiotics than flat Earth, but I just wonder how much science there is in probiotics.
There's more science in that little bit of lavender oil you put in your oil burner with your tea light candle.
Yeah. There is no science in flat Earth.
I found something really interesting, and this one, it's the dictionary definition of the scientific method. Okay, it's a noun, a method of investigation in which a problem is first identified and observations, experiments, or other relevant data are then used to construct or test a hypothesis that purport to solve it. Okay, so it doesn't have to be an observation.
It says other relevant data. That's, I think, an important part.
Yeah, because it says problem is first identified and observations, experiments, or other relevant data. So it doesn't even have to be observed.
No, it's not precluding anything either, or excluding sort of anything based on, like Riley's. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be unicorn farts. It doesn't matter, and it would actually matter if it was unicorn farts, because you'd expect unicorn farts to smell all popcorny and look like glitter or something. Rainbows, yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the medical definition of the scientific method. And then what else do we have? Cultural definitions.
There's quotes from scientists, Davros, that Jim read out, and they basically said there is not one correct way to do the scientific method, as different methods reach the same result. And some methods can't be implemented, so to say there is one is incorrect. And these are coming from scientists with actual
and
quotes.
you're not going to use the same method for something that you want a different result from. There's going to be a different method for everything that you're going to want to undertake.
Try this. This is for chemistry, basically, or medicines. The principle is an empirical process of discovery and demonstration considered characteristics of or necessary for scientific investigation, generally involving the observation of phenomena, the formulation of a hypothesis concerning a phenomena, experimentation to demonstrate the truth or falseness of the hypothesis, and a conclusion that validates or modifies the hypothesis. Okay, so this is talking about in medical terms. Right, which is the one. This is the definition that Riley and Oakley and that use, which is the one looking for observations of phenomena. Right, but that's if you see something happen in a particular chemical reaction or a drug interaction with certain chemicals in the brain or the bloodstream and all that sort of stuff. But the first one that I read out is the original definition of the scientific method.
That's something I often wonder. Do they see words in some place and then go and conflate them somewhere else to use them in a completely different setting?
Well, this is what I find funny, right? Sometimes they'll use the first definition of something, or they'll use the 8th definition of something. It's whichever one comports to their narrative.
Fits the narrative, yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's a narrative for them. Whereas with us, we would use both of these as our example.
Because I have a massive issue with the use of the word disequilibrium in regards to the movement of, say, a tennis ball.
Yeah, the word disequilibrium was first recognized during, I think, the Reagan era, when Reaganomics came in, and it was talking about the difference between the poor, the middle class, and the upper class, and how that there was a disequilibrium between the middle class and the lower class that didn't seem to correlate with the upper class and middle class. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I've looked into the word, 6 ways from Sunday, and all I've ever found it to be in relation to is, financial marketplace systems or the human blood pressure system. For example, if you crouch down and then stand up really quickly and you breathe out, you crouch down, you breathe out a few times, and then you stand up and get a head spin. That's disequilibrium.
That's disequilibrium.
Vertigo, it's a disequilibrium. It's the only times I've ever found it, never in any physics usage whatsoever.
It's to not know your place, basically. Right. So the disequilibrium of the economic board is nobody actually knows their place on the economic board until someone creates figures and facts to tell you where you are. Same as when you stand up and
So really, what you're saying is that this flat earthers thing saying, that if I lift the pen off the desk and then go to the floor and then drop it on the floor, it's to do with disequilibrium. What they're saying is that pen has a consciousness, right?
Pretty much,
has a brain.
Yeah, that or a financial disability.
Or a financial disability,
I actually think that the first time I came across it as casual was, in relation to throwing tennis balls and stuff like that. And they say, a ball moving through the air is going to have a relative density disequilibrium as it gets closer to the ground. It's like, well, and that, I started thinking about it. I'm like, this was way back when I first started looking into all this. And it was one of the things that stood out more than anything to me. Like, hang on, I know I've seen this word before, but I don't think I've ever seen it in relation to physics.
But here's the thing. That ball going through the atmosphere, it's at equilibrium through that entire parabolic trajectory. Even when it comes to rest and stops, it's at equilibrium because all forces are acting evenly upon it when it's on the ground. Right? But while it's in the air, all those forces are still acting on it, but some more than the other. But it's not disproportionate. The amount one is acting on it, the other one is acting that amount less on it. So it's technically an equilibrium through that travel. So that's what I don't get. The physics misunderstandings is just mind-boggling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, play.
Yeah, go and play if that's Wally again.
So I actually did a test, and what distance does the umbra and penumbra start to happen using our sun? Well, the answer is...
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? I had a special request today to have a look at Mr. Thrive and Survive. And I tell you what, I'm not disappointed. I'm quite happy that he spoke up and said some silly things, so let's Wally on and see what we can do with him.
And particularly the effect we get with the the solar eclipses. And we have the shadow, as you can see here, comes down to a point, and then it goes the other way. Totally ridiculous, but we're not going to get into that. I've gotten to that in other videos.
Rich, I hate to break it to you, but on that side, that's full sunlight. The shadow isn't till after the moon, on the other side. Think about it, mate. That's just sunshine on that side.
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
The properties of that should go down to almost nothing, and then we should see that shadow come back out larger again on the other side.
Oh, I'm hearing you, mate. I'm just not believing that you're actually saying that.
That's just the way it is, folks. That's what they're showing you. And that's the argument that they have for the umbra penumbra.
Oh, the cone changes, mate, as the object moves in and out. That's where you're going wrong.
So let's take a look at some real-life situations. Now, as we cycle through these pictures, I want you to notice that we have things that are very close to the surface. We have clouds that are very high in the sky. We have clouds that are low in the sky.
Oh, crepuscular rays for the win. Oh, Rich, I bet you didn't look at those things before you put them up there. Those are perfect globe proof. Those beauties.
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
Now I'm going to manually advance through this video. Here I am standing. I'm 6'3". You can see how low in the sky the sun was to produce a shadow this long.
Must resist joke about small head, small brain.
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
It's the only way I know how to say it. To where it just whittles this away to nothing. And it never then comes back with an umbra penumbra where you have another, where it comes back and gets larger again. Remember.
Oh my God.
Rich, it's not supposed to come back.
More and more light bleeds through. You do not end up with an umbra penumbra. You have no sharp edge whatsoever after a certain distance.
Rich, who said it should have a sharp edge? I don't believe it should.
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
So I actually did a test. And what distance does the umbra and penumbra start to happen using our sun? Well, the answer is...
Oh, I know the answer to this one, Rich. Right away.
Never. You never get an umbra penumbra. What I did was I took different balls of different sizes and I cast shadows from our sun onto different objects. I even did smaller balls onto larger balls onto smaller balls.
Oh, come on, Rich. You're killing me here, mate. I'm trying to resist these jokes, and look what you're feeding me.
Cognitive dissonance. You can see that there's a little bit of blurriness around the edge of the ball here. Why is that?
I know, preumbra.
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
So just like with the Kennedy assassination, you can use your common sense and your eyes to see that the umbra penumbra cannot be proved, ever.
Well, I had no problem doing it. Here, have a look. So let's just have a look while I use this large square light on my ceiling as my sunshine and use this ball as my object casting the shadow. And look at that, as I move it further away, the shadow gets smaller and smaller until the point where there is no longer any shadow, and no matter how far up I move it, I don't get a shadow. But guess what happens when you use a point source light? Look at that, as you move the object away, the shadow gets bigger and bigger because the point source is smaller than the object casting it.
And during the Great American Eclipse, there was never a partial shadow. People want to argue, well, the partial eclipse is a shadow. No, if I take a light bulb and I cover it partially, it doesn't mean I created a shadow, it just means I diminished the light some.
A partial shadow, you mean?
The shadow should get smaller and smaller as you go away from it, correct? As you make the blocking object further away. Do this. Tell me if it happens. It doesn't happen, folks.
Oh, yes it does, mate. And that's because, Rich, you have
cognitive dissonance.
So if you want to see some penumbra, here's a good lot from my old mate Wolfie with his drone. And he's just sitting in the sky there watching the sun coming back. So how about that? I'll speed it up a bit so we don't have to sit here and wait for ages. Oh, Wolfie, I'll pay the royalty on using this later, okay? So, Rich, anytime anybody's observing a solar eclipse and they're in a partial eclipse area, they're in the penumbra. It's so easy, mate. It's a partial shadow because only half of the sun is blocked by the moon, or part of the sun is blocked by the moon. Rich, what are you suffering from?
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
So, Rich, I think your whole argument is that it's not a shadow, it's not a partial shadow, it's not a penumbra, it's just that the light can't get around some object between us and the light source. Is that correct? Well, that's it, folks. So it's been fun slicing and dicing Rich. What's that? Oh, yes, the comments. Sorry, I forgot about the comments. So Rich says that Gleason's map works fine, that distances can be measured correctly in all directions. Well, I don't think that's true, mate. What about here in Australia? Along the longitude lines, it works fine. You try the latitude lines, however, not so fine, about 2 times the error. So that would mean that you would be suffering from...
I swear the cognitive dissonance.
Look, Rich, I think what you really need to do is have a look at this really good video of mine of Greater Sapien when he went from Sydney to Johannesburg. It has everything in there to debunk your fantasy about the AE map. So, when Greater Sapien left Sydney, the plane actually flew almost directly south. which is really odd because Johannesburg is actually almost directly west of Sydney. It's actually slightly higher than west. So why did the plane fly south? And it went down over Tasmania, and that's verifiable by looking out the window. Greater Sapien had a video running for the full 13 hours, and he had a GPS logger going for the full 13 hours, and I'll give you the link in the description for the GPS log so you can go and play with it yourself. Go and have a look at the video, because the best part is about halfway through when they're down around the 60th parallel in the south, and because the radius of the Earth is so much smaller, a subsonic jet plane travelling at almost at the speed of sound is travelling as fast as the Earth is rotating, which meant that the sun angle out the right window stayed constant for about 2 or 3 hours. Hence the name of the video I put there, The Day the Sun Stood Still. So I think you better go and have a good look at that and rethink your position on this AE map and how it works, because on a flat Earth, that should be impossible, because when you got down around the 60th parallel, the radius is going to be heaps bigger. Oh, stop texting me, Wolfie, please. When you get down around the 60th parallel, the radius is going to be way bigger, and the plane is no way going to be able to go from Sydney to Johannesburg along that track. Oh dear. Well, if you guys like what I've done here, click and subscribe. And here's an old outro for this whole project as well, and have a guess who this was made for. Okay, so if you like that, how about you click and share and subscribe and be the first to get in on the next fun little adventure into destroying the flat Earth. Now, while you're doing that, I'm going to literally destroy this little thing here.
Where does he get those wonderful toys?
I believe he built that one himself.
Probably.
No.
Yeah, it looks like a home-built one.
Yeah, we can't import them unless you have a license.
That's why I said, where's he getting this shit from?
You actually can import the parts. The thing is, you can't import an operational laser that's got more power than, I believe it's 5 milliwatts.
I think it's 0.3.
No, it's 5 milliwatts. I'm fairly certain about that. You can import a 5 milliwatt laser. However, you have to have a license to import it.
Right, I'm going to say goodbye, gents, because I'm done in. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm going to bid you farewell.
Yeah, we
See you
know
later.
why you didn't get much sleep last night, mate.
Okay. Yeah, make sure you got enough. Make sure you're awake enough tomorrow night, then.
Yeah.
You'll stay away from gems then if you want to get sleep.
No, it wasn't that night. All right, see you later.
See you, mate.
Don't forget to bring some moon stuff with you.
Yeah, but I think that one that Wolfie's got a bit more than that, though. It's somewhat higher than.
Yeah, that's in a megawatt range, that one.
No, it's not a megawatt range.
I believe it's 3 watts.
It's 3 watts, yeah. It's about a 3 watt laser.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
You can, if you happen to have a spare Blu-ray CD burner at home, you can actually harvest the blue laser out of that and get something similar.
Or you could just go to the local computer store, spend $60 on one and dismantle that.
Yeah, that would work too.
I'd rather spend $60 on a carton of beer.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you a nice laser so you can burn eyes and conspiracy cats.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah. It's a laser.
And plus, if you took $100 with you, no, here's the thing: if you took $100 with you, you could get the carton and the part for the laser.
But can we get a shark?
Well, only if it comes with some lightning.
No. We need sharks because sharks with lasers are cool.
Laser freaking sharks.
I thought it was the laser. I thought the penguins were equipped with the laser.
And they got guns.
Yeah, they got rail guns, mini rail
Yeah, but I
guns.
thought they had lasers. I thought they had lasers as well.
Well, they're for a last resort. We're implementing new actual technology into the next batch of cyber
Yeah, look, it's enough that we've got the cybernetic damn squirrels. I mean, shit, doing the penguins is going to be harder because there's 50 million of them.
Yeah, you thought the squirrels were bad? Jeez, man, it's a mess down at
And the penguins are still asking for bloody union rights.
Oh well, I'll deal with them later.
Yeah, well, you make sure you don't let the seals. Don't let the seals know because they've got no rights whatsoever.
What you mean that the slave laborers?
Shh. We don't use that word. They are
the general workforce.
No, they are subjugated employees.
Yes.
We're coming on to nearly 6 hours. We're probably going to call it quits soon. So I don't know if I've got any other videos that's runs for only a couple of minutes. No, they're not. They'll run too long. I'll turn them off. Even Creaky's last one, 13 minutes. Flat Earth Theory Explained. Well, that's the last one Creaky put in. Yeah, I've just seen that, Trip, and we're just talking about it. Throw in a Creaky and then we'll call it quits.
Well, I'm calling it quits now, gentlemen.
All right, mate.
Fun.
You have a good night.
Nice, Didge.
Will do. And
Talk
we'll
to you
beat
later.
them up again tomorrow.
Oh, don't forget, we've got a show tomorrow.
Yeah, what time?
1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
I thought it was Sunday.
For us? Oh, it is
thought it
Sunday.
was-
Yeah, I'm a day ahead. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. No, sorry. Yeah.
It's
Sorry.
It's America's Saturday, our Sunday.
That's right. Oh, I've still got a day to prepare then. I thought I was going to have to wing it. But it's
There
okay.
you go. Take
I've
your
still got time
time.
to prepare.
That's right.
Yeah, plenty of time.
I love it when I'm a day ahead.
Cool. See you later, guys.
See ya.
Talk to you later.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you mix flat earth videos with a young impressionable mind.
Today's video is going to be
I've run out of ideas.
so I'm going to be looking into the conspiracy of the earth being flat because I've got nothing better to do on my Friday night.
And I'm pleased to announce that today's video is brought to you by, well, just me, because I can't get anyone to sponsor me.
Go nuts on my nuts.
Yeah, I'm watching you. Hello, Blinder Gang, because that's what you are. You're the Blinder Gang, because I'm the Creaky Blinder, and you watch me. And welcome to another episode of Playing a Blinder. Now, I've made it abundantly clear in many, many videos that the biggest problem I've got with flat earthers is that they can influence young, impressionable minds. And today's video perfectly illustrates that.
If you haven't seen my face before, I make awful content, so please subscribe to that and we can make jokes about it in the future.
Tempting, but no, you're okay. I think I'll give it a miss. But while we're on the subject of subscribing, if you're not subscribed to me, do it now. Go on, I'll wait.
Today's video is going to be I've run out of ideas, so I'm going to be looking into the conspiracy of the earth being flat.
Well, running out of ideas of videos to make and being bored on a Friday night seem like just as good a reason as any to me. Yeah, this is really hard. I'm doing my best.
Just a disclaimer, not to like make you think the earth is flat or like to like trick you. Just some information that I found out and I was really interested about, and I thought I'd share it with you guys.
And where, pray tell, did you find this information? It was on YouTube, wasn't it? It was.
This whole video is basically a redo of Shane Dawson's one.
Oh, Shane Dawson's got loads of conspiracy theory videos. Can't you be a little bit more specific? Which one is it? Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to watch with you to find out, won't we?
I was watching it and then I didn't believe it at first. And then I watched it again and then I was like, oh, actually, this actually kind of makes sense, like why people would believe it. So that's why I'm sharing it with you guys. If you guys don't like it, you guys don't like it. But I found it interesting.
Now, for those of you who are not aware, Shane Dawson is a creator on this platform. He's been on here since 2005. His channel's got over 5 billion views. Yet, billion with a B. And he's got 23.2 million subscribers, and his channel is literally flooded with conspiracy videos, and his core audience is young kids. I'm a little bit reluctant to say too many bad things about Shane Dawson because he's very friendly with Jeffree Star, and Jeffree Star terrifies me.
So, the first bit of information that I've got. So, the average man or woman, not being sexist, is about 6 foot tall. So that means that they can see about 5 kilometres around them, 30 miles. So how come, when you're up in a plane, like high up in the air, thousands of feet, loads taller, and the Earth's like not that big in comparison to that, how come you can't like see a curve?
Well, that's simple. You're just not high enough. It's hard to see the Earth's curvature from an aeroplane which flies at 7 miles high. That's the typical cruising altitude. But if, for example, you were to increase that height, I'll say to 250 miles, which is where the ISS is, then the line of sight is much bigger. From an aircraft cruising at 7 miles high, you can only see about 3.4 degrees of the Earth's surface. But from the ISS at 250 miles high, you can see the line of sight is 1,435 miles, or 19.8 degrees of the Earth's surface. So obviously, the higher you go, the easier it is to see the curve.
Thousands of feet in the air and nothing, just absolutely flat. And I will put a photo in right now about the trip that I had from Edinburgh to London. So we were like high up and you literally cannot see anything, it's just flat, like what the hell.
And there's your first fail, because that photograph looks as if it was taken during takeoff to me, plus the horizon is obscured by the weather, by the clouds, so fail number 1.
Another bit of information about conspiracy of why the Earth is flat. I saw a thing on the telly and it was like, so the Earth's like spinning at like thousands of miles per hour, like spinning around the sun, so we can make it round there in like 365, is that the sun? Yeah, because it means 28 days. So it's like spinning around.
Spinning may be a little bit of a stretch. It's actually rotating. I think that would be a more accurate description. But it rotates once every 24 hours. And it's not thousands of miles an hour. It's 1,000 miles an hour. And when you consider that the Earth is just over 40,000 kilometers around, even though 1,000 miles an hour does sound fast, and it is, when you combine the scale or the size of the Earth to that figure, one rotation in 24 hours isn't actually that fast. And that's why nothing is falling off or flying off. Plus, we've got this thing called gravity.
And we're spinning so fast right now, but everything's still the same. No houses are falling down. Well, not from like the Earth spinning around. No houses are spinning. The water's not dropping off. When you're in Australia, you're not going to fall off the Earth. That just really doesn't make sense to me. Like, why is that? Because we're spinning, but gravity pulls us into the centre, but we can't feel anything. And if you look up in the sky, you don't feel like you're spinning. The clouds are moving, but that means we're moving, but just doesn't make sense, to be honest. Like,
well, there's actually no like about it. It's really, really simple. And if you put this much effort into researching Shane Dawson's video, it's a pity that you didn't put the effort into looking this up for yourself. We feel acceleration and deceleration, but if the motion is constant, we don't feel it. Like, for example, if you're on a train traveling at 125 miles an hour, you can get up and walk to the back of the train to use the toilet, and you don't suddenly fly along. But if that train has to slam on its brakes, you'd feel that because there would be a rapid decrease in the speed, deceleration.
If anyone knows it, any of these questions, any of these answers, let me know in the comments, because
Well, because putting it bluntly, and I'm not going to lie to you, I just can't be asked to look it up myself.
It just sort of messes with my head a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Actually, yes, I do know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. And this is why it messes with your head. Because when flat earthers, like Individual Perspective IP here, see a young person posting a flat earth video,
they start rubbing their hands together because they've just found a new recruit.
And this is what he had to say underneath this young girl's video. Good on you for asking the pertinent question. The horizon, as you well noticed, was always at eye level. On a ball 24,000 miles in circumference, that's not possible. There's a million reasons, but I guess it's for you to find out. Which roughly translates to he has absolutely no clue how to explain it, but anyway, I'll go on. Oh, and ignore the trolls, and always remember bodies of waters can't bend. And interestingly enough, and I'm not going to provide a link to this young girl's channel because she's a young girl, but if you take a look at IP Perspective's channel, the very first video you click on his channel, you'll recognize the dulcet tones of Dell. And then we have another comment from a much more sensible individual called Test, and he attempts to explain to this young girl why there are so many things wrong with what she's saying in the video. But that's closely followed up with this reply, again from Individual Perspective IP. Like I said, watch out for trolls. What they don't tell you is any globe map is constructed using planar geometric principles, and they project them onto a ball, but they don't want you to know it's a mathematical construct and not a physical representation. They are not as clever as they think they are. But when you have industries worth billions, these charlatans will do anything to keep people ignorant and dumb. The Earth is a demonstrable plane, and these idiots can do nothing but show cartoons and chat shit. And the sad part is, she replies, thanking him.
Yes. So, it was a flight from Philippines to Los Angeles, so quite direct really. And then a woman on this flight broke her water, and they had to put an emergency landing in, but they stopped at the Philippines.
They didn't stop at the
Philippines,
they did
whatsoever
actually stop at
Alaska.
Alaska.
If you put it on like a round Earth map thing, but if you put it on a flat Earth map, it literally makes perfect sense. It like stops right in between. I'll show you the screenshots of the photos, because it just mind blows me. Yeah.
And to be fair, that blew my mind as well. Where exactly do you think Alaska is? And again, and I know I repeat myself, but I will repeat myself repeatedly. The flight time from the Philippines to LA is 12 hours and 40 minutes. The flight time from the Philippines to Alaska is 11 hours and 5 minutes. So one is shorter than the other. So in an emergency situation, aeroplanes always look for the airport that they can reach the most quickly. Where do you think Alaska is? You've heard the word Alaska, seen a flat earth map with a big snowy blob in the middle, and just
Harry,
assumed that's Alaska.
Can you pause a second? Oh, shit. There's a big problem with what you were there talking about here, and I don't think Creaky's caught it. The plane actually took off from Narita Airport in Tokyo, and the Great Circle route does indeed have the closest diversion at the point they were at in Alaska, because the projection they were using, whose name escapes me for a second, that one really screws with great circles. The great circle from Japan to Alaska pretty much follows around the edge of the Pacific. Same as a direct flight from Dubai to New York, pretty much flies over the top of my house in Norfolk. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, they don't actually show the Great Circle one. They only show the flat map.
No, I thought Creaky might have got it wrong because of the objections, because of what he said with that 11 hours and 12 hours.
Yeah. If he's not showing it on the map, he's only showing it on that map. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because for a start, I believe the aircraft started in the Philippines, or the woman started in the Philippines, but there was a change in Japan. They stopped in.
The flight time from the Philippines to Alaska is 11 hours and 5 minutes. So one is shorter than the other. So in an emergency situation, aeroplanes always look for the airport that they can reach the most quickly. Where do you think Alaska is? You've heard the word Alaska, seen a flat earth map with a big snowy blob in the middle, and just assumed that's Alaska. Oh dear.
Literally doesn't make sense, that photo.
Just that photo? Well, at least we agree on one part of this, I suppose. But in fairness, none of this makes any sense if you bother to take the time to look it up for yourself.
If this does get uploaded, thank you for watching. Didn't know that it was going to, and I was just filming it for the jokes.
Ah, now I feel silly. Think about it like this. We've all been there. We've all been young and easily influenced. We've all believed things that we've seen online. Well, some of us more than others, admittedly. But I literally weep for this girl's sanity. If she is this easily influenced, she is a prime candidate for falling down the flat earth rabbit hole. And it's really sad. Now, I know I make a lot of jokes. Well, I think they're jokes anyway, and some people seem to laugh. But there's really nothing funny about this at all. Tidy! If it is your first time here, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, give the video a like, turn on bell notifications. I'm the Creaky Blinder. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will see you all in the next video. Bye-bye.
These young and impressionable people that have got nothing else better to do than could be influenced. Yeah.
It's all right, Terry. I'm putting together I'm putting together a perpetual motion file for you.
Alan, there's a knock at the door. I think it's the Mormons this time.
Yeah, what a morning. Two scam phone calls, and I'm pretty sure they were the Jehovah's. No, you can tell them because the Mormons, although they always go in pairs,
yeah,
the Mormons are always a pair of young people, whereas the Jehovah's will send family, and they actually had a baby in a pushchair with them.
Oh, jeez. Which ones are the ones that's usually two blokes in white shirts and they've got push bikes chained to the telegraph pole?
I don't know. The ones in the sharp suits are the Mormons.
Yeah.
Two young men, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And they usually got their push bikes chained to the local closest telegraph pole up the road.
I've never seen them with push bikes over here, but
Oh
Of course,
no.
you're a lot more spread out in Australia, so maybe they need a push bike to get around.
Yeah. Oh,
All
Dean,
that
why did you
space,
have to
so
come
few
in
people.
right? Dean would have to turn up late. You're a bit late, Dean.
I want to know why you're picking on my fellow dumb shit girl that was just featured on that Creaky Blinder thing.
We're not picking on her.
Do you purposely avoid finding videos about dumb shits in Australia or something? Because bloody Schrodinger's cat did a piss take on an English woman as well that started questioning about flat Earth. I'm thinking, we've got our fair share of dumb shits, but they're not exclusive to this damn country.
Well, I did find that Dunny Do bloke.
We've got
found him.
Gonna do, yeah.
Yeah,
Gonna
we just got less
Scotty from
idiots
Australia,
over here.
Mitchell, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus.
Ratio
publicise them a bit more then. Jesus. I think there's some programming bias going on here, Terry.
No,
Sorry.
The problem is Stingray is as soon as any of the debunkers find out about a flat earther in Australia, they all jump on top of them so quickly that they get pummeled into submission and they go out hide. Because the whole premise of the idea of a flat earther in Australia that can see the stars turning in the opposite direction and they can't see the Polaris and all the other reasons behind it, they just get absolutely hammered. So it's easy to find them in America and the UK for us.
And with that being said, you've got to be really,
All right, hello
really
everyone.
dedicated to be an Aussie flat earther. I think in that regard, there's just I can go down to the beach here anytime and turn my head from left to right and see the curve of the Earth from the beach. I can look at the sun and I'm like, it shouldn't be coming from there if it's supposed to be, way up past.
Yeah, but that girl could do the same thing. This is not a. I mean, I'm a little bit pissed off, and I'm probably a little bit vocal at the moment that A, she's fucking British, but B, an education system exists that somehow allows someone to get to that age without exercising logic and reason in a practical sense is beyond me. And I used to have to go around to universities and evaluate their 3D graphics and media and visual effects courses at some stage. I spent a bit doing that around the country, and it made me sad. It made me sad that a student goes there and has to put themselves in debt on the premise that they are going to be professionally proficient, or at least at the start of that ladder when they come out, and that everything that they put their money towards is positive. And it wasn't. And then when I see some silly bint like that, it isn't necessarily her that I'm pissed off at. I'm thinking it's not like she's got a mental defect. It's an educational system that doesn't. That now, I just think the educational system, because it's so rigid in most places, has lost touch.
Yeah, not just that, but there's also that she probably has no interest in astronomy or anything like that. She probably doesn't go outside and look at the stars and set up with a telescope and sit there all night. Wouldn't have the slightest bit of interest in any of it, I would say. So watching a YouTube video that sort of makes her go, oh, that is weird. Yeah, it is a trap.
Yeah, but she said something that in my age when I was a kid, I would have never have fucking said, because I wouldn't have been as egotistical to think that I know. Yeah, she said in that fucking video, when I go up high, you need a swear jar, Terry. I'm telling you.
I'll block my ears for a minute. Wait a minute. I'll stick my fingers in my ear. I've got headphones on. Wait a minute.
Well, you need a PayPal swear jar or something. Yeah, so she said, when I was going up in an aircraft, I would expect to see curve. It's not that big.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And I'm there like, hang about. Does that mean you've actually asked the question, at what altitude would a human being with their own eyes discern curvature and you've looked up the figures and done the math and done the calculations, and you know how a human being detects geometry. You know the differences. You know about the detail field of our view and how much curvature would have to be there, irrespective of the peripheral. And then you can work out on the altitude, the curvature of the Earth, based on it being a nearly a 6 million mile radius, 6 million meter radius. No, they haven't. So why would you say that? But young people of today, automatically, because they've got access to technology, because they've got access to the internet, YouTube, and everybody's connected, that, yeah, well, they can just say this and they're an authority on it, even though they've not fucking thought about it once. And I actually do blame technology and connected society for that to some extent, because back when you weren't connected to everything and being fed other people's opinions, you developed your own in a very different fucking way. There was very little influence there, and I think that created critical thinking. And it's she has pissed me off. I'm going to export her to Australia, I'm telling you. It's fucking annoying.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Well, I suppose you guys did give paradise to thieves. Thank you. We're supposed to take the idiots as well.
Yeah, there you go.
As I said, we've got a few here. But no, I think you're
anyway,
right.
That's my rant over. Thank you for letting me rant, Terry.
No, I agree with you on that. Like book learning and having to actually do things, especially like even back when I was a kid growing up. I was born in the 80s and grew up through sort of learning through the mid 80s, 90s.
80s? I don't remember the 80s. I don't remember the 80s.
I don't remember the 80s a real lot, but until probably midway through, 86, 87. But yeah, we had to learn things out of a book. We had to actually go outside with the teacher and do experiments and look at stuff. And I remember this one in particular. We went outside one day to figure out what was more heat absorbent, silver or a black substance. Black is obviously. Had to take the temperatures and do all sorts of stuff. But you had to learn hands-on back then. And you're right. Nowadays, and I'm actually going to go back to that Kansas is flatter than a pancake thing before. The Gin keeps bringing up, especially, there's a bit in there that, and I'm going to bring this up later. I'm going to say Gin, it says global in here. Global. You didn't read through the thing, did you? Clearly he didn't. And right, people glance at things and they go, oh, it says that, so it must be true. And it's done by, an apparent authority.
I mean, I remember when I was... I remember when I was a kid in primary school, the teacher took the whole class outside and we looked at a partial eclipse. So,
cool. Did you build? You obviously built the viewers, did you? The shoebox viewers?
I can't. We did it. So we did it where you end up projecting it onto through a pinhole.
Oh, yep. We did that as well.
And yeah, it was like, and the other thing I remember just before I left primary school, the school got hold of a video camera that recorded onto tape, and we were able to record the we actually able to go outside and make some video. I mean, this was like when you had a camera and a separate recording deck that used 1/2-inch tape. It wasn't even beta. It was a Sony, if I remember rightly, but that would have been 74.
Oh yeah.
But all of the teachers, right through my primary school, they would all do stuff like that, and none of them were. They were all qualified primary teachers. There was no science teachers or anything like that there. They were just general teachers, and they did all sorts of stuff with us.
When you get angry and then you have kind of an emotional response to something, or something fueled by an emotional response, and then later on you contemplate, your position in a bit of a more pragmatic manner. I've just realised I shouldn't batter education that much at that level. I was taking my bias of 3D graphics and visual effects tutoring at university level into account when I was doing that, and I've just realised it's probably not the lower school educational system that I would hold responsible for this. I would say that this is a direct effect of previously in let's say pre-2000 children and teenagers grew up with the impressions of a structured society. They couldn't take the opinions of a shit ton of nuts. So they were taught in a very structured manner by professionals or learned individuals in that field. It wasn't like you could go somewhere else for that. Whereas today, you can get everybody's opinion on that. And when people say an interconnected society where you can talk and communicate with everybody around the planet is a fantastic thing. Yes, if you need to tell them that a war is starting or there's a fire coming. But no, if you are part of a large, dumb, misinterpreted group that now can spread your message really easily. And that I think that's my issue. I think the interconnected, shit that we have today means that the seriously mentally, cognitively flawed groups of individuals can spread their shit a lot easier. And back when we were kids, you couldn't. You learned from professionals who knew what they were on about.
That's right. Yeah, that's
If
it.
you've got issues, Dean, you might have to see a therapist.
Yes. Well,
No, talk to Davros. Davros will teach you.
We watched a video earlier, Dean, talking about what we were discussing the other day about a perspective type show or two to do with that you might be able to help with doing your special drawings you do. It's in Discord, the video. The channel's called Life is Short. I put it in
Jesus
homework.
Christ, yeah. What a total, utter tad.
Yeah. So I thought that'd make a good rebuttal to that one if we could make a show about that one.
Yeah, that's like me saying the size of a swimming pool that I've got at my local sports centre tells me how high the waves are going to be at the fucking ocean is my analogous representation of that Life is Short video. It's absolutely ridiculous. Diffraction limit has nothing to do with shit disappearing from the fucking bottom up. What a tad.
I enjoyed the video the first time, and when I finished it, I thought definitely it has to come on tonight's show to show these guys. And the guys here, I think, were banging their heads. Blue was here. I forgot to warn them that they needed face palm protection.
I think the biggest problem with diffraction limit is hardly anybody actually understands what the diffraction limit actually means.
Well, Al, you need a relative point. Diffraction to what? Because if it's a human eye, if it's you can actually have a diffraction limit to any medium. So it could be a human eye, it could be a sensor, it could be to do with waveform propagation on an aperture. It could be.
Yeah, it's usually related to receiving aperture of a from the point of view of optics. Of relating to the input aperture, and but when it comes to things like camera optics, and they then start talking about diffraction limits, a lot of people don't actually realise what the consequences of the diffraction limit is.
Well, without getting into it too much, Alan, we'll leave it for for an actual show of the whole.
That's
whole lot
fine.
of it. Because I think it's a conversation that can stretch into all types of optics, whether it be camera or eyes.
It's really important. It's really important for certain things, but it's one of those. I don't think this I don't think you think this means what it actually means, type.
But it's still a conversation that we can have with them, but it's a repeated conversation because I don't know how far back I can remember when I first got onto the YouTube's thing and they were bringing the perspective into it, and that was more than 12 months ago for me. And
Oh
even
no,
back,
no, they've only been. I think they've only been talking about diffraction limit for about 6 months.
Okay.
I'm definitely up for perspective because
Yeah.
the white swan, the white swan photos and stuff.
Hmm.
If anybody ever says, comes up with, if you show the one that's actually hidden by the water, let's say, let's not even call it a curve, the water, a bulge in the water, it could be anything, we don't know. You can just ask a very simple question. If perspective holds true and the following is true, you've got a problem. So the premise is those two oil rigs intersect the water at the same level because water always finds its level. If that is the case, and I, as an observer, I'm above that point where the water intersects with those oil rigs, why is one oil rig where it intersects lower than the closer one when it actually should be higher in our vertical vision? That's a law of perspective that cannot be broken. So if you're looking at two objects at distance, one is closer, one is further away, and the base of them, you are above it in an observer, the one that's further away will either be equal to, depending on how acute your angle is to the ground, or higher than the closer one. And that's just how shit works. So when you go back to that, the oil rigs, why is the one in the back, why are the legs and where it would intersect the ocean lower down than the one in the front? And there is but one explanation for that. I actually don't even care about Earth curve there. I don't even care about waves. I don't care about refraction.
Because it doesn't matter, does it?
No. It's transformed down. Why is that when it should not?
I think I need to go out with a big telephoto lens and set up some.
No one. I'll tell you what.
Set up some perspective shots.
I'll tell you what, Al. No one has done what I've said to do that does these things. I'm not near the water, so I can't actually go and do it, and I don't have a mass telephoto lens anyway for my video camera. But it's just get to the height of a pilot house of a boat and watch it go away. Find a path where boats are going away, and find survey data that says, this pilot house is 90 foot up. And then you go somewhere 90 foot up and align your camera center of it with that pilot house and keep it fixed and watch it go away. That pilot house should never leave the center of your camera at all.
Well, I can get to a spot where I can be 13 meters above the water.
Oh yeah, find a ship with a well, yeah, find a place on the ship that is 13 meters. Put the center of the lens on that. Watch it go away. Due to the laws of perspective, everything should converge to that point if it's going away from you, and it will never leave that point. So if you put your marker 13 meters above the water on wherever the ship is, it will always be there, and it will converge down to that point. Except you'll see a problem. It starts moving away from that point downwards, and there is only one explanation for that.
Well, my problem is I've only got a 600 mil.
600 mil isn't that much though, so yeah.
Well, no, it is. It's a bloody lot. It's just that I'm going to be putting it on a sensor that's basically the size of a 35 millimeter movie frame. That's when it's not a lot. When your sensor is the size of a
well, no, but I always talk about equivalents, Al. So every millimeter is equivalent. So 600.
That's wrong. because equating sensor size is focal length is focal length, and the equivalent thing is magnification. That is different.
Well, get a 10 times magnifier, Canon magnifier.
The biggest magnifier I can get is a 2 times.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah. The problem
No.
is every time you increase the magnification by a factor of 1.4 squares and everything, because we're dealing with area, you lose a stop of you halve the amount of light coming in.
Yeah, I know.
So you get a 1.4 converter, you halve the light. You get a 2 times converter, you halve the light. You get 4 times less light because it's squared. You get. I have seen 3 times converters, but of course a 3 times converter will lose you basically 3 stops of light.
Yours isn't your camera isn't a full.
An eighth.
Your camera's not a full frame though, is it? It's not a 35 mil. It's not a near 35 mil.
The camera I want to get is a full 36 by 24.
Ah, right.
Which is the nominal size for 35mm film in a still camera, format set by Leica, by Oscar Barnack, but Leica in. But no, the sensor that I was going to use for do it as a video is actually the size of a 30. Is Super 35 cine film. So, because remember that when you take the still photograph, frame is turned 90 degrees the direction the frame runs on a 35mm cine film, because the frame runs, because in the still camera 36 by 24 frame runs along the length.
Oh yeah, I never realised that. In a traditional film camera, the sensor orientation is different.
And in a cine camera, it runs across the film frame runs across the width of the film. So you kind of get the 20. You kind of get 22 by, and they have a little bit that they have to allow for the optical sound stripe. So you end up with like 22 by 15-ish, which is what an APS-C still camera is, if you could shoot it in 3:2 ratio. Because remember that actually the widescreen, because 35mm cine film is actually still shot on a roughly 3:2 frame. Not quite, but it's roughly that. And you get the widescreen effect by using anamorphic lenses, causing the image to be tilted in one direction. And then when you project it, you project it back through the same anamorphic lens, and it was widescreen.
I've got a shoot tomorrow. Well, with the camera, yeah. I've got a recruitment promo video to shoot. A recruitment agency that deals with medical recruitment.
I'm
going to be using my camera for the first time with purpose. I know.
Brilliant. Well, I'd quite like to get a 1.4 and the matched 1.4.
I'd like to get a speed booster so I can get back on Canon glass and have more stops as well for the Blackmagic.
Oh, is the Blackmagic? I thought the Blackmagic was EF mount.
No.
Oh,
the new one is Micro Four Thirds, but the speed booster gives you those extra stops, which is awesome.
In that case, how many stops? How many stops do you normally get on a Canon?
What do you mean, the latitude of the sensor?
No, I mean the speed boost.
I think it gives you. Oh, I'd want to. No, not 4, maybe 2.
Well, if the speed booster gives you 2 stops, we could put the 2 times converter on it and then put the speed booster on the back. Because we'd get the 2 stops back, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, but you'd have to have a Micro Four Thirds sensor then.
Yeah, well, you know, we put if you get the speed booster, we could meet up
wait a minute.
somewhere and play with my lens.
Yeah, but
on
your camera now, which isn't full frame, you should be able to get a speed booster system for it that does give you.
No, because I've only got the haven't got it. There isn't really enough coverage to swing the. So basically, all the speed booster does acts as a negative. Actually, there would be no point in putting a speed booster in it.
Anyway, we can talk about this on a camera thing.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, we'll do a camera thing.
Yeah.
We haven't got to do that for a while yet. Now, have we, Alan?
Yeah, I'm going to get back into it. I'm going to get back into it now that I'm. That palsy I had really did take it out of me.
Yeah.
That's taken it out of me. That really slowed me down.
Well, we're winding up now, so we'll go and have a cuppa and a wind down in Discord after. Thanks everyone for turning up. There's a few people that are not here now on the panel that have already gone. We had Blue here earlier, we had Davros, and we had Cypher. I don't know what happened to Cypher, but he said his computer had to reboot.
Cypher's computer had to restart after an upgrade, and because you were coming to the end, he decided not to come back in.
So we're out in the peanut gallery, Carl, Mippet, no name. You thought you went to bed. Who else we got? Dartman. If I miss you, you have to type your name in so I can reread your name, because I'm not going to scroll right back to the beginning. Who else? Trippin' Fool. Aaron Armstrong.
Sam Cam.
Skyfly Bry. Oh, you could have came in here, Sky. Too late now. Oh, geez. Bob Senior. Glober Mum. If I've missed you, sorry, because I'd have to scroll back over. Don Giovanni. How do you do it for all these whores? You sub Don, because I'll check to see if you've got 1 subscriber. You're not very popular, Don. You got 1 sub.
Ozzie Globehead.
I'll give you a spanner if you want to sub to me, unless you already are. Sub for a spanner. Pretty easy. I don't ask for much. Okay then, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow night for the moon. And is it made of cheese? Now don't answer that question. Okay. Bye everyone. Bye everyone on the panel.
Bye all.